are you expecting a recession this year?
100% not. 100% not. If you look at the jobs numbers, they're very, very strong. When I talk anecdotally to CEOs, I say things like, well, geez, is the uncertainty over tariffs looking like it's going to be a big drag? And they're saying things like, no, in terms of production, we're getting as much onshore as we can. And in terms of sales of foreign goods, people are buying as many as they can because they're worried about future tariffs. And so everything's through the roof.
I think that right now we are at a decision-making point and very close to a recession. And I'm worried about something worse than a recession if this isn't handled well. A recession is 2 negative quarters of GDP, and whether it goes slightly there, we always have those things. We have something that's much more profound. We have a breaking down of the monetary order. We are going to change the monetary order because we cannot spend the amounts of money, so we have that problem. And when we talk about the dollar and we talk about tariffs, we have that. We are having profound changes in our domestic order, how ruling is existing, and we're having profound changes in the world order. Such times are very much like the 1930s. I've studied history, and this repeats over and over again. So if you take tariffs, if you take debt, if you take the rising power challenging the existing power, if you take those factors and look at the factors, those changes in the orders, the systems, are very, very disruptive. How that's handled could produce something that is much worse than a recession.
For them, because we go out there as Democrats all the time and say democracy is the most important thing. We have to defend democracy. We fail to acknowledge that this generation, democracy is what put us through school shooter drills and school shootings. It's what's put us through the climate crisis and so much more.
I've built me. You can't tear it down. Only I can. And if people everywhere need to take this fucking advice, no one can destroy you but you. If you are destroyed, you did it. Either you did the thing that someone else talked about, you did whatever that someone else leaked. If you act with honesty and integrity, no matter what the leaks are, no matter what happens, someone will go, all right, but I get it.
All right.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yes, he most certainly did. Yes. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Happy Easter, everyone.
Happy Jesus Rising Day. Is that the one?
He has risen. Yes.
Okay.
So
yes.
This is biblically. This is the day the apostles went and found that the cave where he was buried, where his body was placed, had been opened.
I've long kind of since
and they ran into him trying to sneak out.
Okay.
So, anyway, speaking of yes, it is Recator Day. Also, let's talk about Nick Recator. Nick Recator.
Yes, Recator.
So we'll go through from the top. So he was sentenced this week. So we'll get to that. But I thought we'd go through this wonderful video from, of course, Third World Aristocrat, everyone's favorite Nick YouTuber and everyone's favorite creator, I guess, for this stuff. He's put together a timeline of the Recator hack incident. So let's go through it.
You know, I give out just enough to let people know what's titillating, what's popping. But go ask Nick Recator if I keep secret. Dude, I don't like how the internet's claiming Nick and I are friends. We're not friends. We're not. Whatever pisses the most people off. I have stuff I'd love to spill right now. I'd love to. I want Recator to send me in the mail the charcuterie fridge. Nick Recator has some kind of evidence and proof about what Aaron likes sexually, what kind of porn he likes. Imagine he has some sort of proof. There is shit.
Everything about Melton gives mad fucking
pedo vibes.
Guy you don't allow near a school vibes. Like, the guy is so fucking creepy. Everything about him is creepy.
It's gonna come out. I wish I could tell you. Aaron doesn't even know yet. I can't even give you a taste or a hint. How dumb is he? Aaron is fucking retarded and fucked himself.
Like, I would not at all be surprised if Aaron has if Melton has tasted human flesh. I don't believe he killed it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he ate it.
Like semen?
So hard.
No.
And it's not as
probably. I guarantee he's probably tasted dead prostitute, in my opinion.
Just a nibble,
but it's okay. No, he didn't do the killing.
Story. It's just wait. It's so big. It's so big and all encompassing.
Alyssa Clips sends an email to aaronmholtradio@gmail.com.
DMs with Nick Recator.
Why would Nick do that? Why would Nick come in a chat and tell everyone that you jack off after looking at his Kiwi Farms thread, and he's not kidding? Almost as if he's watched you do that.
Recator sends a DM to Alyssa Clips.
Oh, Alyssa. So, but hurt you sent our DMs to Aaron to hurt me. Why don't you send him your nudes like you did to guys in my Discord? Make sure you take his money.
I have a unique position, and I don't want to rub this in again or tease it or whatever. I know something that maybe 5 people on Earth know. If Aaron knew what I know, I don't know if he'd go live again. This is going to be life-shattering hilarity. It's not a bluff. I'm not kidding. It's going to fucking crumble. One of the reasons I can't say it is I was asked not to. The other reason I can't tell you, and this is very important, it's still going on. It's still happening. Somebody makes a good point. They're like, oh, Nick bugged his house. But that's a great example. That's a great example of like what could be happening, right? Nick's got a recording device planted. He doesn't.
I have his Jersey Mike's purchase history.
Nobody.
What the fuck is Jersey Mike's?
It is a Subway sandwich chain in America.
Really?
Yeah.
Authentic sub franchise. Holy shit. Okay.
It's like Subway.
That looks horrible.
Well, Subway horrible as well.
No, but the Subway stuff looks better. Like, they've got better photographers.
Yeah, they present their food a bit better. I've never had
They fake it better.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, like it's all food art. I don't know.
Haven't
had it. Yeah, Hoagie Shop's probably more. Yeah, it's a Subway chain. Eric, yeah.
Minnesota.
I guess we don't call them hoagies here, so.
In-store pickup. Hey, the original Italian.
Got your big Italian sausage right
Forget
here.
about it.
A regular, what the fuck? A regular is $10.75 US? Fucking hell, Trump's America. Anyway, back to the timeline.
He likes onions, writes.
Leak from Leighton Media. Orange Broadcasting deal details. He's asking Leighton for $3,000 a month to do a show for 3 hours a day. I can 100% guarantee that's the deal he is floating to Leighton. I seen his little presentation. If I shared the PDF of the deal Aaron said...
Oh, I apologize for the Discord notifications that are in this video. You really shouldn't do that.
...sent over, you'd all fall down laughing. One day Nick will reveal it all, I think.
Someone got in contact with me who claims to be affiliated with Leighton Broadcasting. And we'll just say that this person's name is A, because that makes it fun. Aaron. So somebody familiar with this deal sent this over.
This poor bastard. I confirm that Aaron Imholt thinks about Nick Rekieta, reads about him, and then jerks off. And that's what he likes to do.
Hold on.
What a cock.
You can prove he reads your Kiwi Farms thread and then jerks off.
Yes, I can do it. It's funny.
Rekieta Law tweets,
Oh my God, why would this be real?
"Why are you showing everyone what we already know about you? Get some help. I'm a pray for you."
Oh, pal, this isn't mine.
Smokey on Melton's Discord says, "People watch porn, who gives a fuck?" Moody responds,
Think of the implications, my guy. You're not clicked into it if you don't think this is a huge deal. This is a Google browser account that's logged in. It will have access to all Google services.
"Nobody likes Onion's DMs."
Browser tabs, search history.
That is true. Costy, Aaron will always have a home because he will always be able to live rent free in fucking Rekieta and Melton's fucking head.
Emails, voicemails, texts, YouTube stats, and analytics, money. Everything.
Also, I'm pretty sure Kayla would give him a bed.
This is not from April. Aaron signed in himself on Nick's computer, and Nick has meticulously backed all up for months. And Aaron shut it down this morning, but he has it all saved.
Breaking Baldo News World exclusive. With explicit permission from Aaron Imholt, Breaking Baldo News reveals DM conversations in which Aaron Imholt suspects Nick Rekieta accessed his Google account without authorization. Further felony charges likely. Aaron Imholt writes,
Ready for this one. Nick was logged into my Google account in his house and was reading my emails and sending some to people. Password changed and devices logged out.
BB says, "What the fuck?" and then asks loads of questions. Aaron answers,
I think he observed I was logged into his computer and he had been accessing the account and new people were sending me stuff for my case.
"Try to identify location access. See if you can reasonably establish unauthorized access."
I did. I think it was from when I did shows there.
Back on Discord, Melton writes,
The stuff Nick has. If I was Aaron, fuck.
Moody sends,
The implication is that this is just a screenshot of the browser history. If he has access to this, he has access to his emails, YouTube.
I have to say, Third World Aristocrat really did this fucking so well. This is meticulous and crazy well edited. This guy's fucking seriously talented.
It's so good.
Receipts from PayPal or anything he's purchased.
PayPal.
It's very bad for Aaron.
Melton DMs,
I literally have the proposal he emailed the station. Lol. You know how now. 11 months. Imagine what Rekieta has and knows. Imagine.
Rekieta Law tweets,
It doesn't matter. Aaron has been reporting everything I say to every authority he can think of, and his lawyer trying for anything. Fat Sham has been trying to advise him. Even Alyssa is chipping in.
Yeah, thanks, Costy. Thanks. I wish the pre-stream was this polished. Yes.
And I've never tried to stop him from talking.
One wonders how Rekieta knows that, almost as if he's been surveilling some private communications. Nobody likes onions writes,
This allows so much you can't fathom. For instance, Aaron gets an email with every PayPal and Venmo donation. You can put together a chart of fake donations. Literally, Aaron has been getting legal advice from Sean and Nick could watch it all. Haha. Nick would send me Aaron panic searching to see if he was defaming me.
Random Discord user writes, "This is huge. One single screenshot has Aaron sweating. 11 months of data."
No, sweetie. He's had access for 11 months. Who knows how old the account is, and he had access to all of it. Maybe decades of Google history.
He's had access for 11 months. He can see everything ever. And then think about how important email is.
God, I hope there's hard evidence of this, and there's a prosecutor somewhere who's like, yeah, fuck that guy in particular.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's the feds. I think the feds are going to at the moment.
Maybe.
Yeah, but are the feds going to give a shit? Are the feds going to be like, yeah, we really care about what this weird YouTuber is doing?
It depends.
Every time you get
Let's
a
see.
PayPal or Venmo donation, you get an email about it. Again, is it illegal for me to have a zip file of all his personal photos and credit card info and search history? I don't know. We'll have to have my legal team look at it. I can't imagine Nick, being a lawyer, would be putting himself.
It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up.
But look how much trouble he's in. Who knows?
But I can talk about my day yesterday. Yesterday, I was at the St. Cloud Police Department, voluntarily this time, and at the end, I asked them. I said, is what I've shown you, is what I've talked to you about, is that a crime?
This is true.
And they said it does sound like it.
Nobody Likes Onions tweets.
Some pics or nothing. Annexed in the tweet are very zoomed in pictures of what may be Aaron's latent broadcasting proposal.
Moody texts on Discord.
I personally think Nick did have access to Aaron's account, but I don't have absolute proof of that. I think that it's illegal to have access to that account and then disseminate that info. It seems like that's what Nick is doing. But we can't be sure of that, even if all the above is true. I don't know how motivated a police department in a small town would be to not only investigate this, but then charge him. There's a lot of ifs before Nick ends up in prison. Then trying to tie Patrick into this as an accomplice is so weird when you consider that he's in another state and this is incredibly petty. There's been no property damage, no bodily injury, and no monetary loss. I just don't see how they'd be bothered to go further. If you think that's me defending Nick, and it's troublesome that I think like this, you're not reading things properly.
Nick's facing issues of unauthorized access of Aaron's Google information, Google accounts, and all that. Yeah, that was really fucking dumb. Don't fuck around a computer account.
Sorry, my browser crashed.
Yes, the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act dates back to 1984. I'm pretty sure as a direct result of war games. And
I think I heard that, yeah.
It literally, because I think War Games was 1983 and the Computer Fraud Abuse Act is 1984. And it's literally just just accessing it. Like realistically, if you go to a website that you aren't normally supposed to get to, you've violated the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. So it's incredibly easy to violate. It's basically a catch-all computer crime act. And the punishments are extreme.
Yes, it's pretty bad actually.
Like you can get really fucked.
What's the penalties? What are the penalties for it?
No, so
It's scaled.
Criminal trespass, committing fraud with a computer, conspiracy to violate. That's probably what Melton could be done with.
Yeah.
Like it's what Aaron Schwartz was done with. So where is it? Wikipedia's structure isn't very good anymore.
It had a thing that said penalties at the top, didn't it? Was there? I thought I saw something that said penalties. There was a section of the.
No, Wikipedia is gay.
Yeah, it is absolutely. Excuse me.
Starting hiccups early.
Been eating all day.
A fine or imprisonment for not more than 10 years or both.
Ooh, big felony.
After
Damn, son.
For another violation of the CFAA. Mm-hmm. A fine or imprisonment for not more than 5 years or both if the offence was committed for the purposes of commercial advantage or private financial gain. So a fine or imprisonment. So each count is is a fine or imprisonment of not more than 1 year. And that's every time you access it. Because the feds love to charge like wounded bulls.
Yeah.
So,
Rock
they're
says
like,
it, yeah.
so, and they do it with rock spotters too. Like when they find a pedo, they'll be like every single photo is a separate charge.
Yeah.
I've seen cases in Australia. I think it's in Tasmania, where the Crown prosecutor charged the guy for every individual frame in each video.
Oh,
yes.
How many hundreds of frames and offenses
Yes,
would that
it
get?
was thousands of charges.
Oh,
like it was
God.
thousands of counts. Like I think
Well,
the
technically every-
judge
yeah.
put kibosh on it, but you could do it. You can argue it. You can argue
Every
that
frame,
every
is
frame
a
picture.
individual image. Yep.
So, and every one of those pictures violated. Like, so, yeah.
Oh, damn.
If the government wants to fuck you, they will fuck you sideways.
So oh God, yeah.
It's just we applaud when they do it to pedos. So.
Yeah.
Don't take notes about committing crimes and don't talk about committing crimes. And if you're joking, don't joke about committing crimes. Because guess what? The police are going to take a notice of you. And then they might find out if you're committing real crimes. So apparently, Nick has been surveilling communications, such as apparently, according to Melton, once between me and Aaron. Are you really sure the Minnesota bar wants to know you're surveilling attorney-client relationships? Something to think about. I mean, that's the kind of shit a bar will take your ticket for. What does privilege and confidence mean when you'll go out and blab about somebody's mental health crisis in the middle of a drunken rage? I mean, confidence is important to me. Confidentiality is important. I've talked to you out there. You guys have reached out to me about all kinds of stuff. I'll never tell a soul. I'll take it all with me to the grave. It's not mine to give away. It's not currency I use to extort and fuck with people. You know, that's how real confidence works. That's how real privilege works.
Patrick Melton is a guy who's doxed people before. He's bragged about having months and months of my information. He put a zoomed in screenshot, and I sent this to authorities, of my proposal to Leighton Broadcasting, which is in my Google Drive, which he did not have authorization to access, which Nick sent him. So Patrick has it. It was sent to him. I recreated the Zoom. It was from that. I mean, I recognized it. I wrote the proposal.
By the way, is there anything in the court system at all about this Google hacking yet?
First of all,
because that's the thing. If he went to Nick and it's like, if there are conversations between him and Nick that are written down where Melton has asked for like, oh, hey, see if you can find this. That's it. Melton's done as well.
Yep.
That's conspiracy.
So are there any proposed investigations into Nick about this?
Well, Aaron keeps alluding to it. But obviously, it's not like I can look up a fucking FBI case file. So it'd be the St. Cloud Police, because all the states have similar laws.
Guess who's live in 35 minutes?
Modeled around his. Oh, he is going live.
He's got his YouTube channel up. It's gonna start in 35 minutes.
Well, this section might be very long. We might get to no news this week.
Oh, well.
I didn't have a great deal, so
nothing much happened anyway.
So yeah, here it is.
They're still crying about the
criminal,
tariffs.
not a comeback,
but a comeuppance.
But a comeuppance, yeah, sure.
Really?
Well, Aaron wasn't hacked in any way at all. But
Not hypocrisy, cuckoldry.
when he goes to report the crime, start with, so I left my information logged in on a computer.
From the Cambridge Dictionary, hacking.
The activity of getting into someone else's computer system without permission in order to find out information or do something illegal.
Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 1030.
Whoever intentionally accesses a computer without authorization or exceeds authorized access and thereby obtains information from any protected computer. The term computer means an electronic or other high-speed data processing device and includes any data storage facility or communications facility. The term protected computer means a computer which is used in or affecting interstate or foreign commerce or communication.
Found that out yesterday
that dreaded fucking commerce clause.
Cyber crimes thing isn't done.
So they could be collecting this stuff too.
Oh, apparently there's just a metric. Like this retard would not stop showing this shit to people. And the reason it's taking so long is they have a laundry list of people they need to talk to.
So yeah, that's the timeline of the hacking stuff. Scarecrow has dug up the he logged onto the website and downloaded the PDF. But yes, the Barnes Walker has filed a request for Nick to only receive 12 months in probation. The pre-sentencing report has recommended 5 years probation, 30 days in jail, and 80 hours of community service.
Damn, that's brutal.
So I've forgotten who is the Barnes Walker. It's not
Barnes Walker is Francis White Law.
Right. What are they
Francis
calling
H. White the Third.
Oh,
recommended by Barnes. That's why.
Third,
right here.
No, he's in the Viva Barnes law community.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
So yes, he put a filing in requesting the mercy of the court. Our wife did as well. His father did, and Megan Fox did as well. The Megan Fox one is the funniest one. Dear Judge Wenzel, I've known Bricada personally since 2022. Nick created an entirely new type of entertainment covering legal battles on YouTube that was wildly successful. I'm gonna stop you right there.
Yeah,
he did not create this. I can't remember who was pointing it out. I was watching a video the other day, and someone pointed out that
Leonard French.
Leonard French, yeah, Leonard French was doing this long before Ricada was. Like
way before.
You could say Nick Ricada popularized it.
True.
Or broadened the audience, pushed it into the mainstream, mayhaps. But yeah, that's selling it a bit fucking hard. But anyway, his commitment to work and his love of the law. Give it a fuck.
Yeah.
You know, he loved the law so much he broke it 3 times.
So much.
3 times in one day. And you know, speeds all the time. Like traffic laws don't matter to Nick. Drug laws don't matter to Nick. Firearms laws don't matter to Nick. So anyway, unique style of covering multiple trials, gavel to gavel with humor, legal analysis, and irreverence led to multiple law channels gaining notoriety and popularity. The law became approachable for the average person through Nick's invention. Several channels became successful because of his model, and an entire community known as Lawtube grew out of Nick's influence. Yeah, he'd love that. This led to many people becoming interested in the law, going to law school, becoming lawyers, making lifelong friends who share interest in legal battles, and changed the trajectory of many lives for the better, including mine. My channel was positively impacted. Do you really think the judge gives a fuck that your fucking piddly YouTube channel was impacted? Like,
but Nick has been such a helpful person, right? He's so caring and generous, Your Honor. He's so charitable, you know.
Nick has nothing to do with my channel. My channel's existence has everything to do with Yellow Flash being a boring motherfucker. So and nothing to do with Nick, save for the fact that you guys were all in the same Discord.
Yeah, basically.
So Nick has acknowledged like the vast majority of lawyers, Nick struggled with substance abuse.
Is that a fact?
Didn't feel like he struggled. He was doing it pretty well. This is a well-known and studied problem in the legal profession. It's so widespread that every bar association has programs and resources for lawyers with substance abuse problems. The stress of quickly attaining fame and fortune, he didn't attain fortune quickly. He's had that for a while. Is often a catalyst for substance abuse that is also widely acknowledged in the entertainment industry. Nick's characterized like, bitch, he wasn't in Hollywood. He wasn't going to Diddy parties being offered fucking like handfuls of cocaine. He's from fucking Spicer, Minnesota. You have to try and get cocaine. Like, you probably have to drive 100 miles to get cocaine. Where do you think the nearest dealer is in Spicer, Minnesota?
I was going to say Minneapolis, which is about 100, which is about 100 miles.
The reason why Nick complains about driving, quote unquote, the kids 100 miles.
I got to drive to my contact.
I got to get my keys, not my kids.
I got to get my keys.
My keys. I got to go buy a key.
Nick has acknowledged he broke the law and taken responsibility for it by pleading guilty to possession. community. His family would not be served by his incarceration, but would be served by his rehabilitation and his ability to get back to the job he loves, explaining the law to his audience while entertaining them and supporting his family.
But he's admitted he doesn't love that
In
job.
the years I've known Nick, I've known him to be generous with his time and helpful to anybody who wants the yada, blah, 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 blah.
You've known him for 2 years.
I've
Megan.
also witnessed Nick interacting with his children. That he's so good with his kids. Many times, Nick has used this platform to raise money for audience members in need by advertising their GoFundMe accounts. Nightly, he would talk to them about their struggles, including thoughts of self-harm. Yeah, I'm pretty sure John in Carrot was had fun talking about self-harm.
Yep.
Ricada Law saved my life after reaching out to Nick in a dark time and finding someone who cared to respond.
This is Nick's first against it. No, okay. Don't worry about going back to it.
I think
she's talking shit.
I can't. Was this the one that? So this is his dad's one.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm writing today.
Kids.
He's writing in a stream of consciousness, and I fucking hate it.
They give it to them, never ask for a payment. During family camps at Lake Beauty Bible Camp, Nick and Kayla rent one of the large dormitory-type cabinets and invite the entire family to stay. How nice. So selfless of them. A couple of years ago, CCS was short of money and needed parents to be responsible to provide costumes for the kids in the school play. Nick and Kayla anonymously stepped up and provided the necessary funds so that no one had to pay. In addition, Nick and Keller are regular supporters of Make-A-Wish Minnesota and the Minnesota Zoo in Apple Valley. They've been active in the church community and go to Wednesday night activities at the New London Faith Covenant Church every week. When Nick decided to go to this, I found this was interesting. When Nick decided to go to law school, he had to drive into William Mitchell twice a week. So William Mitchell's in St. Paul. So he had to drive 120 miles every day.
Damn.
Yep.
He'd drive the class on Monday, drive to our house and spend the night, drive the class on Tuesday, then drive. Oh, he didn't even do it every day. He drove to William Mitchell. So he'd drive the class on Monday, then drive to their house, spend the night, drive the class on Tuesday, and then drive back to Spicer. He would repeat the same drive for his Thursday class, all while Kayla supported him by holding down the fort at home with the kids. Their dedication to getting him through school was impressive. Nick did a short. It's just recounting his timeline. I can't remember if this is the one like where he's just like he's raised millions. Was that the one that said he's raised millions? Like it was just like what he's raised millions, and it's like, oh, you're taking credit for every drop of funding that was ever raised based on your. This is Kayla's one. Nick is my best friend. I'm writing to you today regarding Nicholas Ricada from case number. Like this is Nick's. This is Nick words. These are Nick's words.
Oh yeah.
His heart for other people shines through in those times. I know my husband made a mistake and broke the law. Anyway, so Divinity actually paid someone to go to Minnesota, and she filed properly. Like she filed with the court. I checked the filings. There's like a filing from this Vanessa. Yeah, I want to record the like she was there to report on it. So she was allowed in. She did it all properly. I think it was hilarious.
You guys hear me?
Here's her report from the sentencing.
Okay. Do you want to like ask me questions? Because I don't know.
I mean, hold on. Yes, I do. I kind of want to know.
Yes,
like,
5 questions before.
Do you remember I told you he had a wife and a girlfriend? Were the wife and the girlfriend there?
The wife was there. The girlfriend did not show up.
Okay.
I'm assuming he probably
But
thought
no
it would
April.
look better if he didn't have his wife and his like mistress there.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah.
So his
Yes, that's right. Eric the Red says, look, driving your kids 100 miles a day with a consistent 0.2 blood alcohol level is really hard, guys. Yeah, not 0.02, 0.2.
I mom. his wife,
Speaking of which,
she looked like really sad.
Was his dad there?
Huh?
Was his dad there?
I'm assuming so. There were like 2 other men that were in the back. One looked like he was maybe younger. I don't know if he has like an older son.
17. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that his dad was there, but if he's married to his mom, then they weren't sitting together, so maybe not.
No, I would imagine his dad was sitting with his son So
Hmm.
I have no idea who this chick is reporting. I think it's someone Divinity knows in Minnesota. So
I guess.
Yeah. Divinity's got contacts, man. Like,
I had a lot of anxiety sitting in there. I don't know if I could just like feel
Oh,
everybody
yeah.
else's anxiety, but it was.
Yeah, we feel yours and we have it.
He kept like making eye contact with me, so he obviously probably knew that I was there to like report
no, he
for
just wanted
you.
to fuck you.
So that was a little awkward. But
This place is a
he
small
did get
place.
sentenced 30 days.
New member of the Throuble.
He had 2 jail days that he had already
Oh, yes,
done.
sorry, we missed that because I was talking.
2 jail days that he had already for you. So that was a little awkward, but he did get sentenced 30 days. He had 2 jail days that he had already done, so they're taking that off. So 28 days. And he's
28 days.
that on August 1st.
A female cycle. Nick's going to jail for a female cycle.
Say it again. What'd you say?
He's due to report for that on August 1st, 7 p.m. He has to do 80 hours of community service. He cannot use any alcohol, no medication unless prescribed, obviously, things like that. It was kind of funny because...
For how long? For how long? 5 years?
5 years probation.
Oh, shit. There is a God.
What else? Okay, so the judge obviously asked, like
What the hell? Why is it
the
blurring
people that
Divinity?
were like trying to get him more time.
I think because Divinity is hitting the bong.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
In Divinity's video, it's not blurred. I think Elba's blurred it because, well, Div's
Right.
crime.
Oh,
and I
doesn't want
Div's in California, but yeah.
What are they called?
Yeah, state legal, but YouTube.
The state.
Prosecution?
Yeah. Would that be like the offense attorney?
The prosecution?
Yeah, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. He had asked them, what they think that he should get, and they obviously said, 5 years probation, 5 years jail time, I think is what they wanted. And then when they asked his attorney, he was like, well, he's had no prior offenses in his youth, and he's well loved by the community, and blah blah blah, and he's done all these great things.
That is astounding. Like, that just shows you how annoyed the county prosecutor is with Nick.
Oh yeah.
That she's like, no, fuck, put that guy in jail for 5 years.
And then when they asked him if he had anything to say, he said, "Yes, Your Honor, I'd love to." And he said, "I've always been called smart by everyone." And then the judge, the judge looked at him like, "Is this dude serious?"
I cannot wait for the transcript.
Oh
yes. After making all these well decisions in my life, you begin to think that you're smart. I put my children through something that I can't undo. I broke trust with my wife, community, and my children, and I'm very sorry. And he just went on, and the judge kind of
rolled his eyes.
Yeah, rolled his eyes, and he said,
Judge Wenzel for the win.
Yes, Div is blurred because she's ripping a bong. It is not obviously not my choice. This was Elb's choice to blur this, presumably because YouTube is cuck.
Yeah, the judge basically was like, you say that you've always been called smart, but with your degrees and what you knew what you were doing. You knew what you were jeopardizing.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah. So he's like, I don't know why you would make these decisions so late in your life when you have so much going on for you.
Right. So much to lose.
I think that's all of our question.
If it's due to your alcohol abuse that, helped you make these bad decisions, but I hope something changes in your life.
Wow.
And this is the catalyst.
There was some lady that met me in the bathroom.
Was she fat?
No.
Looked like a table waiter?
Huh?
Was she fat and looked like a table waiter?
No, she was
Okay,
like
it wasn't her.
lady. She said her name was Kay.
Okay.
Oh yeah. We know who she is.
Okay. She wants to do like an interview with you.
Let's go.
Yeah, happy to have her on.
Yeah, she wants you guys to reach out
Hey,
to her
Daisy, how you doing?
if you can.
Okay.
But yeah, that's
I have.
So anyway, yeah, that's it. So yes, next sentence: local confinement, 30 days in the Candy Ojai County Jail. It is deferred. So his sentence is stayed. I looked it up. It's actually listed on his on MCAS now. Oh, sorry, MCS. So yes, this is the Minnesota statute 152.18. It allows a first-time felony drug offender to opt for probation and have a chance to prevent a felony drug conviction from appearing on their record. First, the offender must truly be a first-time offender if it has been convicted before or opted for diversion. For prior offenses, they will be ineligible for the stay. So yes, if he finishes his probation, so the way the stay works is that the defendant pleads guilty, but the court holds on to the guilty plea and does not convict the person. So I guess my thumbnail's wrong. If the defendant completes probation, the charge will be dismissed, and publicly the defendant will not have a conviction on their record. However, a private record will exist. So the defendant is ever charged again, the previous file could deny them a stay of adjudication. So yes, there is his conviction has been stayed. So his sentence has been stayed. He has to complete his 5 years of probation.
Mm-hmm.
If he fails to complete his 5 years of probation, he will have to reappear before the court, and the court can reimpose the sentence or sentence him fully.
Yeah, they can change the sentence, increase it, change the sentence.
So yeah, they can. I don't know if the 30 days if the 30 days still applies, like if he still has to, because it does actually say maybe deferred. Deferred to compliant with probation. So I think if he completes the probation, he doesn't have to do the 30 days.
I think that's the general understanding. Yeah,
that's my general understanding too. That was Danny Allen's understanding as well. So there was.
So if he stays dry until August the 1st, he doesn't.
Well, I do have his. Hang on, I've got a
maybe.
I've got a go.
Well, since Nick is not allowed to drink, I'll drink in his honor.
So here are his conditions. Defendant must comply with the following conditions: do not use or possess alcohol or drugs except as prescribed. Random testing. Submit to random drug and alcohol testing as directed by agent and/or law enforcement. Must submit to a baseline test as soon as possible. Cognitive skills training. Cooperate with cognitive skills program as directed by your agent. So he's got to do a skills training thing, probably to cope with not drinking. He needs to remain law abiding. So
that's impossible.
Well, he's gonna have to pay his registration and his traffic fines, and
does that apply? Like, can you
follow all state and federal criminal laws?
Yeah, criminal laws. They're civil. Like they're not. I don't think
driving an unregistered.
Are they
vehicle,
criminal laws? Like, do they rise to the level of probation violation for a speeding ticket?
Is it in the criminal code? Like, yeah, that's.
I don't know. I think it's in the traffic code. I don't know. I don't know.
They're crimes, right?
No idea.
I'll check it.
Anyway, obtain permission from agent before leaving state. Do not use or possess firearms, ammunition, or explosives. Follow all state and federal criminal laws. Contact your probation officer as directed. Tell your probation officer within 72 hours if you have contact with law enforcement. So anytime he gets a ticket, he has to call his fucking.
Yeah, those are all misdemeanors. You drive without I've got the statutes. They're all misdemeanors, right? It's a state law. You have to register your vehicle.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yep. If you
tell your probation officer within 72 hours if you're charged with any crime. Tell your probation officer within 72 hours if you change your address, employment, or telephone number. Sign releases of information as directed. Cooperate with the search of your person, residence, vehicle, workplace property, and and things as directed by your probation officer. Follow all recommendations of discharge from Divine Hope Counseling, dated the 9th of November 2024. So that was his rehab,
quote unquote rehab,
quote unquote. Yeah. So I found this interesting.
Can I explain my beef with Nick? I don't know anything. I don't know that I'd necessarily have a beef with Nick, but Nick texted me and said we weren't friends anymore. So we're not friends anymore. And so that's the end of that story. I don't know what more to say than that.
That my heart breaks. Like I feel so bad for Kurt there. Like he seems so sad there. So like, what a petty little bitch.
You gotta learn. He's gotta learn. Gotta pick your friends better.
Yeah.
I've built me. You can't tear it down. Only I can. And if people everywhere need to take this fucking advice, no one can destroy you but you. If you are destroyed, you did it. Either you did the thing that someone else talked about, you did whatever that someone else leaked. If you act with honesty and integrity, no matter what the leaks are, no matter what happens, someone will go, all right, but I get it.
I don't think anybody's like, all right, I get it, but okay.
It's fucking no.
The Kiwi Farms put this together because last night he said he was going to stream, built it up, and then didn't.
Almost 11, and there's still no stream. And Baldo ain't streaming tonight.
The hell? Oh, it's because I switched to the other.
Almost 11, and there's still no stream. And Baldo ain't streaming tonight. It's 1 minute past 11, and there's still no stream. And Baldo ain't streaming tonight.
Anyway, so he did have a stream earlier today on Locals. Scarecrow.
You okay, buddy?
Yes, I'm okay. I'm okay.
He's crying into his beer.
Oh, I don't even drink beer. It's better cider. It's cider. Low sugar cider, which is more alcohol than Nick's allowed to have. So
when Nick starts streaming, I'll pull myself a drink just in honor of him not
exactly.
being able to for the next 5 years.
Exactly. That's why I'm just using up what's left in the fridge.
Because it literally says no drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, he can't tell you how much of.
He's got to be dry. He can't have a drop. He's got to be dry.
Yeah, he can't have firearms or ammo, can he?
Nope. No firearms or ammo.
Yeah, no, that's all taken from him too. Yeah.
No alcohol, no drugs, no firearms, no ammo.
So does he have to get rid of the alleged artwork?
I know. Well, that's not alcohol.
No, the artwork.
Pictures of alcohol.
No, the artwork. The artwork with the ammo.
He needs to be real fucking careful because if people even see anything on stream, like if he fucks up even once and it's on video,
yep, he's done.
100%. Like the A-logs, like people who actually want to see Nick in prison because I think it's funny, will 100% have his PO's name and his fucking email will be filled with videos.
I don't know.
Like,
I
honestly don't know.
Yeah.
Can Kayla have alcohol in the house? It can be, no, well.
Because her charges were dropped, but yeah, if Nick gets caught with it,
it's
yes, but it's going to be hard to argue that's not
right.
his
Do
alcohol.
not use or possess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in your house. It's
so
in your
if
house.
it's in his house, it's in possession. So Kayla's going to have to be sober as well.
Yeah.
And considering her crippling gummy addiction, it has to do something to make Star Trek entertaining.
Oh, that means no gummies.
Nick says so. Skibbo says Nick hiding behind my kids and using our wife and April as reasons why he cannot tell you the whole story, but an edited one to protect their privacy. So here's the breakdown, I believe, from Kiwi Farms. Chat comments on Nick's low weight, and he blames appetite suppression of cocaine. He repeats belief that the drugs should be legal because only hurting people with those substances like alcohol, being on probation as he is now, does not change that belief. Lots of people in his social circles knew all about the cocaine. He was never outright about it because he wanted legal deniability. This deniability did not help him in the end because some people made up bullshit that caused the raid. Pastor Mellon sent a letter to Nick saying he was no longer his pastor and was a general dick with nothing nice to say about him. Oh, dude. His pastor sent him a Dear John letter? Holy shit. That's insane. You know you fucked up when you're priest.
Yeah, man.
When your religious figure sends you a letter that says, "Yeah, I can't look after you anymore. You can't be part of my faith anymore."
Yeah, your soul's unsalvageable. You're going to hell, boy.
You're going to hell. Nick does not have the whole report, and there was more he was still learning about. The leaker broke the law to leak it. Oh, this is the CPS report.
Okay.
The reporters who got him raided were not from the church. Nick knows who they are. Each of the reports had some truth, but there were still lies. It was motivated by their concerns about his relationship with April. They got the government to police his personal relationship. One person supposedly told the police that their goal in reporting was to take the children away, per Nick. Nick has close contact with these people all the time. Cough, cough. It's his sister-in-law. It's Kayla's sister, which I'm pretty sure we knew that one of the people reporting was Kayla's sister. The sermon that Mellon had for Isa, that some theorized was directed at Nick, was not, because he would have prepared it weeks in advance, per Nick. Frank Diacona says the Bible says not to get the law involved and handle things privately. Pastor should have known better. That's an unforgivable sin. They'll burn for eternity. Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. Render unto God that which is God's. That's Jesus's words, motherfucker. It's Jesus telling you to obey the laws of man and obey the laws of God. Mm-hmm. Not to get biblical on Easter Sunday. Most people don't do drugs. Most people that don't do drugs are less Christian that do drugs. We should make the 10 Commandments more illegal than drugs. People that commit perjury and hate should be these fucking people. There's people in this Logos chat, man. Holy shit. Due to his small town venue, the judge was never going against the police narrative because the police be lying. They be lying. They planted those drugs. Those drugs are mine. Dude, he's going to be marching with BLM soon. He still has not gotten all the discovery he was supposed to. He doesn't want to badmouth his lawyer, but some arguments were not made well. Yeah, it's all the lawyer's fault, Nick.
It's not the advice
Nick wants to talk about Trump. He doesn't care what he does, but he's funny, and what he does to government is hilarious. Nick votes on tax policy and anti-war bases. What's an anti-war base? He does not really care who wins. He wants his son to not be in war. Trump's policy is fascist light and questionably constitutional. Like Nick likes presidents who advance knowledge of constitutional interactions within government. Trump talks to people that most governments ignore in favor of their donors. Nick has someone he knew from high school, Nick Stevens, who was a cop who lied on probable cause affidavits and eventually got fired. Nick was quick to say that he's not responsible. He's not representative of who all cops are. Yeah, Nick's going to have to be really nice to all police, like police in general, because they're the people who can violate his probation. Mm-hmm. Nick will show audio and video from his case to show people how the police procedure works and all the tricks they use. Nick was treated with undue hostility by the lead investigator, Quinn Pomplin. As an example, he was in custody and was remaining silent But then the investigator got up in his face when he was strung out and tired, not high at the time because he was sober when arrested. They treated him like a drug dealer.
I mean,
okay,
you kind of were.
He wasn't far from trafficable quantity. So
yeah,
Nick was told he would get their kids back the next day when he got out of jail, but they dragged their feet on the process. The investigator claimed to be watching Nick for months when his affidavit and records indicated that at most 7 days or less. You telling me police lie to you in interrogations? Holy shit, I had no idea. He also called April's mother and claimed she was on drugs without actually having drug test results. I mean, bitch, please. We all knew she was on drugs. We didn't need evidence to fucking see it. We could see it with our own eyes.
Yeah.
Nick attempts to win back his audience, talks about how he's protecting April and our wife, which is why he has carefully planned his explanations. Any holes and incongruities are because he's protecting them. See, if my story falls apart, it's not my fault. It's because I have holes in it to protect other people.
Therefore, I'm always on top.
His stream allegedly starts in 2 minutes and 50 seconds, but I doubt that will happen. All right, so taking his kids away was the worst thing they did to him. I agree that is the worst thing you can do to a father. Nick has to be careful about how he tells the story because there are two people that want to be gone and have left the internet, having his lowercase I internet, having his private life made public was traumatic. He never wanted it to come out. He does not want to do that to others. If he does tell their stories, he will plan it out in advance to protect their privacy. The government leaked documents and spread lies about him. So he thinks that Minnesota Public Records is a fed. Nick was not clear when he said he did not owe anyone an apology to most people. He did not understand how much people love to show, and he did not understand how his actions affected the audience because he saw the show as his and not shared with the show as it truly was a collaboration. He does owe an apology for depriving people of entertainment. No, you never need to. Actually, no, that's not fair. I feel bad when I don't do a show, so I understand where that's coming from. This same fucking Frank D'Ancona. Why are you here if you don't like Nick? Some people are just hateful demons, demonic monsters that delight in others' misfortune. They'll burn in hell for eternity, and their families will get cancer and die for their sins. Ah! Every disciple of Jesus was arrested. Every founding father on a wanted. Dude, are you seriously on Easter weekend? You are comparing a drug-addled lawyer from fucking Minnesota with Jesus fucking Christ. Jeez, good God.
Jesus Christ.
Nick starts seething now. He hasn't fully healed from the narc injury of his sentence. Nick was surprised about the 30-day jail sentence because his plea relied on the verbal understanding of no jail time. It was not in the actual plea document, though. It was a judge who broke with this and did it on its own as probation condition. Nick called people stupid for not reading his sentence. Then he admits the next sentence he was confused by the wording and had to ask for clarification. He claims the jail time will be gone on August 2nd if he complies well until then. Okay, so if he complies with his probation conditions, before up to August 1st, he won't have to do the 30 days in jail. But his probation doesn't actually start until August 1st.
Yep.
So if he doesn't fuck up before August 1st, he doesn't have to go to jail and do 30 days. If he fucks up before August 1st, he goes to jail and do 30 days, but he hasn't violated his probation. Nick was pursuing being cool with the drugs and new lifestyle with drugs and alcohol. He let go of all the other hobbies in pursuit of these new things. He says community service might be motor vehicle maintenance for the county. He cannot just do volunteer work anywhere he wants, like his church. It would be hard for him to find fun again because he had to get rid of things like he liked doing, e.g. video games, for reasons. Some of it involve other people and he cannot talk about it. Now the government is telling him he cannot do what he thinks is fun now. Sounds like someone bitched at Nick about his hobbies. He'll have to learn how to care about new things. Whinged about driving in, promised to show the schedule. Nick wants to do dirty hands work for community service, preferably on cars. Lol. Yeah. I forgive you, Nick. You ruined my weeknights for a year, but you'll come out even stronger with more perspective. When I got arrested for delivering Bibles, case dismissed, I'm going to need to see some evidence in that one. Arrested for delivering Bibles. It gave me many opportunities to help others feel compassion for prisoners and be a good example for a real Christian, in contrast to the fake Christian prosecutors and cops that God despises. What's the little diamond mean? Does that mean they're like a super duper like Baldo washer?
Not sure.
Probably.
Moving on to his stunning and brave defense, thanking Law of Self-Defense and Joe Good Logic, of course, two of the biggest Baldo washers. There are only two to three Lawtube streamers that are good. Good means good for Ricada means they didn't say anything mean about me, and they stood in front of every bullet that was fired in my direction. Branka and Joe get mentioned by name. Others Nick has seen are not pulling numbers, but at least they did it on their own. Nick fake laughed about that. Nick will stream tonight about the Branka debate with Beanie Pool and Lawtubers who cheered him going to jail when he did nothing to harm them or to critically think if the sentence made sense. I don't think anybody in Lawtube, so nobody in Lawtube said he was going to get jail. Like, I don't know where this concept comes from. Most Lawtubers are shocked there was even a jail sentence attached to this.
It's usually first offender.
Most I've seen were like 30 days in the hole. Goddamn.
Yeah, isn't it actually in the legislation that they get probation? It's a presumptive probation.
Yeah, well, that's right. This first offense. It's basically the case is suspended. You complete your probation, and then the whole thing goes. Yeah. Oh, no. Sean thinks it was too harsh. I think it's fair enough. I think it's more a matter of he fucked around. He did everything he could to piss off the court, and then finally just threw in the towel. So yeah.
What, like, so everyone in Lawtube was reading the law and went, yeah, he's not going to get time for this. And then they were all shocked that he got time for it because the law literally says it's presumptive, no jail time.
I'm pretty sure Nick's shocked he got time for it because it wasn't what he agreed to. So technically the judge went, yeah, that's nice. It's nice you've got an agreement there. But I'm going to add 30 days of jail.
Because you're a dick.
People think giving Nick will stream. People think giving the. By the way, Nick has not started streaming yet.
Not yet.
So just to clarify that we aren't miss. We'll snipe it. We'll see how interesting it is.
Bets on him actually streaming,
canceling the last minute, blue balling everyone again. People think giving a child a stimulant is a good idea or something you would do. Retarded. They would be bouncing off the walls with energy and distract him from partying he wanted to do. It'd also be dangerous, and he would not try to do it. Well, there's got to be an explanation there, Nicky boy.
This person's an idiot because,
well, if you've got a kid, if you've got ADD,
drugs. Here we go.
If you've got ADD, well. I can't comment. Subscriber only mode.
But you're subscribed.
Hypocrisy. Oh wait, I am. Oh, I won't unsubscribe in case I want to shit on
Hey,
anything.
what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs, actually criminal edition. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small yet suspended law firm in central Minnesota. Everything is coming up aces, and my, what a fucking year it has been. Woo! But it's good to be back.
Coke is a hell of a drug.
It's good to be back. I am
incredibly awkward. Yes, you are.
Yes.
Oh man.
Get to the point.
Why am I so skinny? Where'd my meat go? Like, I weigh way more than when I got arrested, so this will be great. But hey, it's great to see you all. It really is. I have been trying to figure out what exactly to do. For this whole comeback stream and life. you know, all of these things. These are the questions you ponder when you don't have anything else to do other than worry about going to prison.
Tugs in there,
but I'm not going to prison. That's the good news for me. In fact,
just jail.
People have gotten a lot wrong about my plea deal, about my sentencing, all of that stuff. So we're going to correct that today. We're going to go ahead and fix the bad reporting that happened.
I mean, Kenny says this is the crazy part. Even with the sentence, even the harsher punishment than any of the Lawtube still get, Nick still hasn't reported him. He still doesn't think he did wrong. Yeah. That's correct, Costy. Not going to prison
with
yet.
which the bad reporting was delivered, etc., etc. I don't know. It kind of just was illustrative of some people and their
big meaniness.
It's okay, Nick. You can say the names.
Authentic.
You can say
authenticity. I guess I was going to say authenticness. That's not even a word. I forgot how to do this. And do this, I mean English.
Authenticity.
But it goes right to their authenticity. But that's fine. You know, you do what you do, and life kind of just goes the way it goes. But in light of that, we're going to go ahead and, I guess, watch some of the reactions and the reporting.
He's so rusty.
Happened from my friends, from people who don't know me at all as well. And
like Kurt,
it was a really tumultuous week for me. And I'll talk through it, and I could tell some court war stories or whatever. Mostly post court. It's not really a war story. It was just being chased down by a weirdo.
Not rusty, so rusty.
And so we'll just go through a little bit.
Unlubricated.
That's going to be kind of the start of the show. It'll be fun, maybe, or it'll be boring. I'm not sure. I want everybody to know.
Yet?
I talked about this on Locals earlier.
This is the black ceiling cat.
This show is the return show, and it marks the actual like start up of.
Sorry, I can't.
Everything again.
If I have it on my primary display,
trying to get things started, and it was not working out with my personal schedule. It was not working out with a bunch of
that's shitty.
Different things, and then of course I had court looming. And it was like, well, I've waited this long. I'm not going to start now because I would risk messing up, a potential plea agreement, et cetera, et cetera. And so it was tough because it was like these, they felt like false starts, right? And one thing I don't want to do though, and I don't want to give people the impression that this is going to be a drama-based show. The show is going to be what it is.
Oh,
but
it's way too late for that.
I'm returning back to the higher focus on law and politics. I'm not going to sit here and run through, dramatic stories of my last year of life. I mean, we're going to have a little fun today, just because.
That's because he said he hated doing law.
The show's going to go back to what
stories,
people wanted it to be.
But you hate doing that, Nick.
Because that's what entertainment is. I mean, entertainment is the recognition of two things. One, that the audience doesn't actually know what they want, but two, recognizing that the audience knows exactly what they fucking want.
So Stevie says,
and you should deliver it.
Worse downfall than iDubbbz.
The problem
and
is that the
ironically,
audience
both
speaks one
involve
language, and the
random
people
seeing her tits,
speak a different language.
Like seeing his wife's
You
tits.
have to marry those two things really well. Sometimes you overstep. Other times your life is just an absolute shambles.
I was going to go with
instead of
both
doing,
cockery,
what you're supposed to do, and instead of doing your job, you
Well,
just do a bunch of drugs.
I don't think she ever
instead
fucked
because,
anybody. No.
You're trying
Like
to
Anissa?
escape.
Just
kind of-
Aaron.
she's an
trying to
OnlyFans
escape
whore. He's
situation
cocked.
Or thoughts or anything. I mean,
but
there's,
she didn't
there's a
take
ton
any
of
D.
reasons
Carla
why,
took D.
why I got into what I got into. And most of them you'll never hear from me. I mean, who knows what you'll hear. I guess it's possible. But you won't hear them from me. And that's okay. But know this.
That's right. At least Anissa got paid to show hers. Our wife didn't get a dime of that $50.
I really
that
like
went straight
doing
to the
this chat.
state.
And I've
she's
missed
a,
it.
she's
I
a
missed all
whore
you.
of the state.
Even though most of you are
that's
catastrophic
not fair.
assholes.
Sorry.
That's what I've liked about you the whole time. So that being said,
we're going to get back to basics. We're not going to sit and dwell on the life of Nick Rekieta, and we're not going to sit and talk about like how my day is all the time. I was doing that a lot because I was lazy and tired and beat down. And so I just wasn't.
I don't blame you. I'm lazy too.
Or wasn't willing to do the work, or I found something else to do after a while.
Like drugs.
People have attributed that to all sorts of stuff. The reality is
now that he can't have drugs,
really
he has to
burnt
find
out
something
and
else to do.
broken by a whole bunch of different things converging together.
Wait, you're saying we might actually get the 24-hour stream?
Used for all the
No, there's
decisions.
no
that I
Shit,
made.
you might get the 5,005.
But let me
locals
just
you
go
get.
ahead and be honest,
said he was
because
working
I'm
on
not
it.
going to bullshit you.
You said that for the last however many years.
Yeah. 24-hour stream when?
I made a lot of decisions that were really fucking fun, and I had a great time doing a lot of it. It just really sucks that what it ultimately led to was devastating for my family and me.
I don't know if that's set up yet.
And that's on me. That's my fault. That's I don't
do it, man. Because
I get real hesitant with, much to the chagrin of some people, with labels like addiction or whatever, because I feel like those things are excuses that people have for what they did. And I don't have excuses. I have explanations and reasons why I made decisions, but they're not. They don't excuse what I was doing.
Good choice.
And with that, like my choices are my fault, and
Is he
I get to spend some time making up to the people that I actually
believe so, yes.
hurt and impact with that. There are other people who have tried to involve themselves in that situation, and they can get fucked because they know nothing about it. It didn't affect them in any way, and they just have no claim to what was going on in my life. So that being said, though, my stuff is my stuff, and I've owned it to the court. I've owned it to the public. I have no intention of hiding from it or running from it. I did a bunch of drugs. I had drugs at a really bad time when my house got raided.
Got 700
and that was
viewers on
because of bad decisions that I made to use a bunch of substances while being on a live stream. At least 3. The cop was way wrong, though, on which ones. I mean, other than the cocaine. He really did not. He had no grasp of what was going on that. He's a drug recognition expert, and he knew nothing about any of it, because drug recognition experts are bullshit. You have to learn that right away.
He recognized you had
That's just the
cocaine on your
reality of
nose.
the
So.
trade.
But you don't
they're
have your
absolutely
drug
a
recognition.
complete
It didn't need to be a
catastrophe,
drug
and the system
recognition
is
expert to realize
engineered to fuck people over.
I'm surprised.
Did it fuck
That's
me over?
basically
No,
as being,
it did not. I actually got quite good
That's
results
basically all
for
that the cop
what
said.
I was facing.
Looks like coke
And,
to me.
I'm
Looks
really
like a
happy
stimulant.
with the fact that
This is
I'm
the
not in
biggest
prison.
return. Yes, this is true.
And not going to.
I'm
prison
surprised
for
that
it.
cop
We'll never
didn't.
get better than
Much,
this.
again,
Yes.
much to the chagrin
I'm
of bad
sorry. It
reporting
wasn't
lawyers.
coke. It was mescaline
That's
or
not
some
happening.
shit.
But this
Meat Candy says this guy is so annoying to
be
watch
clear,
now.
the
His
show
way of
will
trying to
be,
pseudo-intellectually
about
explain
stuff
things
I've
to
really been
people,
wanting to talk
like
about.
he's the only one on the internet with the
Trump has
intelligence to
been
understand
an
his enraging.
absolute gem.
He's
Well,
always
you
been
know,
like
Meat
this,
Candy.
Trump.
People always told Nick he
so
was smart.
funny That I just can't believe it. He renamed
told
the
the
Gulf
court
of
that?
Mexico to
Yeah.
Gulf
He
of
told the court
Mexico.
that.
Like, I
He told the court that people
cannot
always told him he
believe
was
it.
smart.
That's like walking into a Kentucky.
Like I said, I
that?
cannot fucking
He
wait
said
until
that.
we have the transcript.
Not today. This is Tennessee fried chicken now. It's a little north. It's not quite spicy enough to be south. It's
Yeah,
gotta go.
Stomo. Sorry,
Wait,
no,
it's the
Stomo. His
other
Trump
way.
impression is not as good as yours, Stomo.
You're stealing my bit.
They share a border.
This is property
just
of
as
Donald
long
J.
as the other
Trump.
border
I
that's
do not
shared by
approve
it,
this message.
and we're gonna rename it. They're both Kentucky and Kentucky other now. But he renamed the Gulf of
He
Mexico.
sounds like Dr. Evil when he
as
tries to be
trade
Trump.
flex, which is great. He's got tariffs coming, which are like they're gonna suck on prices for a bit, maybe. If they actually get fully implemented and have time to really affect the price chain. But the ultimate results of them are going to be it's leverage. It's leverage against countries that have treated the U.S. like it's not the most important trade partner that they have for far
So this
too
is
long.
to get them this man.
And
He knows he's a public figure subject to
he's
swatting
likely
because the circles
going to
in
get
and get
what
the
he
pile
wants,
of coke in his house.
out of these deals.
Exactly.
And I'm excited to see it.
I wouldn't call
More
under
important
an ounce of
than
coke
any
a
of
pile.
that, this man has set up
A kilo of
fucking
coke, sure, I'd call that a
political
pile.
boxing
But
matches
Enough
against
coke to get him a
legislature
third,
and
second
the
degree
judiciary.
possession
And
charge.
he is
well, it's just because he didn't
aiming
snort it that day.
to show that presidential power.
He was like
is what
1
I've-
gram away
like,
from being
like,
a first degree felony.
is what I've been saying
Yeah.
for years. It is way
Did they downgrade it from
then most
They
states-
downgraded
From
it to
state-
third
yeah.
degree.
From
Presidential
second.
power is something that's not.
They busted
tested.
him on second, but plead him down to third.
We just kind of assume that the president has these limits or doesn't have these limits. But when you go back through history and you look at the president coming up against the judiciary or the legislature, what they come down to is this reality. The president is at least half of the country popular. That's a fucking lot of popularity. That is prom king times
Not
at
really.
least 1.5,
Not
right?
really.
Like the president has somehow
You don't have to win
gotten
half the country to win.
half of the voting populace.
Geographically,
to
you do,
say,
don't they?
Geographically, you don't either.
That is way more than any of them.
You can win a
by
handful of
clear
states
mile. And
with
they
enough
know-
votes, like with
and they
enough
know
electoral
that
votes to still
behind
win.
every vote.
Yeah, but that's
is
what
a
they
potential
mean.
gun
And
for
even
the
then-
American
yeah,
who
even
could be
then-
pissed. And that is good.
You still need a majority
That
of
is
some
good.
No, you don't need a
That's a
majority.
good
If there's
thing.
3 people in the
Everybody
race,
else
you need a
like-
majority of the
Not
counties in
People,
those states.
have made the idea.
Just need some key
of a
counties.
Patriot.
If there were
who
4
is
people
armed
running
in
for
defense
president and they
of
were all
himself from
competitive,
tyranny and from
you could
foreign,
win the presidency
and
with
domestic
20
threats.
with 25% of the vote.
They've made that into a bad thing. But
And also,
it's
not everybody
It's
votes.
only a bad thing because government is
You're talking about
terrified
half of the
any number
half
of those
of the
getting together and going, you
quarter
know
of
what?
the people who vote,
We
or
have
half
tar,
of the half
we have
of people
feathers,
who vote.
we have lampposts,
The
and a whole shitload of
the
twine.
AP
Right in
News
Darwin, Minnesota.
I don't even think
final
half the voting
count
population
Twine in
votes.
Minnesota is right
is
nearby here.
49.9.
We have a
Half the
lot
illegal
of
population.
rope, and we have a
Half of
lot
all
of
illegals vote.
questions for the people.
Yeah, Trump is not.
that
Trump
they
is not as popular as
rule
people
over,
think. Like he's still
right?
very
They are
evenly
terrified
divided.
of that prospect,
in
and
terms
they
of
should
for-
be.
for
Now,
president,
imagine
he's popular.
that
Didn't-
one guy
yeah,
has
he's
convinced
not-
half
he's
of
more
those
popular.
assholes
You want
to vote for
He
him.
won.
He did better.
No one
I
else
understand.
Yeah, he did better.
in the country can
Yeah.
say that, except for maybe the the person who doesn't win the presidency, depending on how close it is. But
the
they don't
people are
end up
fickle.
in power.
Popularity only lasts so long.
Only the elected president does. The judicial branch has something like 18 guns. The president has something like 200 million. I mean, it's unreal. Congress, all they have are fat and gross old women who trip over their own breasts when they get scared of a peaceful mob or whatever. Trump has set up.
It's good that he's hitting all the
between
keywords for
himself,
Rumble.
the most popular man in the country by many measures,
Yeah.
by the
It's
only
like
official
Rumble's
measure,
dying.
and a bunch of people who aren't as cool as him. And he's also a billionaire, and he's also got a sense of humor, and he's also catastrophic.
Anyone else bored?
Of
Very.
relating to the everyman
Yeah.
in a way that
I'm
none
just
of them-
waiting for Minnesota public
I'm just
records.
going to have a look at
post.
the. Just going to have a look at the super chats. We all have fun. Call it what you will. None of us expect to get caught. Experimenting with all the apologetics. I love it. Love it. Why does that just keep going? Oh, I clicked it so many times. Love you, rackets. Miss you, brother. Ha! Gay! Holy crap, you back. How was prison? Lol joke.
Okay. Despite the fact that he's so
Those shoulders are even smaller than I remember. All right, we might stop this and get on with go back to Scarecrow.
Yeah, because
Does anyone know if
just
Minnesota-
posted something? I just put it in private chat as to what Nick is actually doing.
He's trying to just ignore it and move on.
Yeah,
which is kind of the advice
Trying to
I said. Like the advice I said ages ago was just go, just keep going. I think Nick Null says I figured out what his goal is. He's going to do the most boring political stream possible to freeze out any analogs and draw heat on with him. It's going to work. It's going to work. I'm unfeaturing this stream. It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
So
he's not going to win.
why would I listen? Why would I listen to
Locale of the year.
Nick's opinions on Trump when you can? Why listen to Nick's opinions on Trump when you can listen to my opinions on Trump as Trump? Why go with RC Cola? No offense, RC. When
And
you can
take
have
it.
Coke, when you can have the proper Diet Coke. I thought it was funny. Nick will try to play the audio of the CPS worker telling them about positive cocaine test the day before the hearing. He needs to ask Quayla if it will be all right. The state never proved anything about the positive test. They just implied about it. Well, no, they just presented the test.
The results. Yeah.
Nick's TDS levels are lower though. Has anyone ever drank a diet RC?
I've never even had RC.
No.
I've had RC cola.
Yeah,
I've had LA cola.
Yeah, I've had
I've
LA
never
cola.
seen Diet RC.
Yeah,
Or
I don't think I've
Diet
ever seen Diet RC.
Like
that's
not something
regular or extra
That is so
sugar.
true.
Jesus fuck. The state never proved anything about the positive test. They just implied it. Nick was not given the opportunity to rebut it. He could not retest because they were not in their custody, and the state said they were not interested in retesting. They had nothing on Nick until that test, so they didn't want to cast doubt on it. I'm pretty sure they had 24 grams of cocaine on Nick.
No, that wasn't on Nick. That was in Nick's possession. There's a big difference.
Well, that's in his possession, yeah. Nick will show how cocaine and metabolites get into hair samples. He has studies. He can show it's not been proven that his daughter was exposed. Please, I have studies. I have studies.
I have sources.
No, you don't.
Nick claims one of his children reported something about the case workers that he refuses to elaborate on. Held together Aaron's marriage, alleged physical abuse, claims to have a letter by Aaron that would have helped the case he pled guilty to. Judge thinks Nick ghost wrote all 3 letters.
Oh no,
that's hilarious. He thinks Nick ghost wrote all of the letters, dude.
I only think 2 of them.
Sent him.
No, I definitely think. What's her name? Megan Fox wrote her letter.
Yes.
She's a journalist.
The letters to the judge.
The letters to the judge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Nick,
the letters
Nick
from
thinks
Nick.
only the drug user is harmed by substance abuse. His classes on accountability were fun. You can't teach a narcissist empathy. Nick claims that one of his children reported behavior on the part of someone connected to the county government that made them uncomfortable and would infuriate people if they knew what it was. So fucking tell us. The jail in there got mad at that and threatened to have all the children taken from family foster care if they did not stop. When they denied the drug retest on the children, the investigator was literally smiling because she believed Aaron that he was a cult leader. Dude, Aaron was being funny. If Nick actually helped Aaron and April's marriage 6 to 10 times. Yes, I know. Whenever I dick my friend's wife, that's helping their marriage. But Aaron is just angry at him. He would not have done that if he knew Aaron was an abuser, as Nick now claims. Nick does not believe in marriage as idolized by people based on a bad reading of Jesus's words. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Nick's going to try and justify polyamory because Jesus. You
Let's
just
scrap
misread
all
Jesus' words.
The years of him talking about his marriage.
Bro.
Is Nick converting to Mormonism?
Jesus' words. Actually, I'm going to ask Grok to make an argument. Make an argument using Jesus' words that allows for polygamy, multiple wives.
Didn't Solomon?
I'll see what Grok comes back with. This Old Testament, man.
I'm not Christian. You know that. I don't know this
when
shit.
Jesus came back, all that before me is done. So the laws before don't apply.
As in we start again.
As in we start again.
Yes.
Yeah.
But aren't the 10 Commandments?
I
Old
bring
Testament?
to you a new covenant.
But aren't the 10 Commandments?
That's why Christians don't have to. That's why Christians don't have to fucking circumcise their kids, because the covenant is gone.
Yeah, you should have told my parents that.
Oh, that was a choice. All right, let's see what Grok came up with. New Testament records Jesus teaching primarily in Gospels. He does not explicitly address polygamy or the permissibility of multiple wives. However, one could construct an argument on his words. Grok's a Christian. and broadly biblical context, while acknowledging the speculative nature of such an interpretation. It relies on an indirect reference rather than clear endorsement. Below is an argument using Jesus' words and principles rooted in the provided context. In Matthew 5:17-20, Jesus says, "Do not think I have come to abolish the laws of the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them." He emphasizes the spirit of the law over rigid legalism, focusing on the heart's intent. Matthew 5:28 on lust. Polygamy was practiced in the Old Testament and regulated under Mosaic law. Without explicit condemnation, Jesus' silence on polygamy, combined with his fulfillment of the law, could imply that moral permissibility of multiple wives hinges on the intent and righteousness of the relationship, not a strict prohibition. The heart is committed to love. The heart is committed to love, provision, and justice for each wife. One might argue this aligns with Jesus' focus on love and fairness. Love is the greatest commandment. So as long as you spread your love around, you're doing what Jesus said. Critics would so counterpoints and limitations. Jesus would note that Jesus' references to Genesis 2:24 in Matthew 19:4-6 implies a monogamous ideal, as one flesh suggests a singular exclusive union. The cultural shift towards monogamy in first century Judaism and early Christianity, 1 Timothy 3:2, requiring church leaders to be the husband of one wife, supports this view. Additionally, Jesus' silence on polygamy could reflect its declining practice rather than approval. The argument for multiple wives thus relies on an inference and Old Testament precedent, which some interpret as superseded by Jesus' teachings on marriage's sanctity. So there you go. It's you can have it both ways as long as you interpret it the right way.
I thought the clergy weren't allowed to be married, or is that just Catholicism?
That's a Catholic doctrine, one that I disagree with vehemently.
Yes.
So, but that dates back to like maybe it's the first. Maybe it was the First Vatican Conference. I know it doesn't date back to the Council of Nicaea. There are a few times where like all the people met and went, "Oh no, this is." Eric the Red says, "Thermo, I'm Catholic, but I don't remember the scripture that also says you can have your wife get run through by bulls in the Caribbean. Do you know the scripture where Jesus talks about that?"
Yeah, that's Ask Clapulations 4:20:69.
Eric, I can tell you it's probably somewhere in Deuteronomy. And woe unto thee, the Negro, who did pound Lot's wife repeatedly. When they fucking Christ, I'm going to hell. Nick actually helped Aaron in his marriage. Does not believe marriage is idolized by Jesus. It leads to a place that ignores the people involved and their mental health. Catholics like their priests lustful and secretive. This is why I do not agree that the Catholic Church should have ever abolished. Like, that's the one thing the Anglicans got right, is that they allow their priests to marry.
Well, there's a question for you. How many?
You go.
How many pedos in the Anglican Church?
Anglican, as opposed to the Catholic.
I would hazard a lot fewer.
And that would go to.
I haven't heard of an Anglican pedophile priests, but I've heard of plenty of Catholic pedophile priests.
Now, could that just be that it's like, oh yeah, it's not the Catholic,
or just in general?
Catholic priest,
just in general
scam, but like a scandal. But
I could have sworn there was at least one in Australia.
I'm sure there's one.
I will ask Grok. Let's see.
Hang on, Tim. Are you talking about Anglican priest pedo or Anglican priest?
Anglican priest pedos. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure pedophiles are overrepresented in that, like, comparatively.
There's no definite. Grok says there's no definitive global figure.
No, the Orthodox didn't get it right.
Yeah, in Australia, there was a royal commission identified 569 alleged perpetrators within the Anglican Church between 1980 and 2015, but it doesn't specify how many were arrested or convicted. Yeah,
all right, but does it say how many for Catholic?
I didn't ask Catholic. I just asked specifically.
We'll just say how about Catholic?
Yeah, I'll follow it up. How many Catholic? Let's see.
No, by definition, the Catholics can't be the ones going rogue. The first pope was St. Peter. So,
at least when it comes to Australia, the same Royal Commission found 4,444 alleged incidents. So like 10 times more. Eight times more Catholic than Anglican.
Yeah. So it's a factor of 8. So.
Which is
that's a lot.
It's odd because Anglicanism is the predominant one in Australia.
Yeah,
which makes it even worse.
Yeah, that's right.
If there's more Anglicans and less Catholics,
there's more chance you've been in an Anglican church than a Catholic one.
Well, I have been several times. Weddings.
Nick has a handwritten letter from Aaron where he admitted to all the bad things he had done. He had it, but no one knew he had it. He could have shown it at trial and then implied it would have been very effective at discrediting Aaron. He still has it. Nick only had 3 letters to the court because he didn't want to flood the judge with letters. Judge thought Nick ghost wrote all 3 letters.
Mm-hmm.
That's so fucking funny. I really want to see this fucking transcript. I really do. Like the judge calling him out for calling himself intelligent. Like, well, people always tell me I'm really smart.
To be fair, though, if someone's like, hey, can you write me a letter for court? I'd be like, I have no idea what you want me to write. You write the letter, and if I read it and agree to it, I'll sign it. I don't have an issue with that personally.
It's 2025, Baldo. Just ask AI to write it.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, I wouldn't know what they want specifically. Like, are there specific phrases you want? Is there a certain topic you want me to hit? Like,
content
you're a good person because 10 years
it's
ago
a character
we were
reference.
Good mates.
It's a character reference. I would have thought it'd be self-explanatory.
Also, I'd be like, I ain't got no time for that. Write the letter and I'll sign
Anybody
it.
got time for that?
Exactly.
Nick claims he didn't hurt anyone while on drugs, and people acted like he killed someone. A Kiwi farmer called him worse than Manson. Nick knows the poster well enough. It did not seem like a joke because they did not joke a lot in their posts. So Nick is on the farms enough to identify individual posters and realize that this person doesn't joke a lot. Fucking Christ. Yes. Delusional takes. This guy needs therapy. Yeah, you can't fix a narcissist. Agreed. Let's check in on Nick Riccata, shall we?
Where I would prefer people to support the show. This is it. 1, it's funny. 2, the cut. The cut is way lower. Super Tip takes 10%. YouTube takes notoriously 30%.
Oh God!
Oh, here he is shilling super.
Here we go.
What's the website look like?
They take 30%.
I saw people talking in the other Discord saying that this would be against TOS. Is that true? Is it against YouTube TOS to use super tips?
From memory, it is against the TOS to push people to other platforms.
Oh, you saw me on Dr. Phil in 2007? I've done a lot since then, but all right. Okay, I get it. Yes, he was as bald in person as he is on TV. Can we turn these off already?
Football is the one thing Nick can never steal from me. And if I don't get these 12 cents and hit the goal, I'm not going to be able to get box seats to the Vikings. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats. You got to give.
If you need a lawyer, just hit me up. Transfer my retainer into my commissary account.
Who's Pigsaw?
You're listening to Pigsaw and the other guy. I'm going to ring my triangle and the other guy is going to pretend like I said something life-changing.
That's funny.
PPP.
That's funny.
Hey there, I'm comedian Patrick Melton, host of the show Nobody Likes Onions and loving husband to Kathleen. You may recognize me from the 2013 Sandra Bullock movie Gravity, where I played the planet Earth. Sign up to Overdose. It's only $10.
Wait, so you can voice text to speech using one of these
text
people?
to speech, yeah.
Using one of these people's voices?
Using one of these people's voices, yeah. It's the same as the thing Melton has. I'm pretty sure this is Melton's thing.
That's what I've heard.
Let's do a bit of internet investigations, shall we? Let's see who the registrar is.
hilarious if he was dumb enough to put his own details in.
Yeah. I'm betting it'll be registered through
GoDaddy or something.
Cloudflare or something. Yeah. Namecheap, so even worse. So it's registered on Namecheap, hosted on Cloudflare. It was registered on the 5th of August, 2023. So, where does Super Tips and go? Terms of service. The site.
Nevada.
We are Patrick Melton doing business as Super Tips GG, a company registered in Nevada, United States. There's the PO box.
And what percentage do they take?
10%. So every dollar is you're giving 10 cents to Melton.
So theoretically,
and your details.
Oh shit! Well,
yeah. If you're retarded enough to actually put your details in,
yeah.
So theoretically, if someone were to report Nick
with YouTube signing
based on what he's just said
off.
about super tips,
no, I don't like.
I'm not suggesting anyone do that.
From memory, it was if you're telling people to,
abandon YouTube, go do.
We're going over to Rumble now. Everyone, we're going over to Rumble so we can do shit on Rumble that we can't do on YouTube.
Yeah, you're not allowed to imply that you're doing stuff.
Yeah.
Like the continuation is over in Rumble. That was definitely one of those naughty.
No.
But I do remember something about
who are they using as payment processor? I'm going to take a stab and say Stripe.
I remember off platforms
wouldn't surprise me.
Monetization is something.
Purchase and payment. Actually, let me just search. Stripe.
Terms of service. Stripe's not on that page at all.
We accept the following forms of payment: Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover, and PayPal.
Would you reckon they let you do that PayPal in full?
Oh my god!
If it's enabled, yeah, you can do it on pretty much anything. I've done it on a pizza.
That'd be hilarious.
I'm surprised
you're
but I thought it was hilarious
able
to
buy.
I do it on all my eBay purchases just because.
Yeah, I do too, but I use the Afterpay.
Oh, okay.
Just because I like to keep my credit up there, so that if I ever do need it, I've got it. It's accessible.
I just like it so it kind of spreads out the purchase, so it's not all in one.
So yes, this belongs.
Yeah, but when
to
you're buying a
Melton.
$4 item and you push it across, you push it
$1
across
every month or 2 weeks. Yeah, okay.
And that's the thing. Well, paying for is free, so
Yeah,
there's no.
I used to
there's no
use it. Yeah. Nowadays, I just put it on my credit card and pay that off
I don't
ASAP.
I don't have any reason not to talk about what people are saying. I'm not bound by anything, and I don't owe anyone anything. Super Tip it's like a collaborative system. You just decide to use it, and people can use it or not use it.
So there's
I prefer
2,700
from the
watching
creator
on
side
YouTube and another
as,
1,000 on Rumble.
The fact that they take less of the cut. I get
doubt it.
Those things are meaningful to me. But also, I love the creativity, and I hope you guys have fun with it. But if you don't want to use it, don't. The criticism that some people have is that you, quote unquote, have to give your info to the creator of Super Tips, which is actually just a business. And
No, it's not. It's an individual.
Happens to have.
It's an individual. No, it's not a business.
I guess
this
We
isn't
are
even
Patrick,
an LLC.
we are Patrick Melton
created it.
operating a super tip.
Yes, this is literally an individual. This is not an LLC. This is an individual, Patrick Melton, doing business as Super Tips GG.
Oh, some fucking lawyer didn't even read the terms and conditions.
Yeah. So, which is not a fucking good idea. Like if I were Patrick Melton, if I were a lawyer who was friends with Patrick Melton, I'd be advising, especially if I specialized in setting up LLCs, like I had done for myself, then I would definitely be advising Patrick to set up a fucking LLC for this.
Are you speaking as Nick Ricator right now?
I'm speaking as Nick Ricator right now.
Gotcha.
So, because I'm not seeing any reference to an LLC here.
No, he's saying, yeah, he's saying
He's a sole trader,
Melton as the
Patrick Melton, the individual, is doing business as Super Tips GG.
Which means anything that goes wrong and he gets sued, and Super Tips
he's
GG
personally
gets sued
liable.
for.
Yeah, but that's
So
the
he could
point
be,
of
he
having
could
an
be
LLC.
fucked for the rest of his life.
He could be fucked for the rest of his life. Yeah,
because of some small thing that happened, an oversight of some sort.
Yep.
Like using someone's likeness without their permission.
Yeah. That is indemnification. You agree to indemnify and hold harmless. This is all pretty boilerplate.
It's even contact us, Milton, at a PO box.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Should I call that number?
Yeah, do it. Just put
I get enough spam calls. Oh no, I don't need to. I've got a US I got a US virtual number. So.
Well, you gonna call it or should I?
No, I'm not gonna fucking call Melton. Anyway.
Do you want me to put it on speaker?
I fucking call the
But people say that that by using super tips, you're doxing yourself. What they mean is when you go to use a super tip system, you have two options. You can pay directly by credit card, in which case you obviously have to provide a credit card to a business along with your name and information
to a person
to process a payment. Or you can sign in using Google or maybe some other. I don't know if there's any other API interfaces, but your Google account can sign in and you can make payments that way just through your defaults on Google Pay. If you're not comfortable with that, don't ever use it. Nobody gives a shit. There you go. If you recognize that this is a business and that we're those people to collect and distribute any of that info, it would be wildly illegal, obviously public, and they would be fucked into oblivion and their business would go out.
Well, and of course, no one ever does anything illegal.
That's like saying you're doxing
Ralph.
yourself buying something at Walmart with a credit card.
Because Ralph,
you are
yeah, but
Walmart, who then has a professional responsibility of protecting that data. And when these companies, when
Walmart doesn't give a shit about the people.
whereas Patrick Melton is a fucking weirdo.
That they have to do.
Any A-logs that use it, Patrick Melton might get his pennies in a twist.
Victims of that data breach, and super tips wouldn't be immune from that in any way that any other company. It's subject to the same rules as everybody else. If you do payment processing for anything, you have a responsibility with the data. But again, if you never use it, that's cool. It's fine by me. But let's see what it is. We've got some right here waiting. I got some special voices made, and we've got more coming just for this channel. Let's see if you recognize them.
Welcome back, Nick. Thank you for not killing yourself.
You better not forget my meat fridge at Hackamania.
You better be at Boston Road Rage too.
Holy shit. So it turns out I need to mirror my thing a little bit because I didn't test this on StreamYard, but let me fix that real quick. That's not hard to do. I think. Holy shit.
And he spends 20 minutes trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Mirroring.
I wonder how he actually
Now I
integrates
can
it.
do it here. Can I mirror this? We'll fix this real quick and then transform. Yeah. Flip horizontal. And then we'll try the next one. This should work now.
What's he doing?
Yeah, so you can see how it works. It is a system in which you can have AI
Probably
voices
moving
say
something
a
so
whole
you
bunch
can
of
actually
shit.
see it.
There is some level of filter on it, and the filter is not clear. I've actually put in a request to management to have clarity on the filter and have the ability to unfilter certain things. I have a Matthew Harris voice. Like, there are certain things that Matthew Harris
that's a
must
callback.
be able to say.
It's missing the Pope
Asian
hat.
Businesses, this man is coming for that booty. So yeah, but as this gets further developed, hopefully we'll get a little bit more control over specific things. Maybe exempting.
After it says Nick says the lighting of a prison basement. Well,
He's preparing himself.
What he's used to.
I have ideas. I'm dumb. they partnered with me. They said, here, you can sign up to do super tips. And I was like, okay, that sounds great. That's the extent of the partnership, to be clear.
I just want to point out when he says they, he means Melton.
It allowed me to use their platform. I'm the whiniest fucking guy about adding stuff and features specifically that I want to see implemented. Because like if I have the ability to talk to a developer, let's develop. I'm the guy using the product. I want to tell you how to make your product better, and I want you to listen. And since the
worst people,
maybe they want me to.
You don't know anything about software, Nick. Fuck off.
Maybe they'll listen. So okay, let's see if this one's fixed.
Nobody knows how to complain. He knows how to Karen and all.
Nick has risen again. I just hope I get a creamy treat in my Easter basket. Yum yum.
Oh damn it!
What did you think
here we
would
go.
happen
You can see how
mirroring it?
these work. Feel free to play around with it. Send in chats. Whatever. Wait, is it backwards on YouTube now?
Of course it's mirrored, you dumbass. You've mirrored it.
Shit. It's backwards in the stream. So wait, was the first one not backwards in the stream? I know why.
Why isn't that working?
Okay. Sorry. That's
professional
YouTube is flipped.
Yep.
So I assumed it was flipped for you guys, but it wasn't. I can unflip it. No big deal. That's my bad. Flip.
Oh, we're gonna do another 10-hour stream.
Okay, this should fix it. So when I look at the preview on StreamYard, I'm seeing it backwards from what you guys see, which is really weird. I just noticed it when I looked over at YouTube.
Doesn't he have like a
giant
giant?
StreamYard?
But anyway, okay. So here we go.
Doesn't he have like a giant 70-inch monitor?
Hello,
in front of him.
Might know me as Nick's lick up boy, or the guy that handled my ex-wife's hand while, well, Nick looks like you made the goal and more already. Please send me your semen I truly miss.
Oh God, damn it! This is a terrible idea. Don't do it.
So why did you do it?
No.
Kenzie Reeves is so cute. I can't wait till she turns 18.
That's what? Okay, the first part of that is not true. The second part of that, I don't know what just happened.
I swear to God, he idolizes Melton at this
thanks
point.
for the
He's
tip.
like, Melton's a successful comedian.
As always. Hold on just a second.
And I want to be a successful comedian, so I'm just going to do
we're
what
gonna
he
take
does.
those off for this until I'll have to readjust that.
Yeah, that's just about enough
because-
of that. Let's do normal news. Let's dismiss the cats.
Oh, bye, kitties.
And go back to actual news. So all the 11 people who are watching can now go back to doing the important thing they were doing.
An hour and 40 minutes in.
Josh Shapiro says, last night at about 2 a.m., my family and I woke up to bangs on the door from Pennsylvania State Police after an arsonist set fire to the governor's residence in Harrisburg. The Harrisburg Bureau of Fire was on the scene while they worked to put out the fire. We were evacuated from the residence safely by Pennsylvania State Police and assisted by Capitol Police. Thankfully, no one was injured and the fire was extinguished. Every day we stand with law enforcement and first responders who run towards danger and protect our communities. Last night they did so for our family, and Lori and I are eternally grateful to them for keeping us safe. Pennsylvania State Police is on the scene leading this investigation, and I will keep the public updated. So yes, sure enough, a fucking lunatic set Josh Shapiro's house on fire.
What? The governor's house?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's the house he and his family live in.
Yeah.
So this is the.
No, I thought it was the governor's residence, not his house.
That's the same thing. Where you live is your house.
Yeah, no, I get that. I thought it was like.
I'm not implying he owns it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they're coming to get Nick. So this is the guy. Totally.
Oh, he looks
totally,
stable.
He looks totally stable.
Yeah.
Stable genius. His name's Cody Balmer. Expected to face charges of attempted murder, terrorism, and aggravated arson. So here's the police statement.
So I can confirm at this point, as we put out already, we are conducting an arson investigation, and we're conducting an attempted homicide and aggravated arson investigation. That is the paradigm that we've operated in. A lot of the investigative tasks have focused on the who up until this point. Obviously, we're trying to piece together very early on the exact sequence of events. We were late in coming out here because we were getting rapid information as it was occurring. And I'm pleased to announce that we do have an individual in custody. His name is Cody Balmer, Balmer, age 38, with a Harrisburg Post Office address. In terms of the sequence of events, because of the thrust of the investigation concentrating on the who, I want to be very deliberate in my...
Wait, the who did it? I didn't know the who did it.
Oh, no.
I thought they broke up.
Comments as to the how and exactly the time frame. What I do feel
Wait, I know the who. I've never heard of the how.
Confident in saying at this point is that we don't anticipate any charges for conspiracy. But again, I'd reiterate my qualifier that I mentioned earlier, that we are still very much inside the first 24 hours.
So here's some more photos, some bigger photos.
That's an interesting name for a hooker. The first 24 hours.
We're inside the first 24 hours. It looks like only one room went up. It looks like the entrance, the foyer.
Yeah.
So here's the residence. Here's what it looks like.
They kicked through a window or something and threw a molly in there.
Yeah, it was a Molotov. So
yeah. Or throw a rock through it and then throw a molly.
That's pretty light on the detail about the residence there.
Well, it's right on next to the street. It's not like 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue where you
it's not a fortress. It's just a house. It's a mansion.
On a street. Like, damn.
Like, so, but it looks like one room was just torched. So, and that looks like an entrance. Though,
well, yeah, if you go back to the image of the house on that page, it
looks like this upstairs.
No, because there's windows either side of the
because
door.
If you look at go back to this tab. So that's looking at the outside. So you've got this, and then you've got two windows
right next to the door.
Yeah.
It looks like it's the bottom.
Yeah, it's
Plus,
not
look at that
not
tree.
this one. This is a front door. Must be on the other side of the house.
Must be then. Okay.
Let's see if we can get a better picture of the governor's residence so we can figure out what room it's in. Obviously they sleep upstairs. That's the layout of homes built back then. Let's see. Images.
Does it say when it was built?
I bet all the images are going to be it on fire. Okay, so this is at the back of the house.
Oh, okay. So what, the rear
that's at the back of the house.
something?
The rear entrance, like the entrance to the garden. So he's gotten in the back of the fucking house because of security and managed to hoof a Molotov through the back door or through one of the back windows, probably the back window. Fucking hell.
Well, it's surprising that the two side windows have been almost completely destroyed, but the one above the door is intact completely.
Yeah, the arc door. Yeah, I'd say it went through this window.
That's the one with the most damage.
That's the one that's got the most damage, yeah.
I was saying he probably threw a brick or a rock through it and then followed with the molly because you're not going to risk the Molotov hitting the window
and hitting the
and
outside
shattering.
of the house, yeah.
That's not really going to do much.
Not that we're giving people advice on how to fucking firebomb a house.
No, this is from experience.
Just unintentionally.
From theoretical experience.
That's right. Well, it works in practice. What about in theory? The recording says, meet the man who firebombed Josh Shapiro and his family as they slept. Take it in. You won't see this picture tomorrow in the news. Won't we? Won't we see the photo in the news? So here's his picture. There's is it not? Is he right? Is it not in here? Oh, there you go. It's not in the Daily Mail article, at least. Maybe because it's his fucking kids, but okay.
Yeah, I'm not too sure they're going to show kids.
Biden supporters should not exist. Where were you on his first run? Are you aware of the trash he is? As for the second, still knew what scum he is. Now did y'all forget?
Where are
this
his
was-
anti-Trump posts?
Yeah, I don't think you're in that article. Let me find them.
Because it sounds like they're trying to paint him as a Trump supporter.
Yeah, well, they did straight away try and paint him as a Trump supporter. Yeah, the crop out the black family and then call him white supremacist. Let's see. God damn, I keep hitting delete instead of here we go. Don't forget he's a registered socialist. Reached the point with liberal absurdity of what they're calling socialist MAGA now. Yeah, fuck. Here's the fuck. I think the fuck Trump was actually overlaid. I'm pretty sure that's not the original photo. Biden owes me $2,000. According to him, a registered socialist, he was neither a Democrat or Republican, frequently shared links from anarchist accounts. This guy's a fucking anarchist.
Yeah.
Like
anti-Semitic as well.
Anti-Semitic as well. Yeah, it's yeah, we'll get to that. But yeah,
they currently entwine.
I thought this was quite a good statement.
We don't know the person's specific motive yet, but we do know a few truths. First, this type of violence is not okay.
It's not okay.
This kind of violence is becoming far too common in our society. And I don't give a damn if it's coming from one particular side or the other.
Thermo?
Directed at...
Sorry.
Is this Shapiro?
This is Josh Shapiro, yeah. This is Governor of Pennsylvania.
Okay. This is him making a statement, all right?
Yeah.
One particular party or another, or one particular person or another. It is not okay. And it has to stop. We have to be better than this. We have a responsibility to all be better. We don't know the person.
Yes. Political violence is 100% not okay. Whether it's shooting
bad.
Trump, whether it's shooting at Trump,
bad.
whether it's trying to firebomb Josh Shapiro's fucking house, like not okay, not fucking cool, man.
I like that he made the statement.
No, I disagree. Because no, helicopter rides are political violence.
No, that's political.
I like that.
No, I'm
no,
sorry.
because
You
communists
thought I was
aren't
gonna
people.
well, actually, that
No,
come on,
no.
seriously.
When you
Because communists aren't people.
I know what you mean. I'm just
You're
making
returning them to their natural state.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
You're just releasing them into the wild.
So yeah, I like that he made the statement. That's good. More left politicians should be making statements like that. My question is, why is it only happening now?
The statements.
What? Yeah, is it because they're being attacked, or do they actually believe it and they just haven't had the ability?
I'm pretty sure
to
he came out and
state
made
it?
a very similar statement when Trump got shot, because that was in Pennsylvania as well.
Okay, fair enough.
So the guy's not a lunatic. Like there are
But
lunatics there are lunatic Democrats. Josh Shapiro isn't one of them.
But not president
So
material.
but he's an outlier.
He's an outlier. Yeah.
He is an outlier.
Unfortunately,
He's not a lunatic. Oh, so he's not a normal Democrat.
Cody Balmer, the arsonist who tried to kill Josh Shapiro, loves guns and hates Joe Biden. At first blush, you might reasonably assume he's a maggot until you notice he's posting memes from a communist group. Far left, violence and anti-Semitism. Yes, that's right. Both the far left and the far right love violence and hate the Jews.
Horseshoe theory.
Yeah, that's right. It's a fucking circle theory. Ouroboros theory. Yes, Pennsylvania arson suspect allegedly targeted the governor over his stance on Palestinians. He doesn't have TDS like Cuomo does. Fuck off. All right, let's move on to something we can all agree on. Caramello Koala, Anthony. We talked about it last week, but he's been released on bail. His bail was reduced from $1 million down to $250,000. Here he is being released.
Because he's a good boy and didn't do nothing wrong.
Yes, because he's just a poor innocent baby angel Aladdin who didn't do nothing.
We're up.
Look out of my face, bitch!
Why were you armed? Carmelo, why were you armed at school?
This is a good question.
Self-defense. How is this self-defense?
Oh yeah, I saw that stabby. Yeah. Had the dad thrown out, and then did a whole like, this is terrible. This is this is an attack on us. How dare you?
What he was referring to in that was because the cops walked him out, and then like all the cops shook the dad's hand.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, see, they're against us, black people. It's like, no, he's against niggas stabbing people. That's what they're against. Yeah. They're against niggas stabbing people. Stop being a fucking nigger and stabbing people, and you won't be oppressed, you dumb fucks. It's that fucking simple.
This is the latest meme going around. People in like action figures. Is this the AI Twitter meme this week? Because every week is just punctuated by a new AI theme. I saw this one and thought it was hilarious. The Carmelo Anthony Not Guilty collection. But he brought his own folding chair, so it's fine. Sarah Fields says Dominic Alexander, a felon who beat a baby to the point of brain injury, is acting as an advocate for Carmelo Anthony's family, is angry that I exposed him for who he is, a grifting racist pot stirrer running a fraudulent organization. He called me out by name during his press conference. He held up my posts, including Carmelo's arrest report, which I obtained through a FOIA request, and a post in which I was threatened, a strange choice to highlight, among others. He claimed my intent was to interfere with Carmelo's family receiving assistance. This man has placed a target on me and my family for reporting the truth and investigating him and his organization. This is who he is, and I will not be intimidated. I'm no stranger to threats. I've received them nearly every hour for the last 4 days. It will likely get worse. Please pray for my family.
Never heard of this woman. This is the kind of despicable things.
So this guy represents the NGAN, or the Next Generation Action Network. Think Rainbow Coalition for those people old enough to remember the Rainbow Coalition.
That led to the father.
Rainbow Coalition was Jesse Jackson's organization that basically did what all these black activist groups do now. So racially agitate.
NGAN. Niggas gonna always nigger.
Fucking hell. That's very good, Baldo. Niggas gonna always nigger.
Here. Political operative motivating this family with hate.
They're motivating this family with hate. I would think if you do this for a living, like an actual fucking living, if you're a race hustler for a living, you would at least be good at public speaking, like impromptu speaking. You wouldn't incorrectly speak. If there's one thing you can say about the Reverend Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton is that when they speak, they're fucking eloquent, my guy.
Yeah, but he's not there to talk to the whites.
Like
he's there to rile
He's
up
there to
the
talk to the blacks.
So it doesn't matter how good he speaks. If he speaks like a white person,
He don't speak
the blacks
good.
aren't going to listen to him. He speaks like a black man. He's one of them.
So speak retardedly.
These are the type of lies that are threatening this family.
Today, Junior.
Posting the family's picture.
Like, we know these guys are probably illiterate.
These are the type of lies.
Posting the family's picture is lies? How the fuck does that work?
She's getting millions.
Oh,
of
I know
views.
what it is. He's got nigger brain.
Sarah.
Baldo's going for a record for the N word.
She's even came after me. She's even said all of those things. And now that the public knows exactly what is going on, I ask, because these racist bigots try to prevent us from standing up for our baby, our boy,
Our boy.
He should be afforded the same rights that Kyle Rittenhouse had.
That Cal Rittenhouse? Who's this Cal Rittenhouse person? I've never heard of him. I know a Kyle Rittenhouse.
It's Kyle from the negative world.
Cal.
Daniel
Seen
Pender,
Kyle?
and all
Daniel
the people
Pender. Who's this
who
Daniel
have
Pender
claimed
guy he's talking
whatever
about?
Their defense was. He should be afforded the same right.
This
Because
Kyle didn't go
the
out.
public media has one video camera, but we got the video of Kyle Rittenhouse.
The entire fucking
Who
media
was
apparatus
47
called
shooting
Kyle
3
Rittenhouse a
people in the
murderer.
back.
What the fuck you want about, you stupid fucking
got that.
retard?
Crossing
And
state
Kyle
lines.
Rittenhouse didn't go
state
out.
lines.
Kyle Rittenhouse didn't go out and start telling everyone how he was innocent. He let the law do its thing. He let the
No, see,
judges.
this is exactly the same, Baldo. Don't you see? It's exactly the same. Because Kyle went to a place that people
And
didn't
shot
want
3
him to
black
go,
people.
and then he murdered 3 black people with a gun that he brought across state lines, an AK-47.
Should have been an AK.
And it wasn't self-defense. He went there with a gun. That means he wanted to kill them. Never mind that this kid went there with a knife, which doesn't mean the same thing. No, that doesn't mean the same thing. These people are so ideologically inconsistent.
Yeah.
Like
It only matters when it's a gun. Let's be real.
if they didn't have double standards, they wouldn't have any standards at all.
Yeah, Stabby, it was an AR-45.
It was an AR-45. A little too much AR-45. He pronounces Kyle like an Aussie pronounces no 2 extra letters and an R. Kyle.
We say Kyle. We definitely say Kyle.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
No, he's saying in a retarded way.
Kyle.
Cow.
Because we say no as no.
Motherfucker cow.
And he raised more than $2 million publicly, and nobody said anything.
Are you fucking kidding me? Nobody said anything.
Wait, what did he say?
That Kyle Rittenhouse raised $2 million publicly, and nobody said anything.
They said stuff about it.
They said
They
plenty
said a lot
of
about
shit,
that.
man.
People tried to get his GoFundMe or crowdfunding,
since
all that
they
shit
tried to
shut
come for
down.
us,
People said he shouldn't be allowed to raise money because he's a murderer.
overwhelming
Blah
support
blah blah.
for this.
People
Is
still
this
say
me,
it to
or is
this-
this dropping out from is this losing a channel every so often, this video?
Huh? Yeah, I think it's the source audio.
Anything.
Yeah.
So since they tried to come for us,
Who's us?
I call for the community's overwhelming support.
Yeah, it is. Fucking hell. I thought it was my
for this song.
headphones. Like, what the fuck is this shit?
Disinformation that was put out was literally
Wait, is it going in and out of
prevent
like
you from
mono
helping
and
this
stereo?
Yeah, it's going from like losing like a right channel, the right channel. Yeah.
Twitter does that all the time for me.
Oh, really?
Like it's
I
something
don't
to do,
know.
something in the processing of the Twitter video. It'll just like
this-
the first
This is the
little
dad.
chunk will be fine.
This is the dad. Is he in the Nation of Islam or something? Like, what the fucking bow tie? Man?
He's dressed like Lewis.
Just happens to be in the Nation of Islam. Yes, Killatine Anthony Carmelo Anthony's family reveals other plans for $400,000 legal defense fund. Family of a teen who fatally stabbed a 17-year-old boy in Texas plans to use his $400,000 legal defense fund to move home and hire security after facing racist threats. Anthony, 17, was in court as he faced first-degree murder charges for the killing of Austin Metcalf, who died in his twin brother Hunter's arms after being stabbed in the heart at a track meet in Frisco earlier this month. During the hearings, prosecutors asked his father, Andrew Anthony, why he could not use the more than $415,000 in donated funds for his son's defense to pay the original $1 million bond, which was reduced to $250,000 on Monday. Just 10% of that amount must be paid, meaning Anthony would very likely be free soon. He is free. He is being held under house arrest. Like he has to wear an ankle monitor. He's being held under house arrest. So he's not going to get. He might
Is he
not.
getting
He
tried as an
probably
adult?
won't get. I don't know. That hasn't been decided. Andrew Anthony said the fund was to be used for Anthony's legal defense, but he also disclosed that cash would be used for security and to help the family move after threats they have allegedly faced since the killing. Revelation comes after a spokesperson for the family said they can't leave there after their address was leaked online, leading to graphic and racist threats, which include images of black children with knives stuck in their heads. That's fucked up, man. Like
that is fucked up.
Parents
The thing
didn't
is,
kill anybody. Like and threatening the parents does nothing.
if they move and he moves with them, that address is going to be on file.
Exactly. It's all going to be on file.
And people are going to be able to find it. So it's just retarded. Like, yeah, sure. Okay, I understand it. You want 10, 20, 50 grand for round the clock security because of threats and shit? Sure. I guess I can understand that. However, moving is just retarded. It sounds like they're going to BLM and buy another house and be like, bye, son, you fucked up. Good luck with your public defender.
Oh, God. Spectre's in Nick's chat, of course. Trying to swing off his balls still. Anthony's attorney, Michael Howard, said regarding the money, it would be disingenuous to say there isn't money, but it's not a bond fund. This family needs to be able to survive. Because the husband has had to take off work because of the stress. And look, I can understand that. Your kid murdered someone. That's stressful.
Yes. Just a side thing. Minnesota Public Records has posted something. I've put it in private chat.
You're in private chat. All right. We may be returning many times to the Ricada drama as it unfolds live.
Yes.
Let's see. Minnesota Public Records. Bingo. You see attached. Obviously, the start of season 2 is nothing earth-shattering after a tough act to follow, but a few small local L's. I thought you guys would be interested in that Nick and April have been lying to each other about her supposedly having moved back home to Litchfield. In actuality, she's still living in Wilmar despite having no family or friends there other than the Quover after she moved directly from the sold half of the Baldo bunker to a quaint rental at we're not going to dox her. Rumors about, I mean, you can read it, but I'm not going to read it. Abound about a certain douchey midlife crisis mobile coming in and out of the neighborhood every now and then. The last part is yet to be fully documented. If Nick wants to keep his side piece in the bullpen so he can frolic and detour from all his constant driving for the occasional quickie behind Cal's back, he'd better pick out at least a different fuck shack and buy April a way less recognizable ride. Allegedly, he could afford it. What is this?
Pictures of the property.
Pictures of the property, pictures of the vehicles.
Which I can't tell because it's so blurry.
The plate's been blurred. Citation data. Oh, she got pulled over again. So it's a Chevy Silverado.
It's license plate number, which I won't read, but I'm just trying to marry that up to the image. Just get back to the image.
You try, but the image is so pixelated you can't really tell.
Zoom out a bit. Yeah, that's easy. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you can see if you squint, you can see it very clearly, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
I
believe you.
You can easily make out the last 3 digits that match.
It says she's in. It has her address here in St. Cloud. So,
because this was last year.
Yeah.
This just proves that this citation proves that's her vehicle in the
car. Oh, right. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
So, he'll never make it to August. I think he'll make it to August 1st. So, anyway, back to.
Sorry, what's it? August?
August is when it actually starts.
Yeah, when he goes to jail if he messes up.
Yeah.
Oh,
if he makes it to August without fucking up,
it'll be deferred.
He doesn't have to do jail time. If he does, he'll have to do the So right now he's not on probation yet. The probation starts on August 1st.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
If he makes
his sentence starts at August 1st.
His sentence starts August 1st. Yes.
Suspended or actual. No, depends on what happens between then and now.
So that's separate. The the 30 days will only apply if he fucks up sometime between. This is my understanding. It may not be factual, but my understanding is the 30 days will not apply unless he fucks up sometime between now and the 1st of August. If he fucks up sometime between now and the 1st of August, his probation isn't violated, but he'll have to do the 30 days. Mm-hmm. So he's got to be a super duper good boy.
Does that include
the 1st of August? Otherwise, he has
getting
to spend
pulled over for speeding.
I have no idea. Okay. I really have no idea if speeding.
I think so.
So, I don't know. I don't know if traffic violations violate someone's parole.
Well, it has to be law-abiding.
They are. It's a misdemeanor.
If you're not following the speeding, like the traffic laws, then you're not law-abiding.
Yeah, they're part of they're all crimes. They're misdemeanors. Like they're all part of the transportation laws. They're part of the Minnesota Criminal Code. Like if you drive without a register, if you're driving an unregistered vehicle, that's a misdemeanor.
So in Minnesota, traffic violations violate.
It's a misdemeanor. Like it's a crime. Like it's not a civil offense. I had the statute up earlier in the stream.
Depends on the specific terms of your probation and the nature of the traffic violation.
Yeah.
Typically, probation includes conditions such as obeying all laws. Any new criminal offense, including certain traffic violations, would be considered a violation of probation. Driving while intoxicated or reckless driving, which are classified as misdemeanors or gross misdemeanors, are likely to trigger a probation violation because they are criminal offenses. Okay, so if it's a misdemeanor or a gross misdemeanor, it qualifies. If it's a petty misdemeanor, which is speeding, running a red light, they are not considered crimes.
Yeah, speeding tickets maybe not, but there's
unregistered
unregistered vehicles might.
If he drives, if it's DW, like it's DWI, that's a misdemeanor. If he gets a second DWI, that's a gross misdemeanor. Both of those are treated as criminal offences and will be treated as probation violations.
Yeah, they should private.
Vehicular homicide are felony level, so that qualifies. But petty misdemeanors do not.
Yeah. But, what determines a petty misdemeanor?
Minor traffic offences are petty misdemeanors.
Yeah, so rolling through a stoplight or speeding and that kind of shit.
Speeding, running a stoplight, they're petty misdemeanors, so they're not considered crimes. Yeah, that's what I said. So,
yeah,
I was right. Fuck you, I was right. Anyway, the accused is expected post blah blah blah. Teamwork gold jumpsuit. So 460. I think it's raised more than that by now. I'm glad they put Austin's picture in every fucking article.
So he has to pay his registration because that's a misdemeanor, not a petty misdemeanor. If he gets busted driving unregistered again, he's done.
Maybe.
Oh, God, I've got the statute in private chat. It is
likelihood.
It's specifically stated as a misdemeanor, not a petty misdemeanor. Because like the petty misdemeanor is defined in
unlawful use of an unregistered vehicle certificate plates misdemeanor. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like,
you would want to hope his vehicle's registered.
Yeah,
I'm sure someone on the farm will look that up.
See,
I could be wrong, but that's the way it's written. So
if I was in Nick's shoes, the first thing I would do is make sure everything was above board.
Yeah.
Like
pay your fines, pay your register,
pay
Monty.
Are the cars registered? Yep, they are good. Am I speeding? Have everything above board, so the cops can't do shit to you.
Get a dash cam if you don't already have one.
You get the wrong cop at the wrong time of day. They will fuck you for you looking at them wrong.
Yep.
Like, yeah.
We want to hope Detective Pomplin doesn't pull him over.
Mm-hmm. Who? The same guy who ran the same guy who did the case.
Every Texan has a right to defend themselves when they reasonably fear for life. Self-defense has protection that applies to each and every one of us. Howard said, as reported by Dave W., there are two sides to every story. Howard said he's not ready to disclose why Anthony brought a knife to the track match. Yeah, because they've got to make it up.
That's the thing, though.
Questioning in court over the incident in the teens' high school back in February, which involved an altercation assault.
See, I'm not too fussed about why he had the knife. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter why he had the knife. The fact that what matters to me is that he used it in the situation he did.
Yeah, he escalated it in a situation that wasn't actually a force threat.
Yeah, I don't want him to be done on having it, but on possessing a knife. I want him to get done rightfully charged and convicted for what he did with the knife, not that he had it. Because if it was illegal for you to have the knife. Okay, so everything else behind that's illegal. No, how about you make the fact that he's allowed to, like, he wasn't allowed to have the knife, but that's not the important thing. It was that he had a knife. The important thing was that he used it. So let's convict him on that. Like if Rittenhouse had been convicted because his barrel was 15.9 inches, that would have been ridiculous.
Yeah.
I thought they were trying to go down that route until
they were, but the fuckers didn't even
shot down.
They didn't even.
Yeah, that's the issue. They didn't check.
They didn't even check. They're like, oh, it's the wrong way. They threw spaghetti at a wall and hoped everything stuck, and none of it stuck with Rittenhouse. And that's probably what they're doing here. Is they're going to try and throw everything at him and see what sticks. And unfortunately, shit that shouldn't stick is going to stick. Yeah. I want the stuff that matters to stick. Like, yes, you killed someone. You're going to jail because you killed someone, not because you took a knife. You possessed a knife when you shouldn't have had one. Like, because then it's going to be, oh, let's appeal on that, and then they get some activist judge in the appeals court say no, that's improper, and let's throw that out, and then they have to redo the whole trial again. And then it's like, no, get him on the important shit. And if you can't get him on the important shit, the petty shit doesn't matter. Like,
there's already
honestly,
and that's the thing. There's already people saying that that if he's convicted, like the city's going to burn, like there's going to be a trigger a race riot.
Oh, no doubt.
And like I said last week, like if he's if he's convicted, there'll be a race riot. And like I said last week, if he's acquitted, it'll be open season on blacks. Like in Texas, every single white person, if you're black and you're approaching like a white person to mug them, you're gonna find out. Like they're gonna shoot first and ask questions later. It's gonna be, I was in fear. The Carmelo Anthony rule will apply.
Yep, I was in fear for my life.
I was in fear for it. I was in fear. I'm gonna wave my hand and say, I was in fear for my life. I thought I was going to be another. I thought I was going to end up like I thought I was going to end up like Austin. I was going to end up like Austin Metcalf. I didn't want to be Austin Metcalfed. There you go.
So either way, people are going to be upset.
Either way, shit's going to kick off.
Yeah.
This summer in the US is going to be insane. Well, you thought 2020 was bad? No, 2025, man. Holy shit. This post is an IQ test. It doesn't need to be said, but I'll say it anyway. Don't go to this. This couldn't glow brighter. The Matt Wallace account is an artificially juiced too. And here it is, Matt Wallace organizing one of the largest protests in history. White Americans are done being pushed around. This guy's a race hustler too. It's just on the other fucking side. Except he does it for the government. Protect white Americans. Justice for Austin Metcalf. Demand Carmelo Anthony be put back in prison at the trial.
It's so
peaceful
retarded.
protest. Yeah, sure. I'm sure that's how it'll work out.
They'll get one black agitator in there to cause shit, and then all the whites, and then out come the fucking tiki torches.
Hang on.
Oh no, it's not a bot. It's a real person. But yeah, it's used to fuck though.
At the bottom, Protect White Americans was founded by Jan 6 political prisoner and U.S. Senate candidate Jake Lang.
Oh fuck's sakes!
Jesus
fucking Christ!
Right, whites are still the minority.
This is true too. Yeah, but I mean, make no mistake, he got railroaded. Like Derek Chauvin got railroaded. So. Husband dies, and this is in the same vein. Husband dies after hatchet-wielding maniac attacks couple in broad daylight at bus stop. A Tucson man's life was cut tragically short after a hatchet-wielding maniac randomly attacked him as he waited at a bus stop with his wife. Jacob Couch, 32, was sitting with his wife Kristen around 10 a.m. on April 5th when Daniel Michael, 25, began yelling at them, according to court records. Jacob attempted to say something to the attacker before he produced a hatchet and struck the father of two on the back of the neck, severing his carotid artery. His distraught wife, Kristen, told KGUN 9, I told the man we were leaving, and I guess my husband bent down to get our stuff, and he just came up behind him. I just walked away. It was very traumatic, and there was a lot of blood. The couple married 11 years had been waiting for a bus to take them back to their hometown of Arab, Alabama. After spending 10 months in Los Angeles still dealing with the grief of losing their son, they were ready to go home. He was stillborn, Kristen said. We felt like maybe like moving, like going somewhere different, like would help us grieve, but it didn't, and that's why we were coming home. God, that's fucking tragic, man. Instead, Kristen now has to grieve the loss of both her son and her husband, who on Thursday died from his injuries after spending 2 weeks on life support. Jacob now also leaves behind 2 daughters, one who is 15. Fuck. Police already arrested suspect Michael at his apartment 3 days after the arranged attack. Michael now faces some first-degree murder charges. He's the lovely individual. Didn't do nothing wrong. Just a sweet, innocent baby. Angel Aladdin. I don't know if you guys watch Actual Justice Warrior, but I try to watch him every day. And he's very funny. When he talks about this stuff, he refers to them as sweet baby angel Aladdins. So yes, another black attack. Black attack.
Another didn't do
nothing. Yeah. So just a poor black man getting some racial justice. Let's continue with the theme of racial justice. Trooper shoots and kills a Michigan community leader who attacked an officer, crashed a stolen cruiser, and prayed for over 11 minutes during a multi-state chase. Video shows Ohio trooper approaching Deshaun Leith, who had crashed his vehicle near the state line. Leith then attacks the trooper and steals his cruiser. Led police on a chase for 11 minutes while talking to himself. Chase ends when he crashed in North Selwickley, Beaver County. Pennsylvania State Police used legal intervention to stop the pursuit. Beaver County District Attorney is investigating and involved troopers are on administrative duty.
Note the date on the
4th of April.
Yes. Oh, get down on the ground.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Fucking double leg the motherfucker, drop him on his head. No,
He's already hit him with a taser twice.
I know. At that point, yeah, pull out the gun
and look, this is the fucking problem. He's hit him with the taser twice, and he has become disarmed. He's lost his taser.
Yep. Yeah. Tasers are shit.
And
anyway.
what is he doing? Yeah. He's playing slap fights with this guy.
Yeah.
He should be stepping back as quickly as he can.
Well, yeah,
and
but he's
drawing
getting
his
chased
service
down.
weapon.
Yeah, he should just. Yeah, at this point, it's time to shoot. He should have been shot long before.
But cops at this point, cops are so in their fucking head.
They're
Like,
so
you know
scared.
me. I cannot fucking stand police. Like I have a visceral hatred of police. But at this point, I'm starting to feel sorry for these bastards because they know if they follow the procedure that they're supposed to follow,
they'll go to jail.
They'll go to fucking jail, or their life will be destroyed.
They're going to get Derek Chauvin.
Or they'll get killed.
They're gonna get Chauvin.
Yeah. Or whatever that white female cop was.
The Asian guy, like the Asian guy who wasn't part of anything, and it was his first day on the job.
Yeah,
who was
just completely railroaded because
because
the shit's going to go out all over the internet, and they're going to be labeled a racist to everyone, and everyone's going to believe it. And when it comes time, they're going to get railroaded because the judge doesn't want to look racist, and if he lets the racist off, then he must be a racist too.
And look,
and the jury don't want to be the racist.
Look at the date on this.
4th of April.
4th of April, 2025.
And that person posted on the 16th.
They pumped this shit out fucking
12
immediately
days.
now.
12 days, and that person.
The second people go, oh, black person's been killed, get that footage out there.
Yeah.
Like,
and they have to.
Yeah. Because otherwise cities are going to burn. Stop trying to throw hands.
Get down the ground.
Trying to throw hands, man.
Is he kicking him? Like it looks like he's kicking him away.
He's trying to because he doesn't know how to fight. Again, you said it. He can't feel pain. He doesn't know.
It's okay. He's a Jesus lover. It's fine.
And now he's on the bottom of the fight.
The devil off the radio. Play that good gospel music. Everlasting God. In the name of Jesus. Thank you.
His dash cam?
This is the police cruiser.
Who the fuck is?
He did. He stole the fucking cop's car.
Ah, sorry.
So
you're right.
What happened was the state police responded to a car crash. This state, he responded to a car crash.
Oh, it's this one.
Approached the location.
Yeah.
White guy approaches him and says, "Hey, this guy up the road, like he's in a bad state, like he's just wandering around." And the statey drives off and goes up to where the guy is and approaches him. He's like, "You all right, man? You all right?" And the guy fucking just straight up gets really fucking aggro. He's muttering to himself the whole fucking time. And then just straight up goes the cop. And the cop like warns him, draws his taser, discharges his taser, fucking I don't know if the prongs didn't land or if it was one in and one out.
It just
had no effect on him because he's fucking like
drugs
insane or high as
tasers
fuck.
Suck.
Tasered him twice.
But yeah, he's out of options. I get it.
So he had options. Like you got a baton, Should have deployed the baton, man.
Can't use battens anymore.
Yeah, no, you can, but it's too close. It's not going to be effective. Especially when he's on top of the fight. Like he's already got you pinned to the ground. Like you're not going to be able to get to your baton first of all. Like yeah.
But yeah, then he incapacitated the cop and
stole his car.
Got the cruiser and got the fuck out of there.
And then they chased him down.
And apparently the so it wasn't a Pennsylvania state cop, it was an Ohio trooper.
On the border, okay.
Was the first one. He crossed the border into Pennsylvania, and the Pennsylvania State Police used the pit maneuver and crashed the car.
I rebuke anything that get behind me.
Mostly because the Pennsylvania State Police are like, that's fine, it's an Ohio State Police car. We don't care. Let's ram this bitch.
I rebuke anything.
Fucking Cleveland Browns.
That's not a follower of Jesus.
Like this guy has clearly apparently he crashed the car he crashed was a stolen vehicle. So
tell him to get off the highway.
So he crashed a stolen vehicle and then got out. I don't know if he was crazy when he stole the original vehicle, or suffered from a head injury and then went crazy then, or has just been crazy the whole fucking time. This guy's like muttering about Jesus and fuck, like what the fuck?
Highway. If I can catch my breath, Jesus. Hallelujah.
Yeah, Eric.
You know why I believe?
Scott Adams is proven right again.
Yes, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's more than that now. He's just like, no, I want nothing to do with black people. He's going even further.
Actually, that looks like a single car.
Yeah, he looks like he clipped the edge.
Together. They didn't see no color. They didn't see no races. I swear to God, they didn't see no color. Thank you for the name of Jesus. Thank you for the name of Jesus. Thank you for the name of Jesus. Thank you for the name of Jesus.
Yes. Show me your fucking hands right now. I think there's more footage to Sean Leith. Because this immediately became, he's a community leader in Michigan and like just another poor black man executed by the police.
You got Jesse and Al.
Like, bitch, please. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, and of course, there's another iconic photo.
Yeah, that was this one. I see.
Just absolutely fucking insane.
And the community leader started.
Community leader.
Remembering Deshaun.
Jesus fuck. Remembering Deshaun, a community leader. Like, I don't know. If my partner or like if my wife were killed, my first thought wouldn't be to run to fucking Gifts and Go and put up a Gifts and Go to be like, remembering Mrs. Thermo, community leader. Like, what the fuck? Deshaun Leith was not a pillar of the community. He was a piece of shit.
Yeah, his rap sheet is obviously.
So this is a rap sheet.
As they always.
That's what they mean by pillar of community.
Oh no, it's just because black people are targeted.
Sentence
home invasion, first degree.
Larceny of building, home invasion, second degree. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, good Lord, man. 3 felonies.
He was just out.
Yeah. He
was out 2 years ago. He's been out 2 years. What the fuck?
Yeah. Serving for multiple felonies.
First degree home invasion. Larceny in a building. Second degree home invasion. This is all one incident.
Yeah, the first 3 are the one incident. Yeah. But he's getting discharged for.
These are all the first incident. So he served time.
Yeah, for like.
So he was in prison for 9 years for home invasion.
Yeah.
Like the 7 charges. It's all the one charge. It's all the one offense.
The date of offense. So a string of home invasions.
Yeah.
There's incident the dates of offense are years apart.
Date of offense. Yeah, 12th.
If you go up, there were
9th of the 12th, 9th of the 12th. So let's
the last 3 are like the same day, but there was like 2011, 2015, 2012, and then 2022. Yeah.
So this one was the 10th of the 12th.
2015.
This one's the 12th of the 9th.
2011.
Sorry, the 9th of the 12th, not the other way around.
Yeah, it's the years though.
Sorry, Americans. So this is the 12th of October. This is the 9th of December.
2015, 2011.
Yeah, 2015, 2011.
Yeah. 2012.
2012.
And the last few are all 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's some combined incidents. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. There's some combined.
So he was sentenced in 2012, got out and started a home invaded again in the same county.
Yeah.
What a fucking genius.
Every time it's a plea. 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 Conviction type plea.
Yep.
The media, the body cam, exactly.
No, Taser's gone. Yeah. And he has to try and fist fight or
his
whatever.
life was stolen by police. And that's the thing. The trooper doesn't. This footage does not show the trooper shooting and killing him. Here's the start of the thing. This is the Ohio State trooper that doesn't actually shoot him. He's trying to. The cop's trying to figure out what's going on. Like, what's wrong? What's going on?
Yeah, he's trying to back up. Because there's traffic incoming. So obviously you don't want to take the.
I would argue more cops have been killed fucking stepping back into traffic.
Yeah, exactly.
Send me another unit. He's on foot, going down the berm.
Cop is just trying to not to have his fucking gun taken from him and stay safe. Like, that's totally fair.
Now he comes back.
Yep, tase him again. Doesn't work, but this is the reality of shit.
Yeah, it's only home invasion though. Stabby says, I've watched a full video on YouTube and I could have swore it ended with him getting out of the crash car. Didn't know he got.
Most people can't.
Yeah, he did get out of the crash car. The full video has him getting out of the crash car.
Mm.
Like fucking hell. Yeah. Body cam footage reveals what happened before cop shot community leader after police chase. Leith 30 rushing a state trooper who pulled him over for crashing another car. Didn't pull him over. He was already pulled over. See, this reporting is fucked.
Yeah, and he was pulled over for crashing another car. And then he
was pulled over because he crashed the car.
Hang on, I was reading what it said.
This says who had pulled him over for crashing another car.
Yeah.
But no, he was already the car had crashed and he got out and then police came.
Yeah.
Next time you touch me, you're going to die. You're going to die. Oh, well, that's fine. It's self-defense because he warned him.
Yeah.
He warned him. So, fucking Christ. Innocent baby angel Aladdin's. Let's do some deportation news. John Lefebvre says you don't have the media enough. A veteran who has been in the US since he was 4 years old faces deportation. Headline. Actual story on the second page of the article. On April 25th, 2008, Barco opened fire on a house party in Colorado Springs, striking a 19-year-old who was 5 months pregnant at the time in the leg, according to the Colorado Springs Gazette. He was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony menacing and was sentenced to 52 years. Oh, the guy who was sentenced to 52 years in prison and is a veteran who was been in the US since he was 4 is going to be deported.
Oh,
fucking
no.
Christ. Oh, no.
Maybe should have become an actual citizen of the country.
President Trump met with Bukele. President Trump has multiple members of his administration take turns ripping CNN's Kate Collins after she asked why an alleged MS-13 member was deported to El Salvador.
Because they're terrorists.
Which one is it? The man who was mistaken.
Let me ask Pam, would you answer that question?
Sure, President. First and foremost, he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019, 2 courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court, ruled that he was a member of MS-13 and he was illegally in our country. Right now, it was additional paperwork had needed to be done.
Stevie says, I thought cops killed him with what you were saying earlier. Yeah, they did.
We just didn't see the
So he
video.
stole the cruiser and then went on took police on another chase into Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania State Police ran him off the road. And when he got out of the vehicle, and I don't know what from there, we'd need Pennsylvania to release their footage. And Pennsylvania police shot him. So
they put him down like the dog he
That's
was.
up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us. The Supreme Court ruled, President, that if, as El Salvador wants to return him, this is international matters, foreign affairs. if they wanted to return him, we would facilitate it, meaning provide a plane.
And you are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Oh, good job, Pam. Now release the Epstein files.
You know, it's asked by CNN, and they always ask it with a slant because they're totally slanted because they don't know what's happening. That's
She's not Asian. They're not asking it with a
I was going to say.
Yes, gladly. So, as Pam mentioned, there's an illegal alien from El Salvador. So, with respect to you, he's a citizen of El Salvador. So, it's very arrogant even for American media to suggest that we would even tell El Salvador how to handle their own citizens as a starting point. As 2 immigration courts found that he was a member of MS-13. When President Trump declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist organization, that meant that he was no longer eligible under federal law, which I'm sure you know, you're very familiar with the INA, that he was no longer eligible for any form of immigration relief in the United States. So we had a deportation order.
Mike Waltz in the background here just had the biggest
Under
fucking
our
smile
law,
on his
he's not
face.
even allowed to be present in the United States and had to be returned because of the foreign terrorist designation. This issue was then
I feel like these meetings have way too many members of the administration in them.
completely inverted, and a district court judge tried to tell the administration that
Yeah,
they
the
had
president,
to kidnap
vice
a
president,
citizen of El
secretary of
Salvador
state,
and fly him back here.
White House
That issue was
spokesperson,
raised
and the
to the
AG.
Supreme Court.
You got the
And
AG,
and Melania,
you got the,
and
you got
Melania.
the fucking
Is that what-
DNI.
Unlawful.
Sorry, you've got the
Main components were
not DNI. You've got the
stating clearly that neither Secretary of State nor the president could be compelled by
Mike Waltz's
anybody
position again,
to
I've forgotten
forcibly
that.
retrieve a citizen of El Salvador from El Salvador, who again is a
NSA,
member
National
of
Security
MS-13, which is, I'm sure
NSA.
you understand, rapes little girls, murders women,
Head of
murders
Homeland,
children,
Chief of
is engaged
Staff.
in the most barbaric activities in the
Oh,
world.
it's Noam in the back. I couldn't quite tell.
Names in the back there next to Chris
But the Supreme Court
Willis, Susie Willis.
Yep.
What was the ruling in the Supreme Court, Steve? Was it 9-0?
Yes, it was a 9-0
In our favor.
in our favor against the district court.
Honestly, who cares? Like dunking on Caitlin Collins shouldn't score you points. She's fucking retarded. Yes, Caitlin Collins sets the jawline of a linebacker. Trump stays mobbed up. How else would he mog CNN? Cory Booker. So they're obviously talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Cory Booker is going to lead a trip to El Salvador to push for the release and return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who isn't an American citizen, whose only reason for being allowed to stay in the country is because the gangs were going to kill him. Well, he's back in El Salvador, and all the gangs are dead. All the gangs are gone.
He wasn't even allowed to stay. That's the thing. Because he has a deportation order. They just said, you can't send him back to El Salvador. You have to send him somewhere else.
Releasing more information about Carmelo
And
Abrego Garcia.
None of this is new, by the way. This is all she's
all
playing
old
smoke
stuff,
and mirrors. This is all, and this is more redacted
This is what
than
she
what we've
does.
I know, and this is more redacted than what we've already seen. We've already seen the full versions of these reports.
But that's what she does.
I know.
She releases stuff that's more redacted than stuff we've already seen.
Yep.
People were pissed
Brendan,
at Trump
she's actually
because
doing
he's like
something.
posting photos of like oh, that's right, yes, the poor wife.
You did take out a temporary order of protection against your husband in 2021. Were you in fear of your husband?
She gonna answer?
Husband is alive. That's all I can say.
Okay, you know I'm not going to push on that apparently, but how much hope? I have to ask it. You did take out a temporary order of protection against.
That's hilarious. He's alive. Okay.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
So what you will notice on his hands are some tattoos here. She's like, when she posted the video to Instagram, or sorry, TikTok, she's put the hearts over the tattoos on his hand. Why would she do that? That's so strange. I don't understand. Why would she do that? Oh.
Oh no, DW gonna get that. Marijuana.
Smiley face. Cross.
One
skull.
For,
I don't know what
Christ
the 3 is a skull.
Is 3 a death number or something? I don't know. No clue.
Maybe.
No idea.
But yeah, I mean, if you've got an MS-13 tattoo on your fist, I'm going to say you're an MS-13 member. Like,
Yeah. If you got the tattoos of a gang, you're in the gang.
Oh, but he was wearing a hoodie, and the cop's evidence was
And people were like,
unreliable. And
Trump
the cop
presents a doctored photo.
Why? Because he's just put the MS-13 on top.
Because the M, the S, and the 13 are on there.
Yeah.
It was like, are you people fucking retarded? Here's the BBC article.
Yeah. The only court that questioned the gang affiliation was the district court, but they still didn't overturn the deportation. Every level of the
Yeah,
of the
Trump drew it on there with Sharpie. Yeah.
Yeah, he probably did. It's printed. I know we can see it's printed on there, but yeah.
But yes, Biden's FBI ordered Tennessee Highway Patrol to release Maryland man recently deported to El Salvador after he was detained in a 2022 traffic stop on suspicion of human trafficking. What a hero!
FBI.
I wonder who this man is.
Like, I love that the Democrats are like, this is the most
This is the
important
hill I
man.
want to die on.
Like, here's Nayib Bukele saying, Kilmar Burger Garcia miraculously risen from the death camps and torture, now sipping margaritas with Senator Van Hollen in the tropical paradise of El Salvador. Someone did the line thing. Where it's like did the vertical line.
Yeah,
like he's standing up straight and the white guy's like leaning into
And yeah, you can
the
see
cock lean.
You can see the tattoos on his fingers, even in that photo. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, me, please, I want to go back to the US.
Logan Act.
He's visiting a constituent.
Oh, fair enough.
Who probably voted for him.
Yeah, true.
Apologize. Fuck off.
Margaritagate. Margaritagate. I don't know if you guys have been following this, but President Bukele, after I met with Kilmar, did this tweet showing us at a table with these 2 glasses. So here's what happened. When I first sat down with Kilmar, we just had glasses of water on the table. I think maybe some coffee. And as we were talking, one of the government people came over and deposited 2 other glasses on the table with ice, and I don't know if it was salt or sugar around the top, but they look like margaritas. And if you look at the one they put in front of Kilmar, it actually had a little less liquid than the one in me, in front of me, to try to make it look, I assume, like he drank out of it. Let me just be very clear. Neither of us touched the drinks that were in front of us. And if you want to play a little Sherlock Holmes, I'll tell you how you can know that. So if you look at the video or the picture I sent out from the beginning of our meeting, you'll see there are no glasses on the table. So you'll see in later videos, they are on the table. But they made a little mistake, where some people are very careful, right? If you sip out of one of those glasses, some of whatever it was, salt or sugar, would disappear. You would see a gap. There's no gap.
Not
Nobody
necessarily.
drank any margaritas or sugar water or whatever it is. But this is a lesson into the lengths that President Bukele will do to deceive people about what's going on. And it's also shows the lengths that the Trump administration and the president will go to, because when he was asked about a reporter about this, he just went along for the ride. So the White House and the president.
I don't believe you.
Who
What the
cares
fuck
if you
is
had
he
a drink?
talking about? That's obviously a glass of water.
It's water.
Margaritas are not clear.
Yeah.
Like, it has a cherry on the edge. It's water.
Which is fine.
My God, you fucking cuck.
What about the other pictures that you showed?
That's water. That's obviously water. Yes, it's got some sugar on the rim because it's like the water probably tastes like crap. Fucking hell.
It is cloudy.
He does
But
say
I
sipping
never know
margaritas.
Yeah, I never know margaritas to be clear though.
Yeah. They're distinctly yellowy.
Exactly.
How would the wait staff know you wanted margaritas until you ordered them? And yes, you can tell this guy because the guy's lying because his lips moving. Yes. No, yeah, but because now that he's been confirmed healthy, he gets the honor of staying in El Salvador's custody.
Hooray!
Anyway, so yes, that's the deportation update for this week. It's time for everyone's favorite segment. Trans footpaths. A local council in Melbourne will spend up to $1 million to paint a trans flag on footpaths in the local community. Is this money well spent? I will not engage in your engagement bait. By asking me a question, I will not reply or do any of this. I'll just watch the video and tell you to fuck off.
A plan to paint 2 rainbow crossings in Melbourne's inner.
This is probably a good point. This is probably cloudy because it's El Salvador tap water. And that's probably, like I said, that's probably why the ring of sugar, just to make it go down easier.
The north has some residents seeing red. As Nick McCallum discovered, one local councillor is questioning whether the $45,000 price tag could be.
It's in Brunswick as well. Fuck off.
The old Brunswick Town Hall, a possible location for one of 2 Marybeck Council-funded rainbow crossings. This independent councillor supports the sentiment, but...
I mean, spending $45,000 on 2 rainbow flags on concrete is not really a good outcome.
Other councils, like neighbouring Yarra, have done it. Last night, all Marybeck councillors supported it.
All those in favour?
Except Councillor Yildiz after emotional pleas.
They matter deeply to children and to teens, to people who need to know that their community cares.
Oh, fuck off.
Rescind her license. Rescind her medical
Seriously?
license or her doctorate, whatever she's a doctor of.
I have no
Rescind
idea
all of
what-
it. If she said it said
Councillors
doctor,
No, it said Laura her.
Dr. Mara.
Lara Core.
The caption
Lara
said
Core.
doctor.
What does it say, doctor?
In the footage.
The caption when they were showing.
the
But you
channel
need to go
said
back a bit more.
the channel, Dr. Lara.
Oh, mental health research. Oh,
yeah. No, you're right. It was
And
only
to
brief. That's right.
teens,
You missed it.
to people who need to know that their
Rescind her
community
doctorate.
cares.
Councillors supporting it refused to talk to us today, wary of back.
I've got a fucking brilliant idea for a machine I could sell to lefties.
Is it a
It's like
Kevorkian
a
machine?
it's like a roller, and what it does is it has different paint cans, and as you roll it, it just paints a strip of the rainbow flag. So you load it up with all the colors, so you can just push it down the road, and everywhere you go is you're walking on rainbow. $45,000 to paint a fucking crossing.
I would argue that's vandalism.
It's fine.
but
It's
I've
what,
seen
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stripes. It's 7 stripes. Jesus Christ.
Backlash. Others not so wary.
To show support in this way is good. $45,000 is a small part of their budget, well spent in encouraging diversity and encouraging harmony within the community.
The councillor group that's swept up in emotion and trying to justify
It is.
distracting the council from delivering core services.
It's not a core
Fuck
service.
it is.
to
The
paint
Muslims
fucking
look up-
sidewalk.
Gabby
couple
says,
blocks up the
you
road.
guys know we cut off your USAID. You can't afford concrete pride flags anymore. Nobody told that council. So nobody told Marybeck Council. Did that used to be called something else? Marybeck?
It's probably the river.
Okay.
River.
Council will now consult the community not on if it'll happen, rather where, as debate swirls around them.
Oh, look, I think it's a bit of grandstanding and a bit of virtue signalling. This is not our role.
It is one of those welcoming.
Yes, it is not your role. fill the fucking potholes, collect my fucking garbage. Those are your
Stop
fucking
wasting
jobs.
money.
Mow the fucking grass. That's it. You 3 jobs. 3 jobs. Garbage, grass, potholes. That's it. That's it.
I wonder
Approve
what
my
the
development
Muslims,
application. That's the other role.
I wonder what the Muslims gonna think, because they actually live in that area. They're a couple of blocks north of that.
They'll take over the
council
council.
now.
They'll take over the
Oh,
council.
they're totally.
45K to paint a sidewalk. What's the paint made of? Blood of it? No, not a sidewalk. This is to paint a zebra crossing.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of knowing it's a zebra crossing, like if you see just a rainbow thing like across the road, just roll through it. Law doesn't say that's a fucking crossing. Absolute ridiculousness. Victorian Senate candidate Jordan Vanderlam. Vanderlam. So that's from the Lamb. That is a very weird Dutch name. Defends squatting advocacy after bizarre break-in. A Victorian woman has been left shaken after a bizarre break-in in a vacant property after the address was published online by a Senate candidate who called on followers to squat there. What the fuck?
What?
Of course, Victorian socialists. Senate candidate Jordan Vanderlam said he would consider an apology to Carol and did not want her to feel bad. The intruder changed the locks and removed her belongings, leaving the Melbourne woman about $70,000 out of pocket after her insurance claim was denied. She should have a civil tort against this prick. And it should be against the Victorian Socialist Party. If he did it in his capacity as a candidate for office, she should have a civil tort against him for that amount. And damages. Aspiring politician posts only calls for squatting and do not advocate theft or property damage. If you're squatting in someone's property, you are stealing it.
By definition, you change the locks too. You've damaged the property.
Vanderlam said he would continue to help people in a housing crisis use vacant homes for shelter. This dude is going to be the dude is called Purple Pingers.
What?
No, I don't think.
What did YouTube chat censor?
Costi, I don't think Vanderlam is Purple Pingers. Am I wrong about that? Because this guy's a Senate candidate. Or maybe it is.
Maybe.
Who the fuck is Purple? Yes, Purple Pingers.
Oh yeah, Purple
Vanderlam.
Yeah, he's a tanky. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. He's a member of the fucking socialists.
Yeah, I'm sorry. On Twitter, sorry, is what I mean.
No, but his username is Purple Pingers.
Yes, he's on Twitter. So that's there. So he's the same person I'm thinking of. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, what a fucking cuck.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's done this all the time. He's just like, no, just go squat. Go squat. Typical tanky communist bullshit.
We should be allowed to shoot people who squat.
Yeah.
Look, let's be real. I'm never running for office. This show will make sure I never run for office. So,
well, it's fine. If it's actually is vacant, then they won't get shot. But if they're squatting in a temporary vacant place, then they'll get shot when the owners come around.
At first, she thought it just needed some elbow grease. Then she noticed someone had installed CCTV over the carport and a new heating system down the side. I'm sorry. Someone installed CCTV and a new heating system.
Yeah. I mean, you weren't using the house, so they can...
Carol was horrified to see nearly all her dad's belongings were gone. Jesus.
So they did steal
her
from the
dad
house.
Died.
Yep.
And she hadn't done anything with the property. So they fucking just this prick just said, "Oh yeah, just break in. It's fine."
Hang on. So I was looking her up, and I don't know if Pingers did this under adverse possession rules. So, because like Victoria's adverse possession is like 15 years. So he's done this shit before. And yet, like the article will talk all about him, I guess. Yeah,
I'm sorry. I don't agree with squatters' rights. Like,
no, neither do I.
Adverse possession is retarded.
It is. He maintains a database of seemingly vacant
it's
properties.
an antiquated concept.
Yeah, he basically tells people, "Hey, these places are vacant. Go squat. If you need emergency accommodation, go squat." So I don't.
If you've got a house empty for 10 years and it's a spare house and you don't intend to live in it, you should sell it, or you should let someone live in it. Fair enough. Look, I agree with that. leaving a house empty for 10 years without doing anything with it, I think you should do something with it. I think you should rent it out. If you don't want to rent it out, you should sell it. I don't agree with banking houses.
Nah, maybe
houses are for living, not for investing.
No.
Now, if you want to make it,
no.
Not for holding. It's not an asset for holding like that.
It's not supposed to be investment property.
Literally, now you should rent it out, but yeah, it isn't.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
You want to use it as an investment, that's fine. But investments make money, which means you need to rent it out. But if you're not using it at all, and it's just becoming decrepit, because there's this. What's this? Because this is thermocoming.
We lost him.
Yeah, no. This is bullshit.
Costy, I assume you live in a nice neighborhood, given what I know about you. If your neighbor decided that they were bought a new house and they were just going to leave their house empty, and it fell into disrepute and dishevelment, that affects you. That affects people around the whole neighborhood. Neighborhoods full of empty houses where no one lives there and are not safe.
There's no indication this house was. There's no indication this house was decrepit.
No, but
there's no indication.
I know there's no. I'm not saying this house. This house wasn't empty for 10 years. This house was empty for all of 5 minutes, it would seem. So, yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with squatters' rights, but I don't think you should just leave houses empty for long periods of time. And foreigners do that. There are people who fucking it should be. It must be maintained. It has to look like it's been lived in.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like it should maintain a standard. If you want to do that, it has to maintain a fucking standard. But that would require some sort of fucking homeowners association, which I am very fucking much against.
Oh yeah, do not go down that route.
So Thermo not commie confirmed. With Peter Dutton holding a thin margin, the stakes are high in Dixon in this federal election. The leader of the opposition party could potentially lose his fucking seat, which would be the fucking
yes.
I hope we find out on election night, because you're going to hear the happiest Thermo you've ever fucking heard. Like,
Liberals win.
No matter which party wins, I don't give a fuck. If Dutton loses, I'll be so happy. That'll be the best possible outcome. I don't care if the fucking Greens magically win. Like, if the Greens magically win,
I would care about that.
If the Greens magically win, but Dutton loses as well, I'll be like, yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. Because I know, no, you know why? I've said this before. I know what a Greens government would do. They would fall apart in a week. They would fall apart they would tear
just
each other
Victoria.
apart in infighting, just deciding who's going to be prime minister. So the government would collapse and we'll be back at the polls 2 weeks later, and there would never be another Green elected in Australia for the next probably 50 years.
Oh, hopefully they go like the Australian Democrats and just delist.
It's just gone.
Yeah.
So yes, Dutto has a 2% margin. It's a very tight seat. It's a very tight race. He's got a Teal independent in his seat, running against him as well. That's gonna steal a whole. It's not a Teal officially, because I don't think it's a new Teal, but she's a Teal-like independent. And apparently the same group that organised Zali Steggall, her campaign in. Zali Steggall's the one who unseated the previous opposition leader and previous prime minister, not Albert, Tony Abbott. So,
yep.
Yeah, there's a fake Teal in my electorate too. Lol.
Ellie Smith is her name.
Anyway, yeah. So they're running it's like a digital campaign too. Dutto spent like 40 grand trying to attack this woman, and Labor has spent 120 grand on that seat, and it looks like they might actually end up getting it. So I will laugh and laugh and laugh if that happens. I'm really hoping it happens, because I cannot stand Dutton. I think he's a fucking idiot, and I would love to see him. I would love to see him back on the breadline. Having to work an honest job instead of working for government. Not that he's worked an honest job being a police officer. So, Speaking of police, Australian Federal Police are on high alert on the federal election campaign trail after 2 members of the public entered the lobby of the Prime Minister's Hotel in Melbourne and tried to ask him questions about immigration and housing.
Mr. Albanese, I have a question for you on behalf of hundreds of thousands of Australians around the country. Hi.
Nice to meet you. Hey.
There are hundreds of thousands of Australians around the country who are unable to afford housing. And I have a question for you, Mr. Albanese. When are you going to put Australians first? Albanese, when are you going to put Australians first?
That's enough. Thanks, mate. That's enough. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm here to ask Albanese a question.
No, you're not. You're actually here to get this footage. That's what you're here to do. Because if you actually answered your question, you wouldn't post it. So I hate this. I hate those fucking people. They're like the Australian agenda people that Baldo posts all the time. That do it just to get the footage. Like you're not engaging in debate. You're being a wanker. So
clickbaiting.
Yeah. The latest wave of accent research, Redbridge poll tracking in 20 marginal seats, published by News Corp, has shown Labor with a 54.5 to 45.5 two-party preferred lead over the coalition. There's been a 9% drop in the coalition primary vote across 20 seats since February.
Yeah.
Says, hey, I like the Australia agenda, people. Yeah, I know, Costy, and I love you.
Good to answer the question. Yeah.
Trump of the Patriots has kept One Nation off all its Senate House vote cards, while one of its candidates has now publicly disagreed with the party's decision to preference some teal independents. So
that is the dumbest thing.
It's as simple as that. So an announcement from the COP chairman, Clive Palmer, on Good Friday was that the trumpet of patriots will preference Labor and the Liberals last to end the two-party duopoly. Good luck with that. Palmer announced the COP would place Labor last in all seats it currently holds, and the same would apply for the coalition. They can't both be last, bro.
No, it's whatever seat they're running in, whoever's holding it gets to be put last.
Okay. We'll place Labor and Liberal last in the seats they hold to shake up the status quo.
Yeah.
But it appears it is not as simple as that. In the Queensland seat of Griffith, incumbent Green MP Max Chandler Mather is last, while Labor candidate Renee Coffey is second.
What?
Wait, why do I know that?
Max Chandler Mather.
Different person. Different. No. Sorry. That sounded like someone I know, that Renee Coffey.
It's the same story in Ryan, where Greens MP Elizabeth Watson-Brown is last and Rebecca Hack is second. That's fucking hilarious. Their entire strategy is to unseat people. That's it. The entire the entire trumpet of Patriots strategy appears to be chaos. Let chaos reign. You don't get elected. You don't get elected. You don't get reelected. You don't get reelected. Nobody gets reelected. I'm fine with that.
I don't need
fine with that.
How to vote card for
everybody
to do
change
that.
seats.
Who's throwing me under the bus?
152. I am. I was just saying I'm not a big fan of the Australia agenda people because they post a lot of bollocks. The reality, so like I'm fine with 152 new members of parliament. Everybody gets a turn. Palmer has a hate boner for libs. Yes.
Yes.
Palmer has a hate boner for anyone that's not him.
Yeah. No, I think he.
Oh, and Trump.
Really
sorry.
doesn't have a hate boner for like the woman who's running the party, because he's the chairman, but the actual like the leader of the party's a chick. They're handing money hand over fist to the to Twitter, so Elon's getting his money worth. So
Yeah, but that's because Elon is linked with Trump, and I honestly think Palmer would suck Trump's dick if he had the chance.
I'm sure, yeah.
Oh, totally.
In Greens held Brisbane, Greens MP Stephen Bate is last, with LNP candidate and ex-MP Trevor Evans 7th, Labor candidate Madonna Jarrett 4th, People First Joseph Wheeler is 5th, and One Nation's Cheryl Wood is 6th. Fusion Party candidate Rachel Blackwood is 2nd. What the fuck is the Fusion Party?
It's the nuclear fusion party, baby.
Is it the pro-nuclear?
Minor parties join forces to form non-ideological election alliance.
What was her name?
First and the Australian Progressives have formed an alliance ahead of the what the hell?
What was the woman's name? Sorry.
Which woman?
Sorry. What,
this one. Go back to the previous.
Rachel Blackwood. Fusion was formed in 2021 following a merger of the Science Party, the Pirate Party, the Secular Party, Vote Planet, and Climate Change Justice as a liberal. It's a lefty party.
Oh,
yeah,
it's a nationwide total of 0.3.
Well, until they said the Climate Change Justice Party, I was like, oh yeah, they might actually be worth voting for. No.
Yep. Science, Pirate, Secular, Vote Planet. Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Climate Justice.
Maybe. But then Climate Justice, bomb. Definitely 100% not happening.
The only
but the others, I'm like,
party,
yeah, maybe.
If it's got justice in the name, it has to only have justice in the name. If it's something justice, then
just it's
Oh, the Justice Party. What kind of justice?
All justice.
Economic Justice Party. Socialists. Climate Justice Party. Greenies.
Social Justice Party.
Socialist.
Radical leftists.
Really no.
Oh yeah, like they're Private Chat has their website. But whatever. Yeah, we get the idea.
Fusionparty.org.au.
They use the term global heating.
I'm just going to claim it the pro-nuclear
Just
party.
Just
that's going to piss them off.
Bro. Watch on YouTube. Let's watch this video.
No.
You already know how this is going to play out.
Future current politicians can imagine. Can our future
cool
include innovation? Can it include meaningful work? And can we address the immense ecological challenges?
Costi,
If only our
You would not
nation
want
would
that.
focus on
You would
long-term,
not want that at all.
sustainable solutions. Australian voters keep taking turns voting for the same parties, propped up by the same donors. They kick big problems down the road and cling on to power at the expense of future generations.
We've been pursuing relentless GDP maximisation, creating bullshit jobs that undermine human happiness and destroy our planet. We don't need to stay dependent on an economy of digging things out of the ground and exploiting each other with
We don't
real
have an
estate.
economy.
Hang on, can you pause there for a second?
That's all we have.
We don't even have that. Sorry, you go.
Digging things out of the ground. You mean like cobalt for batteries and silicon for solar panels and shit?
Yeah, that's
like,
right.
Hello? What the fuck? Is
Where
it
do you-
like solar panels grow on trees, you morons?
No,
Our
you
economy-
Baldo, you just got to get your panels from the solar farm.
Oh my
I've heard of
God, I saw
solar
this-
farms, haven't you?
Just buy it from China and don't think about how they source
plant
it.
them in the ground and they sprout.
Resources.
That's right.
I saw this video of someone
think about
who
it.
had soda cans and they had the bottoms cut off and it was like screwed to a board and the board was painted black and these soda cans were soldered with wire to each other in like a string, and then there were they then soldered two wires on each end of the string and then plugged it into a fan and it worked. I'm like, Jesus Christ, are people that fucking moronic? Oh yeah, look at this amazing new solar. It's aluminium getting hit by sun. That's not going to produce electricity, you morons. Like, some people are just retarded.
We could be digging into our minds, creating technology that serves our actual needs. High-speed rail to connect our cities with a...
Yeah, but
That's
why?
never going to happen.
Don't want that.
Don't have the population density to support a high speed. This is the thing. It's all nice and all well and good. Yeah, we'll build high speed rail.
Oh, we have mountains in between Sydney
it needs to make
and
money.
Melbourne.
It needs to make money.
It needs to make economic sense.
Like it needs, yes,
if
exactly.
it
It needs
doesn't,
to make economic sense.
yeah.
It
If
can't-
there was enough people
it can't be
flying
a
between
train
Melbourne and
that
Sydney,
runs 5 times a day from Brisbane to from Brisbane to Melbourne, takes 4 hours, which is longer than the flight, and loses $10 billion a year.
yeah, that makes no sense.
But still charges you $400 for like a trip from Brisbane to Melbourne. Like, I'm
I may as
sorry.
well fly. I would just fly. That's the cost of a
You
flight.
can fly from Sydney to Melbourne, like from Sydney to Melbourne in under an hour, and pay under $100. Or
Yeah.
I can, or right now I can hop on a train from Sydney to Melbourne overnight for $300 if I want a sleeping bag.
Also, Yeah. Oh, yeah. And getting the sleeping cabin, yeah. Good luck getting
And it's
those.
shit.
Those are not advertised.
I've seen the video. It's shit.
Yeah. And if you don't get that, you just get a seat. And you have to sit in the seat for 9 hours.
And keep a blade between your fingers.
No, it's Sydney to Melbourne, not Sydney to Brisbane.
I'd be more scared of
Precision
getting stabbed in
fermentation
Melbourne than
to
Brisbane.
grow enough food, even in
That could just be me,
hostile
though.
I appreciate the
We can
Australian
classify
army.
aging as a disease,
Well,
unlocking
just
research
the old
funds
adage.
to the core
Wait,
workings of
when
our
around blacks,
physiology
never
and
relax.
allowing us to stay young.
We can fund AI research that's aligned to benefit Australian
Nope.
society.
Nope.
Not optimal.
Dude, you
Sorry,
can't afford
sorry.
to run AI in Australia. Electricity is through the fucking roof.
Yeah, was that
That's what the solar's for.
See, this is the thing. Like, if 15 years ago Australia had gone, you know what? We got a lot of sun here. We got a lot of rare earths here. Like, we've got all the materials to make solar panels. Fuck. We should make
We just
solar
need to
panels.
build up it. Yeah, just need to build
We
up
should build out the
manufacturing.
infrastructure to build solar panels, and we could build it for like for government use to build power stations, and then we could use
Sell
solar
solar
power.
Panels to the rest of the world.
We could sell solar panels to the rest of the world, or we could use that solar power to make energy intensive industries like aluminium smelting be really fucking cheap.
Or, I don't know, what's it called? When you distill the water? The seawater?
Desalination.
Desalination, yeah.
Yeah, because that shit takes a fuck ton of electricity to run.
Abby, the reason we don't have nuclear power is because we banned it. Also, we're nuclear scared. Also, we don't have the water for it.
Yeah,
Like,
it has
all
to be
the
on the
locations, all the locations that so one of the parties in the election, the one that's probably going to lose,
True.
has like this plan to replace a whole bunch of coal power stations with nuclear power plants, which we found out in the debate the other night was that no, we're going to use small modular reactors, which, look, I agree, it's a great idea. If only someone was actually building small modular reactors. Nobody's fucking doing it. Toshiba has designs, but they've not made any commercially. Nobody is building small modular reactors.
The fourth generation ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in the hypothetical. They don't actually exist.
The ones the thorium ones that don't exist yet.
These are self-contained. They're uranium-based.
Oh, okay.
They're not thorium reactors. These are actual nuclear reactors, but they're self-contained.
The thorium ones don't melt down.
The SMR, like this, I've shown them before on the show.
They do melt down, but there's a way you like catch it, and then it just does nothing.
No, I thought the thorium ones like literally couldn't melt down.
This is Toshiba's SMR stuff. Oh, this is fucking not the wrong type of SMR.
It's not ASMR.
It's the wrong SMR. Small modular.
For the wrong SMR, visit Thermo's OnlyFans page.
It's the 4S, the ultra safe, ultra small, ultra super safe, small and simple.
Yes.
This is the Toshiba 4S. So it's a self-contained reactor that you basically bury in the ground. And
does it require water?
It's entirely self-contained. Like, I think you can have piping for like extra water, like for so it's a fast neutron sodium reactor. Using neutron reflector panels around the perimeter to maintain neutron density. These reflector panels replace complicated control rods, yet keep the ability to shut down the nuclear reaction in case of emergency. Additionally, the 4S utilizes liquid sodium as a coolant, allowing your reactor to operate 200 degrees hotter than if you used water. Although water would boil at these temperatures, sodium remains a liquid. The sodium coolant therefore exists very low pressure on the reactor vessel, even at extremely high temperatures. It was proposed as a source, so it was abandoned in 2011. So nobody makes these things. These were fucking brilliant ideas. These are microsodium cooled nuclear fission reactors. These are SMRs. Nobody makes them. Not commercially. So.
And how long before they could get that up and running again? A decade? 5 years?
It was fucking 2011 they came up with the design.
That's what I mean, though.
So
like,
they'd have to go.
I'm sure they
go back to the drawing board. Like, yeah,
re-engineer half of it at least.
yeah.
Like,
Yes, thorium reactors don't melt down, but the reaction just stops. So they have what's called a freeze plug that essentially dumps all the reactant material out of the core into a tank if it melts down.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there's no subsidies for thorium reactors because they don't produce weapon grade bioproducts. Yeah, exactly.
Which would be perfect for us.
Yeah, but we live on an island, but we all the locations for the power plants are inland, and nobody wants a nuclear reactor on the beach. I don't know why. There's plenty of beaches in Australia where
that don't have people
that don't have people on them, like don't have people near them. Like our only nuclear reactor, I shit you not, is like 100 kilometers inland,
and that makes no sense.
Like Lucas Heights is Western Sydney. So it's a reactor, but it's like a 1 kilowatt reactor or like a 4 kilowatt reactor. It exists purely to breed. It exists purely as like a breeder reactor for nuclear medicine. So
much for ad revenue, clickbait, and misinformation.
It's a quokka.
We can't rely on censoring, banning everything we don't like. We need to.
The people running our country are retarded. Yes, they have been this is the problem. This country has based so from 1997 until 2007. The Liberal Party ran Australia. From 2007 to 2013, the Labor Party ran Australia. And for the entirety until 2022, it was the Liberal Party again. We are a one-party country. We are a one-party country that occasionally has the opposition in for a couple of turns. And the Liberal Party is captured by business. Does not like anything related that even sounds like government programs, and doesn't give a fuck about anything except being re-elected. So,
and the people who give them the money to be re-elected.
You know who liberalised the Australian economy? The Labor Party. The Labor Party floated the currency. The Labor Party got us off the fucking Labor Party got us off the old fucking currency standard. They decimalised.
Yeah, and the lefties still hate that happened. Some lefties really still hate that happened because they hate the neoliberals.
Oh, no one hates the Labor Party more than lefties.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So everybody's like, oh, the Labor Party's like lefties. Like, dude, fuck.
I mean, I hate
social left. Yeah,
they are a centre-left party. They are the working class party. They are the party of the working class. They are the party of unions. Yes, not unions. Unions. Oh no, terrible unions.
Yes,
like it or not. Unions. Like it or not, unions got us the 8-hour workday. Unions got us the 5-day work week. Unions got us tons. Unions and their collective efforts have made work for ordinary everyday humans better.
Still not joining one.
So you don't have to join one. That's the wonderful thing. You don't have to join a union because even if you're not a member of a union, they still fight for your rights.
Because they fight for everyone's rights.
They fight for everyone's rights, which is how it should be. Whereas the Liberal Party, they don't fight for your rights. They fight for the rights of mining conglomerates. They get us stuck in agreements where we sell gas to China and Japan, and now we don't have enough gas available for ourselves, so we're going to have to buy gas from the Qataris, who we compete against.
Yes, I mean, that's all I'm hearing too. Is you just get a string of lefties in office who ruin everything. Like it's yeah.
But that's the thing, though. We don't have a right-wing party. We don't have
a proper mainstream right-wing party.
We don't have a we don't have
or even an actual liberal party, like classical
parties.
liberally.
We have
we don't have that
party
either.
and a centre-left party.
Yeah.
So
they're the same thing.
We're a moderate country.
They're basically the same thing because I don't know much of a difference I haven't heard much of a difference from
the official
this
the
round
official party
coming out from
yeah.
either side. They're saying the same thing. Oh yeah, we're going to fuck you over your rights, but we're going to do it. Another party saying no, don't vote them because we're going to do it.
There's not enough of a functional difference. Yes, the platforms. If you read the documents, the platforms are different, but that's the same as the Dems and Republicans in America. Like the official documents, the agendas, they are very different. But when people get in power, nothing really changes. Nothing drastically changes. Like it's
just where the money goes changes.
I don't necessarily agree that they're both the same. I think
functionally they're not identical, but
I think
there's not enough of a functional difference to really make a distinction.
I think that's reductive. I think there is a functional difference between the two.
My bank account says otherwise.
If that's
that's really all that matters to people.
If that's the only metric that you look at, then absolutely, there's no functional difference.
I just think
because your bank account is not at the mercy of government.
The current Labor
is controlled by the whims of economics.
No, but the current Labor does not hold a candle to the Labor of the past.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
Yeah, but same with both. Same with all parties.
When it comes to is dictated by taxation, which is a part of the fucking government.
What I'm saying is that the rhetoric coming from both sides is essentially the same in this cycle.
Yeah, this particular.
Oh, we're gonna put in this with this bill, and then the other side says no, don't vote for them because we're gonna put in this bill.
We're going to do this bill, which is slightly different.
It's the same fucking bill. I'm getting screwed either way, so why would I vote for either of you? That's all I'm saying. It's just. It seems like they're becoming the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah, you may think that, but over here it's not that. Government has very little influence on economics in Australia. Australia is a small boat on a huge ocean with no steering. We are at the whims. We are held by the whims of China. Our economy is entirely export driven. So we have a service sector, but without mining, without farming, things that are at the whims of the global economy, we're a backwater. So China is responsible for 90% of the economic growth over the last 30 years. And that's
they buy all our shit because they can't produce
they buy all our shit.
But isn't the United States the biggest foreign investor?
In Australia? I don't think so.
Yeah. China is the biggest in property, but as far as I understand, the biggest investor, they don't have the majority, but I think that the single biggest foreign investor in Australia is actually the US. Followed by Britain.
Yeah, I was going to say, Australia isn't just linked to China though. Like we're linked to America and England.
Yeah, like every fucking big American business operates here.
We're linked to many different countries.
Yeah.
Just like any.
We like to blame China, and they are to blame to a big extent, but also it's not just them.
The United States has $1 trillion invested in Australia. United Kingdom, 717 billion. Belgium, 346 billion. Japan, 315 billion. Hong Kong, 174 billion. Singapore, 152 billion. The Netherlands, 114 billion. Luxembourg, 100 billion. Germany, 93 billion. China, 79 billion.
China is China's much more in the property sector.
But you also have to remember that they're not going to be listing all the quote unquote individuals who own property in Australia.
This is total investors. This is direct portfolio and other types.
And that includes quote unquote individuals who own property.
This includes American companies that have invested in Australia, like all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to direct investment, it's the US at 65 billion, Japan at 20, France at 10, Singapore at 9, Germany at 6, then Canada, then UAE, then China, then Chile, and then Ireland.
Yeah, so our economy is linked to many countries.
Yeah, but when it comes to exports,
China.
Exports, China totally.
Exports is money flowing into Australia.
Yeah,
that we then use to buy stuff that we need to flow into Australia. Like
the US
oil.
puts the money in, but China.
Because let us not forget, Australia has very little oil. We are entirely reliant when it comes to oil on imports.
Yeah.
So we are at the mercy of so government receipts in general are entirely at the mercy of not just government receipts. The entire economy is entirely at the mercy of resource prices. So iron ore goes up, boom times, and it flows through the economy in its entirety. Iron ore prices go down, bust times. Oil prices go up, everything just got more expensive. Now, granted, that's the same everywhere, but we don't have a strategic reserve that we can use. We don't have the levers that the US can pull, or that even the EU can pull.
Because they can pull oil out of the ground.
Well, yes, plus America has strategic oil reserve. If they need to cut the price of oil, they can do it overnight. They do it like Biden did it. Biden did a huge release from the strategic oil reserve in order to cut the price of petrol in the US. We don't have that option. We have 45 days of oil. So if Australia's cut off, we're
and everything
stops in 45 days. So
everything
that includes the oilers that are moving to Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't. So again, I'm always confused about this shit. I just asked Grok, and it said in 2021-22, Australia produced 891 petajoules, or 152 million barrels of oil equivalent, of which over 85% was exported. Like,
oil equivalent. It's talking about LNG.
Yeah, I know. But as a whole, sorry, I should have clarified it, I guess. But like, it seems to be the same trend with our beef. We export almost everything we
are
make.
an export-driven economy.
I know. But that's
what I'm
kind
talking
of
about. We are. Yeah. Australia is a resource extraction economy. That's what that fucking video is about. They're complaining that Australia's resource-driven and we haven't developed any manufacturing or industries beyond finance.
But we did, and
I work in finance. RC works in finance.
Yeah, I work in insurance, which is a finance company, which is a form of finance.
Well, finance. All three people here all work in finance.
Yeah.
Baldo's the only one who works with his hands.
Yeah.
At the rub and tug.
And I'm good at
it. But like it's just we export so much of what we make because we don't use what we make.
Like, because we're a country the size of the United States with
the
25
population the size
people.
of fucking Norway, Denmark, tiny.
Yeah, so this is you asked it about oil, and it said petajoules production has been declining.
Yeah,
of crude oil condensate of LPG.
It's all up, we export about 85%. Yeah, no, it's
very little oil.
And I just asked how much oil, and it gave me basically the same thing, and they said we export about 80. Well, 80. Yours says 80, mine says 85. Give or take. Doesn't but we.
Australian petroleum statistics.
Yeah. But I think the point was when you said we don't have much oil, I'm like, hang on, we export a fuck ton of energy. I'll just say energy.
So there you go. We have 55 days of net import coverage.
You said 40. That's close to 45.
So 28 days of diesel consumption, 23 days of jet fuel consumption, 30 days of petrol consumption.
3 years, 2.5 years of crude and condensate. Yeah.
That's million liters.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was days. I'm dumb.
These are days. These are million liters.
Yep.
So Australian refinery share of petroleum product sales, 24%. So yeah, we're at the mercy of the rest of the world, of the global economy, more than a lot of Western nations.
Yep.
So, but yes, I agree with RC. Previous Labor governments have been better. I'm thinking of the Hawke Keating government because that was a very reformist government. that dragged Australia into the modern age. When I mentioned floating the dollar, that's the government that did it. So they
like the Labor of old would have stripped out of the capital gains concessions and negative gearing.
Oh yeah. So look, I don't blame the Labor Party for no longer being like we're not told like for being we're not going to do anything with capital gains. We're not doing anything with fucking negative.
They got
gearing
repeatedly smacked down for it
because they took it to an election and got fucking thumped. So what do you want to do? Like all these people who are like, oh, what doesn't Labor run on this? What is because the last time they ran on it, they got fucking thumped.
You're gonna have to wait a while before they can redo it.
Clearly, the people don't want it. Would you rather a party that hears people say they don't want something and then continues to try to push it on them? Like, what do you fucking want from them?
We already have that. We already have that.
So
I mean, there's another way. Don't run on it and just do it when you're actually in power.
Yeah, just lie about it. Yeah.
No, like carbon tax.
Yeah. And again, there's nuance to that too.
Yeah,
because that was forced by the fucking Greens. So I'm not a fan of I'm not a fan of minority governments. I'm not a fan of any government that gives the Greens any skerrick of power.
I'm just not a fan of any government.
But again, the Liberal Party can neutralize the Greens every single time. All they have to do is say, "That's fine. We'll give you enough votes to maintain supply." To the Labor Party and marginalise the Greens entirely.
Yeah,
but both like the Liberal Party's like, no, we want it back in power, so we're going to make it so that you have to work with the Greens instead of working with the government, like working with the Labor Party. Going, look, we agree on some things. We'll vote with you on those things. We agree you won the election. We'll help you form government, and that's it.
Yep, we'll just do the bare minimum, which is the supply.
We'll give you supply, and then we'll beat your ass at the next election. We'll vote with you on the things we agree with you on, and we'll vote against you with the things we don't. But we're not going to send everybody back to the polls, and we're not going to make you fucking deal with the Greens. So everybody, like, both sides hate the fucking Greens, but not enough to work with each other to fucking marginalize the Greens.
Compass plotting we had last week, like the Labor and Liberal parties were almost at the same spot, and the Greens were up the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we have the two major parties. They're centrist parties. There's centre right and centre left. There's far right people in the Liberal Party and there's far left people in the Labor Party, but they are marginalised.
They're way more centre than they are left or right, and that's
way more centre than they are left.
That's a problem. That's a bit of a problem.
And this narrative, like this is the problem. The narrative in the media, which is driven by the conservative press, because Australia's press. So Americans, the left owns your press. The left 100% owns your press. The Democrats own it. Over here, it's the other way around.
Is it?
Almost all the press in Australia, all the major press, is 100% captured by one side, and it is the centre right.
Is it really?
It really is.
Print media, you're correct. Print media, you're correct.
Right. This is what I want people to understand. Everybody thinks print media is irrelevant, but print media drives other media. So the story of the day, yes, radio. So the stories are broken in the paper, and then the radio talks about it, and then it's reported to you in the news at 6. The narrative is driven by the newspapers. Still, even in 20 over here in 2025, it is still driven in Australia by the major papers. So, and the major papers are owned by News Corp. They're owned by
the major papers are, but online news is also a thing. And online news is
Channel 9 Fairfax.
Online news is a thing. All right.
But it's
what online news?
abc.net.au is my understanding. abc.net.au. Yeah, exactly. The last I saw, and look, I'm probably outdated now. Last I saw, it's when it comes to online news, it's either abc.net.au versus news.com.au.
Yeah,
and Grok is now telling
popularity. Yeah, absolutely. But
Grok is now telling me
that doesn't drive the narrative. The papers itself drives the narrative.
Look, if it's not BTN, I'm not watching.
And Grok is now telling me that SBS is now cited as Australia's most trusted news.
Hang on, are you telling me you don't get all your news from the Noticer?
Yeah, like Grok is now telling me SBS is the most trusted news outlet
in Australia, probably.
Yeah,
yeah,
that wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah,
yeah.
Anyway, let's talk about Europe. That's enough for Aussie news.
Yeah.
The Economist says, in its own plodding way, the continent has created a place where people are guaranteed rights to what others yearn for: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah, they yearn for other people's life,
Europe is
liberty,
the
and their
actual
pursuit of
land
happiness.
of the free now.
Okay.
So, okay.
I'm fine with that.
That's nice, The Economist. Meanwhile,
going by the
Irish police will seek government action to address the growing issue of citizen journalism, preventing filming of police activities for safety. Land of the free?
No, too much freedom.
It's all that freedom. Fucking Christ.
We need to beat the freedom out of
dichotomy
you.
between those two stories is just fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we're the land of the free. Meanwhile, over in Ireland,
we're going to take your fucking statue back.
citizen journalism is becoming a problem. What?
They're noticing too much.
What's not becoming a problem over on Turf Island? The UK Supreme Court has ruled that the legal definition of a woman is based on biological sex.
Adult, human, female.
Yeah.
Which
Adult,
guess what?
human,
That's
female.
and guess what? That's what's going to get. Well, guess what that will mean? Our High Court's going to go in the opposite fucking direction.
It depends. I don't know.
That's my prediction.
Well,
leftism
Tickle,
will
Giggle versus
encroach
Tickle,
even further.
Tickle versus Giggle or whatever. They're still in the appeal phase, so it may still go to the High Court through Giggle versus Tickle.
Yep.
Bring back the Privy Council.
I don't know what that is.
The Privy Council. The Privy Council used to be the place. So before the Australia Act of 1984, you would appeal to the High Court, and if the High Court rejected or ruled against you, you had one more place to appeal. You could appeal to the Privy Council. Privy Council is a group involved, including the King in the UK. It's a group of advisors that advise the King on matters. With the
Kind of like a redress of grievances.
Yeah, so you could appeal to the Privy Council. Here, I'll show you. Privy Council. Privy Council still exists in the UK. No,
But the UK still has a
Queen's Council.
So
here we go. So yes, the Privy Council, formerly His Majesty's most formerly His Majesty's Most Honourable Privy Council, is a council of advisors to the sovereign. Its members, known as Privy Councillors, are mainly senior politicians who are current or former members of either the House of Commons or the House of Lords. So all former prime ministers are a member of the Privy Council, like the bunch of fucking people. Essentially, it's the final place of appeal, or it used to be the final place of appeal.
Can you imagine having John Howard sitting over your?
No, this wasn't John Howard. It didn't apply to Australians.
No,
I mean, but
British prime ministers.
If it was still about,
if we had a Privy Council,
can you imagine John Howard sitting over Giggle versus Tickle?
Okay, so although the Privy Council is primarily a British institution, officials from some other Commonwealth realms are also appointed. By 2000, the most notable instance was New Zealand, whose Prime Minister, senior politicians, Chief Justice, and Court of Appeals justices were traditionally appointed Privy Councillors. However, appointments of New Zealand members have since been discontinued. The Prime Minister, the Speaker, and the Governor-General and Chief Justices are still accorded the style of the Right Honourable, but without membership of the Council. In the late 20th century, Prime Ministers and Chief Justices of Canada and Australia were also appointed Privy Councillors. Canada also has its own Privy Council, the King's Privy Council for Canada. Prime Ministers of some other Commonwealth countries that retain King as their sovereign continue to be sworn of the Council. So yeah, you used to appeal your judicial appeal. Its final stop was the Privy Council. So you were presented your case to the Privy Council, and they Costy says, is this a pendulum changing course? Maybe
For the UK, maybe
for the world, because the UK balls deep in the cutting off your balls agenda.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and it stopped that.
Yeah, it killed
Well,
Tavistock.
one of-
They had the
Yeah,
cast
one of
review.
their no, it was one of their oh, I can't remember, but yeah, they were like, no, we're not doing this anymore. This is in a whole bunch of different places. Like it was,
Well, the NHS, the NHS
review.
banned puberty blockers and stuff.
Yeah, the cast review basically said this isn't helping. Like this is doing the opposite.
Yeah, I thought you said cats for a second. No, you're right. Yeah,
CAS.
Yes. Yeah, I know which one. Yeah.
So yes, the High Court has said that the legal definition of a woman is based on biological sex. This is because the Scottish government argued that transgender people with a gender recognition certificate are entitled to sex-based protections, while for women, Scotland argued they only apply to people who are born female. So Scotland used the Equality Act to try and force through this stuff, and the High Court found that under the Equality Act, which is a bill that dates back to 2010, which is passed by a Conservative government. Under the Equality Act, transgender men or transgender women are not women. So you will never be a woman.
Yes.
Bridgerton style Nicola Coughlan hits out at J.K. Rowling after Harry Potter author celebrated Supreme Court gender ruling as trans activists take to the street of London in protest.
Who's Nicole Coughlan?
She's a star on Bridgerton.
On
I don't watch Bridgerton. It's like that. This fat chick.
What?
This fat
What the
chick.
hell's Bridgerton?
It's like a show on Netflix.
Okay, cool.
It's like a period show on Netflix, but it has black people in it, so it's woke. So
what would I know about it?
Oh, I don't know. It's just general news, my guy.
No, it's garbage. It's but thank you, appreciate it.
Anyway, that's enough about. Let's talk about women.
Oh, there's Palestine
The world
flag.
is healing.
Let's talk about women. Let's talk about women going to space in quotation marks. So Katy Perry, Gail King, Lawrence Sanchez, and former NASA rocket scientist Aisha Bowe and other women are with Blue Origin and set to pass the internationally recognized boundary of space. There they go, up into the sky, penetrating the sky.
New Shepard has cleared the tower.
With their very phallic rocket from Jeff Bezos.
That's a penis.
That's a penis. That is indeed a penis penetrating the sky above the Earth. I think someone, I can't remember if it's in this one, but I saw someone did a side by side of that with one of those Hitachi hand vibrators.
The magic wand.
The magic wand, yeah, Hitachi magic wand. So, which I thought was funny. Anyway, history made.
Oh yeah.
Katy Perry, Gail King go to space on Blue Origin flight. They
I
sing
wish
along
the other
with
scenario where they blew up.
That would have been if it just exploded on the launch pad. Blasted off Monday as part of Blue Origin's latest space mission. In quote, space mission should be in quotes. The mission, called New Shepard 31, included television personality Gail King, journalist and engaged and fiancé of Jeff Bezos, Lawrence Sanchez. The crew was rounded out by a former NASA rocket scientist. She's not a rocket scientist. Bioastronautic research scientist Amanda Newen and film producer Carrie Ann Flynn. The 6 women became the first all-female space crew in more than 60 years
to actually come back.
So here's the flight profile. So they take off. They fly for about 2 minutes, and then the capsule separates, and then lands itself. I believe it landed successfully, and then the capsule continues up past the Catamaran line, and then stays above the Catamaran line for a couple of minutes, and then heads back down and lands safely on the Earth. The Cameron line is about 100 kilometers above the Earth. It is the line that separates aeronautics from astronautics. So if it's below 100 kilometers, it's aeronautics. If it's above 100 kilometers, it's astronautics.
I saw someone, I don't, it was Judge or someone from NASA said that they don't qualify as astronauts.
Yeah. Look, there's no real official definition. Like, if you've been to space, technically you're an astronaut.
You know, I wouldn't call that space.
Technically, the Cameron line is where we define the edge of space. Personally, unless you've done a fucking orbit of the Earth, you're not a fucking astronaut.
Well, that's the thing, though. They weren't in. They were in free fall. They were either going up or coming down. They weren't
in orbit. Yes.
And unless you're in orbit,
to be fair, orbit is falling down just in a pattern. Like just
to me, unless you do an orbit of the Earth, you're not in space. You haven't actually been in space, and you can't.
Yeah,
like an orbit of 100 kilometers is just a flight.
Yes.
So, Babylon. So the response has been hilarious. Babylon B says space returns unwanted Amazon delivery.
Good.
Popcrave says Katy Perry has returned from space. Wendy says, can we send her back?
Is that really Katy Perry?
Who knows?
Are we sure?
And this guy says, today Blue Origin took one giant step for mankind. They got 6 women ready to leave on time.
No, they told them the departure time was 3 hours beforehand.
Yeah, that's how you do it, yeah. The wrong astronauts got stuck for 8
Got
months.
it?
So they are experiencing
1, 2,
weightlessness.
3. Take up space!
Can you imagine how feral these women would get after 8 months together in space?
Like, if you look at there you go. Checkmate, flat earthers. There's the curve. Like, it's just a really high flight.
Yeah.
Like, there's literally no controls on this pod. None. You couldn't crash this thing if you wanted to, if you're in it. It's a curved window. Damn you, Custody.
It's the fisheye lens effect.
Fisheye
there you go.
lens
That's what I was talking about in the side.
Obviously, it's a fisheye lens effect.
Yeah.
Inside chat. That's what I was talking about.
Sean Duffy just confirmed Katy Perry are not astronauts. They're going to be big man over this. You cannot identify as an astronaut. They do not meet the FAA astronaut chrono. Right, okay, that's funny. Jeff Bezos tried to do a whole I'm a big man. I'm gonna wrench open the door.
What's going to come out of her mouth, but really her heart?
And is that
no,
Jeff
too
Bezos
early.
out there right by the capsule? Kind of hard to see.
That is. Here goes Jeff
Here we go. I'm
Bezos
gonna
to open the hatch.
rescue you out with the big bolt thing. Oh, there we are.
Oh yeah, didn't even twist it.
Fucking ridiculous.
Oh, hey, it's
One of
Kwame
them
coming
comes
out
out
of
and kisses the
basement.
ground. It's like, bitch, you were 100 kilometers up in the fucking air.
Yeah.
Didn't wait? At what height did Red Bull jump from a balloon?
I think that was 85 kilometers or something.
Not exactly much higher than that.
That was pretty high.
What height was that? 39 kilometers.
Okay.
That's how high that was.
It's a bit different, but
so 60 kilometers short.
Yeah.
You could do it. They could have gotten out and parachuted. It would be a long fall down, but yeah, there's nothing stopping you from doing it because there's no re-entry. There's no issue with re-entry because they're not really above the atmosphere. They're not going fast enough.
Not fast enough.
You're not going fast enough.
Still
There's
within the atmosphere.
up there. Gail King calling herself an astronaut, getting mad when people said she went on a ride, and then comparing herself to Alan Shepard is hands down the funniest thing I've read this week. So here she says, 2 of the astronauts, I still have a hard time calling myself an astronaut because you're not, but 2 of the astronauts on board, one is a rocket scientist, one is an astrophysicist activist.
Oh, wait, it's not just an astrophysicist, but
she's an astro activist. We're actually we're actually doing experiments.
Tyson sink himself into this.
So what the rocket scientist? What kind of rocket scientist is she?
The DEI kind. I worked for NASA, therefore I'm a rocket scientist.
King
I
push work at NASA.
To the expedition being called a ride. You never see a male astronaut who's going up in space and they say, "Oh, he took a ride." We actually duplicated the route that Alan Shepard did. No one said he took a ride. She continued. It always referred to as a flight or a journey. That's because he could have fucking died. And monkeys did, bitch.
Because the technology wasn't there.
That's right.
Yeah, when we were testing.
So Gail King defends expensive. This was the 31st flight, lady. This was they knew you were coming back.
And the only reason this is special is because
there wasn't sure.
The only reason this is special.
Conspiracy theory around this now.
Yeah. Oh, there's no scorch marks.
Just wanted to do a really quick video on this.
This guy's voice is amazing.
Stay
Katie for a second.
Face of all the other proofs of this hoax. Just want to show you this really, really quick one that happened during the live footage of the opening of the hatch. Check this out.
You know, you saw her get so emotional in her pre-flight interview, but she's still is that still the weighing emotion, or is she still just, oh my God, I saw the stars, I saw the curvature of the earth. You know, what's going to come out of
I'll go outside and see this past tonight, lady.
Her mouth, but really her heart.
And is that
this is their like, oh, it's fake because the door can open from the inside.
Out there right by the capsule, kind of hard to see.
That is correct. That is Jeff Bezos, our founder, on the left, as well as Sarah Knights, our crew member 7.
He's just picking up his girlfriend.
Okay, guys, did you see that? Let's go back and watch it one more time. Okay, now I want you to watch the hatch door open from the inside. The lady runs over there real quick, says, no, shuts the door back, tries to stand in front of it. And then, actually, she starts laughing about it, as you can see right here, because, like I said, it's all staged. It has to look like it's open from the outside.
And we're now just awaiting the opening of the hatch so we can get.
He's right, but not for the reasons that he thinks it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's staged because of a photo op, and that's about it.
Yeah, but they've got to have people who are like, no, let them open from the inside. They've already done
arriving, those are friends and family. Nope, that's nice, but
cause
make them bigger.
Conspiracy theories. It's already fucked. Just don't even pretend. Like, why didn't someone say, "Hey, look, we'll open it. Just stay there"?
Because women don't
Here's the
listen.
literal pod.
And you will see a puff of smoke when it touches down. A puff of dust.
That should be
That's normal.
A puff of dust, last milliseconds, air cushion that will kick up the dust. It's a very soft landing despite the sporty perception. There it is.
We're alive! Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, although the narrator points out how clearly the opening of the hatch was meant to be dramatically opened by Bezos, it was botched. I see a lot of people in the comments not understanding of suborbital capsules. Suborbital capsules like Origin's Blue Origin, Shepard capsule don't reach near the speed required of that of SpaceX's Dragon capsule. I think someone has it. Oh, you won't be able to came back retarded. Someone's got to have it in here. Yeah, look, this is the Dragon after re-entry burn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's because the Dragon actually goes up to 400 kilometers and he's in orbit. So it has to slow down. Like when it's in orbit, it's doing something like 20,000 kilometers an hour around the Earth.
Really, really fast. So it
really,
does
really
actually
fast. And to re-enter, it's got to slow down.
Yeah, orbit meaning you're falling, but you're just missing the Earth.
You're falling fast enough lateral to the Earth that the gravity is just like whipping you around.
Yeah, you're traveling forwards fast enough that the gravity that you're not falling forwards faster than you're falling down.
I'm not going to lie, deep down wanted to crash for the memes. No, see, I wanted to explode on the launch pad. I wanted it to do a a Challenger.
No, I wanted the commentary. Oh, the humanity from the.
Oh my God, they're dead. Oh my God.
Yeah, from the what was it? The Hindenburg.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh, the humanity.
Anyway, let's talk about Quarter
It's
Pounder.
on fire.
So Quarter Pounder had this for Mother's Day. The Mother's Day coffee gift box, coffee brand coffee, where you got the medium roast, the blueberry cobbler, ground coffee, some yogurt covered pretzels, a universal cake up adapter, honey sticks, and chocolate covered honey beans.
What are honey sticks?
I have no idea.
Are they just like straws with honey in them? Because that makes sense. But like I've
Maybe.
never seen honey sticks. Because I looked them up. Yeah, they are. Okay. That's what they are. There's straws with honey in them and sealed ends. Okay.
Okay.
Wait, hang on. That Coffee Brand Coffee logo looks familiar. Like it looks like some other.
Yes, it's the Coffee Brand Coffee logo.
I mean, it looks like another brand. Like he stole it.
Probably.
Or the person who designed it for him sold it to someone else as well. Like his Beardman logo.
No, he didn't steal it. That was like clip art that he fucking just purposed.
No, he paid someone for that, and then the guy went and sold it to a shaving company.
Okay.
Like, so
but yeah, anyway, look at these 5-star reviews. 1, 2-star, 4-star review. Oh, there's a 1-star review.
Oh, no, usually
this, of course, triggered Quarter Pounder so much that he did a fucking 13-minute video whinging about it, calling it a woke psycho trying to destroy a local business for being conservative. Here's the actual review. 1-star, very poor value for money. My younger brother excitedly presented this as a gift for our mother's birthday in 2 weeks, asking me to pay half. Upon examination, the box that he paid $100 for, I had several questions. First, I had trouble believing this actually cost $100, which led me to the product website and ultimately here. Indeed, this is what you get for $100. There are 6 items in the package. Let's just assume the products inside are good quality. Obviously, we'll not know for sure until Mum opens her present, but I'll give the benefit of the doubt here. The reusable K-cup adapter.
That's so unhinged of him.
First off, nothing special, but it's nice to include. Doesn't really add much value since a 4-pack of these are under $10. The 2 bags of coffee, medium roast, and blueberry cobbler. Note these bags are only 12 ounces and retail for $17.99 on the store. This is shockingly expensive for coffee and multiple times more expensive than any other Colombian coffee on the market. Buying them in this pre-packaged box is somehow more expensive than buying them individually. The 3 snacks, yogurt-covered pretzels, chocolate-covered coffee beans, honey sticks. The pretzels and beans, same issues as the coffee. Just far too expensive for what you're getting. The honey sticks, same issue, but 100 times worse. There may be only 10 sticks in the package. At my local farmer's market, these are 4 for $1, and you can get a 50-pack at Walmart for $15. All in all, very stingy with the portions for what you're paying. You could put together a comparable package of brand name items for much less and get much more. Upon further questioning, my brother admitted this company belongs to a conservative political YouTube channel he follows, and he bought it to support a political influencer, then went on a very strange tangent that I'd rather not get into. That brings me to my final gripe with this product. The packaging. It comes in a generic branded box that looks like it went through hell. Unsure of how much this was on Amazon's end or what happened before shipping, but I see in other reviews pictures of the box was also damaged, so we're not the only one. Aside from crumpled damage, the box was fairly worn down. It looked like it had been getting moved around a lot, and it's not Mother's Day themed. Inside, it has instructions to record the product being opened and post a review printed inside the box. Very tacky and confusing packaging for an item intended to be gifted to your mum. I went to the website. The inside of the box is begging you to leave a review at, and the chocolate-covered beans were listed at $13 individually. In this box, you're essentially paying $20 each for 5 items, one of which is roughly $3 worth of honey sticks, plus the black branded cardboard box and K-cup adapter thrown in. If the presentation was much nicer, or the portions were larger, or the price was lower, I maybe could have forgiven some markup. However, I'm leaving a 1-star review on this item for the very low value of products you're getting for $100. I ended up giving my brother half, but insisted we will be repackaging this item in a proper gift bag before giving it to Mum, and he will need to check in with me before any more split gift purchases in future. Very disappointed, as I feel like he was manipulated into purchasing an overpriced product by an online influencer.
Oh, shit.
See, that seemed very level-headed to me.
That's a very reasonable review. Quartering post.
That's a normie discovering the quartering.
Blowing your legal kid's defense fund on a brand new house before his murder trial even begins is hilariously on brand. And then said, never had a tweet go crazy like this, and I don't have SoundCloud, but I do have a coffee company. We roast on demand and have the freshest coffee on Amazon. I would love for you to check us out. I'll pick up a Mother's Day gift box. And here's his wife advertising the gift box.
Wait, that's not her.
Yeah, it is. That's his missus.
Inside this box is the best Mother's Day gift you could possibly imagine.
That's her.
No, that's not her.
That is absolutely her.
She looks too young and too flat-chested.
No, that's her. I'm telling you.
Really?
Yeah, that's her. I am 99% sure that's her.
Who's this supposed to be? Sorry.
The quarter pounder's wife.
Your mom.
We've seen.
It's meant to be your mum. So I replied, I don't know, man. I saw this review.
No.
Someone bookmarked it, so someone's going to go back to it. Anyway, moving along. That's enough dunking on quarter pounder. 4chan got hacked. So people were posting this. This isn't actually from 4chan. This is from 4Plebs, which is the archive of 4chan, and it's been edited. Israel is not the #1 poster on 4chan, though that would be fucking hilarious.
It's still down.
It's still down. It's going to be down forever. I don't think it's coming back. If it's going to come back, it's going to come back very different. So expect a whole bunch of weirdos to be scattered to the wind.
Just get a service unavailable.
Turns out the Jannies on 4chan, some of them were actual Jannies.
Of course.
Yeah.
So there's a whole bunch of stuff about their entire, the entire website was hella owned. It was not updated. It was not security patched. It was very poorly maintained, and it appears that no one knows how to fix it. So no one knows how to redeploy the whole thing.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what did they actually do to the website? Like, did they just delete it?
They got admin. They got
to the website.
They got admin privilege. They got admin privilege. So it runs on PHP, and they got access to the PHP admin page.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah. So I guess I'm guessing
everything, full access to everything, all the accounts. Like all the Jenny accounts, all the email addresses.
Yeah. $20 that left the password as password.
No, they used an exploit. Because the website allows upload of PDF files, not pedophiles, actual PDF files.
Well,
but if you allow upload of PDFs and you don't have the right security settings, you can upload a PostScript file that'll actually execute when it's actually uploading the file, and that's how they got in.
Right.
So the site hadn't been updated since 2019. So,
yeah, it's been a long time since I frequented. But yeah.
Speaking of 4chan, has anybody seen Fallen?
No. Where is he?
Like, Fallen has been around for weeks now. I'm starting to worry about him.
Rip.
No, he was in
right now. He's playing EverQuest.
I did a welfare check on him the other day.
Yeah, apparently he's playing
EverQuest
I haven't
seen him in the Discord since then. I need to check on him after the show. Anyway, so yeah, there's a lot of funny stuff. I would just say look it up yourself. The funniest thing I saw.
Darren coming in and say, "Why are you posting on my Discord server?"
Notorious internet message board 4chan has been hacked. So this is a Reuters article. The funniest part is where is it? Messages sent to 4chan's press email went unreturned. One of the 24 or so alleged moderators purportedly exposed in the hack wrote back using their 4chan email address to say that the site had released a video statement. The user then pointed Reuters to an unrelated explicit 4-minute video montage. A request for further information was followed by a link to a different video with similar content. So they asked, so all the Jannies emails were released. And Reuters emailed the Jannies to get a statement. And one of the Jannies replied and sent them to a porn video.
Goatee.
And then when they requested further information, they were sent to another porn video.
So they did the Can't Dank Heel Ball.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do a quick Elon update. Elon Musk's obscene offer to baby mama Ashley Sinclair for her silence and their newborn name is revealed. So Ashley Sinclair has revealed the wild amount of money Elon Musk offered to pay her for her silence after she gave birth, as a paternity test determined he is 99.9999% likely to be the father of the newborn. Cue the "you are the father." The conservative influencer 26 revealed that she'd given birth to Musk's child in early February, the 14th of his offspring that is publicly known. The 14th of his offspring that is publicly known. She revealed Tuesday that the baby, a boy, is named Romulus. Musk has never publicly admitted the child is his, and the pair are currently locked in a legal battle involving the first body and Tesla's CEO taking the test to prove he's the father. Now Sinclair is revealing Musk, who claimed he's providing at least $2.5 million to a date in March, offered her $15 million and $100,000 a month to not publicly disclose that he is the father of the child until he turns 21.
That sounds like it's more to protect the child than him.
Huh?
That sounds like it's more to protect the child than him. Because if the child's not out in Musk's care,
so the child has a normal upbringing,
yeah. Musk can't protect it. Someone finds out it's Musk's child, kidnaps, ransom. Musk is up for whatever, and then he either saves the child and gives out money, or he doesn't save the child, and everyone thinks he's a cunt for not doing anything.
Yeah,
he's fucked either way.
Jared Bertrand.
Now Ashley Sinclair decided to be a whore to tell everyone. So
Musk's fixer told Sinclair that this is a similar amount to what Musk has agreed with other mothers of his children, who include pop star Grimes and Neuralink executive Siobhan Zillis. Musk demanded that she deliver a baby via cesarean section. He believes doing so allows for a baby to have a larger brain and not undergo a circumcision. Sinclair is Jewish and wanted a natural birth, so she rejected both. Sinclair did comply, however, with the request to leave Musk's name off Romulus's birth certificate, which Birchall made while she was inducing labor, but she did prepare by hiring an attorney against Birchall's wishes. If someone wants you to not hire an attorney, they aren't looking out for you. Birchall then demanded Sinclair sign papers that would keep Musk's parentage a secret in exchange for $15 million and $100,000 a month. The agreement prevented her from ever saying anything negative about Musk, but did not stipulate the same for him about her. That's bullshit. If you have an agreement with someone that's like, you have to keep this a secret and you can't say anything negative about me, it also has to go both ways. Should be both ways. Should be like, I won't be able to say anything negative about you, but you won't be able to say anything negative about me. We both agree to not shit talk each other. Yeah. Musk even tried to influence her decision by saying he was under threat of assassination due to his support of Donald Trump. She refused to sign. Yada, yada, yada. He eventually invited her on a trip on his private plane to Rhode Island to visit one of his children at school. Musk spoke frequently about having children with Sinclair, telling her to pick a name after the first time they had sex. On a vacation over New Year's heading into 2024, Sinclair revealed she had been ovulating. Musk asked, "What are we waiting for?"
Do it now. Let's do it now, baby.
Conceived Romulus soon after. Ironically, Sinclair is credited with one iconic piece of Musk merchandise tying him to Trump, his infamous dark MAGA Gothic style hat, which he wore to several events leading up to the election. That wasn't the end of Musk's plans for Sinclair, as he tried to get her to move to an Austin compound to spend time with himself and the rest of what he calls his kid legion. Musk
Oh, so is
wanted
harem.
multiple residencies in the same community where all of the women and children, which insiders suggest is much higher than the known about 14, would live. I reckon it's closer to 30.
Yeah, he wanted to move it to the harem.
Yeah. Hey, dude, I'd do that if I had a whole bunch. Like, if I had a whole bunch of kids with a whole different women, I'd be like, and I was Elon Musk, I would own. Look, if I won Powerball, I would buy enough houses to close off my street and make it a private compound and move my kids in. So, and I've only got 3 of them. So, if I had 30
the Greens
of them,
will be just restoring, trying to take over the empty houses.
Yeah, that's right. I'd have socialists trying to. Stabby says, dude, if I had as much money as Musk, I'd have twice as many kids, but not with any of these BPD chicks he goes for. Yes.
Yeah.
What,
Yes.
the thing is, how many kids can Musk have? Thousands. How many kids should he have? Well, that question goes to, can he sustain them financially? How many can he sustain financially? Probably the same amount.
Dozens, yeah.
How many can he be an actual father to?
None.
That's the question.
I don't think he can be a father to any of them.
He could be a proper father to maybe
He is
20.
the CEO. He's the CEO of literally 3 different companies that all have incredible demands on his time. He's doing Doge. Like, I don't think he has enough time. He's a pro gamer who puts hundreds and hundreds of hours into online games. I don't know how he could possibly be a good be a present father to any of them.
Well, my thinking is that he could possibly be a half decent father to maybe 20 of them, maybe, if he tried hard. But
if he quit all his jobs, he could. Yes,
if he was a stay-at-home dad, like he could be maybe 20. But like, how many different baby mamas has he got?
6 or so, 6, 7. He has 5 with his first partner. Like the first 5 are with the same mother, but everyone after
in different locations. It's like
lots. Yeah,
this dude he's a whore.
This is true too. Stabby says they'll be better off. They'll still be better off than most kids born in a fatherless household. Yeah,
that is true. But they're still
they'll have the money. So
they're still going to be raised in a fatherless home.
Yeah,
like the number one predictor of whether you're going to be in the judicial system or not isn't.
He's talking about the. Oh, he's going through his own stuff.
I don't think Kurt's stuff.
Let's see. That was a big super chat.
Not the quartering. Oh no,
sucking his nuts.
Look at the fucking chat.
There's 3,000 people watching.
That's a great pause.
Fuck you, crackers and kikes. I will not go silently.
Well, speed running the master.
That's Matthew Harris' voice.
Speed running the master of the band. Blah blah blah.
Oh my goodness. Here we go.
Kurt has always been a slimy sack of shit. I'm more impressed it took you this long to figure it out.
Here's what, if people haven't figured this out about me, the amount of like just grace and overlook.
Elb is going to have so many fucking clips.
Like, he's going to be
I hope
rolling
he's recording this because he's probably going to take it down.
Probably, yeah.
What did Kurt actually do?
Nothing.
Nothing. That's the issue.
I cannot think of anything Kurt did short of like cover this stuff. Like that's
did
all
he just
did.
critically analyze what happened?
Yeah.
Overindulge during your most difficult days. I found it as
we watched creators you graciously helped out overindulge during your most difficult days. It's pretty ironic, but overindulge. Nick would know all about that. But the lead attorney stole the show. Classiest man on YouTube. Okay, so that's the other person. So it's Bronca, the lead attorney, and Joe.
Sorry,
Kurt went on Nate's show. Yeah, Kurt was objective. Kurt Baldo washed at the start.
Yeah, because he's like, I need to see
'cause
the
he's like,
evidence from what,
yeah.
what the government is trying to do to my friend. I want to
Yeah,
see the
yeah.
evidence, which I think is a reasonable take. Like, I want to see the evidence of what my friend is going through, and then evidence came out, and he's like, it's pretty shitty. Let's hope for the best.
Yeah.
Like,
he never really denounced Nick.
But then
Nick,
now
Nick's the one who did it.
Nick isn't his friend via text.
Yeah. You're not
Yeah,
like
that's-
what a fucking petty little bitch.
That's pretty
You're not
scummy.
my friend anymore. Fuck off, Nick. Seriously.
And you made him cry.
There's this
I
guy
thought-
in the chat. There's a guy in the chat who's replying to every super chat saying you should charge this back.
And like, I thought Nick didn't stop being friends with people. I thought people stopped being friends with Nick. Isn't that what Nick?
Well,
one of his things? Like, I never stopped being friends with people.
I
They
had a
just
clip
throw
earlier that
themselves.
I had a clip that I was going through earlier that he doesn't hold a grudge. He's buries the hatchet.
Yeah,
Like,
in
he'll
people's
always-
backs.
Yeah, no, he'll always bury. He doesn't care. He will bury. He doesn't care where the hatchet goes as long as it goes in the ground.
Oh, carotid artery.
Like it's like, dude, really? Because like, and it's from the stream. This is
I
from.
built me. You can't tear it down. Only I can. And if people everywhere need to take this fucking advice, no one can destroy you but you. If you are destroyed, you did it. Either you did the thing that someone else talked about, you did whatever that someone else leaked. If you act with honesty and integrity, no matter what the leaks are, no matter what happens, someone will go, all right, but I get it.
Like that's like he did a stream with like Lady Rackets on it as well, and Divinity, and Jeff was there as well. Rip Jeff, like Jeff was there, and I'm like, I'm watching this video, and I'm like, oh god, in the feels, man.
Yeah.
Impulsive as they claimed you had been, but the lead attorney stole the show.
God damn it, I can't fucking scrub. There we go.
To my news and interpreting it, this is the high quality analysis that you can find.
Dude, I'm waiting for Nick to do
There's
some
a
high
mix
quality
of
analysis.
there's a mix of
Yeah, we wait a while.
I guess status amongst these fine fellows. But you've got Eric Hunley up here. This is his laid back law show. Eric's always been a good dude. I have nothing bad to say about him. But he kind of runs a show where he brings a bunch of lawyers on Fridays, and they discuss various legal issues. You've got Kurt
looks
here,
like Sean
Nate
was,
the lawyer, MLS.
in court today.
You've got
He's gone to
Joe
court,
down
yeah.
the bottom left. You've got you've got a porg raping a blueberry down the bottom center. I cannot get over how Sean looks in this picture.
I will give him that. Sean looks like Sean does look very funny in this.
That is an off the shelf. Okay, as a big man myself, that is an off the shelf shirt. That is
That's not tailored. Absolutely not. Yeah,
and
no.
it's very bad. That is for someone who wider shoulders than Sean has, and a thicker neck than Sean has, but the same size. He's picked that shirt because of the belly. I can 100% guarantee that. That's why he's picked that shirt, and he hasn't got it tailored. So that's why that shirt looks like that. Is because it's for someone who is his shoulders are much wider and his neck is much bigger. That's why that looks like that. But
And I think that's a
it's still
clip-on
pretty funny.
tie too.
That's still pretty
So
funny.
it's not pulling it's not pulling in on the neck. Like
No, it's not, because he's got look at how much room he's got in the back there.
yeah.
Yeah.
For sure, no.
What's happening? This is a whitehead on a blueberry. Oh my goodness. Squeeze the suspenders a little bit and they'll pop. I actually don't know if those are suspenders or if that's two seatbelts because he takes up the entire car. Jesus Christ.
What's a retarded take?
And he's coming back tomorrow. So I mean, when I saw, I can't look at it. Ah, I cannot. I can't look at the picture. When he moves his head, I'm seriously, the first thing I thought was like, it's like a porg in a nest. It's like, and it's good. Over the course of the past year, Sean has kind of gotten a little tired of my my endless railing against his fatness. He says it's one-dimensional. It's not my fault though, because he's hogging all the other dimensions. Oh my God. Like, I submit his shoulders are well, no, actually I don't know where they are. They're non-existent. He looks like he's wearing one of those sumo suits. Oh my God. Like, I was not expecting this.
Plus he's in a car
at all.
Like,
yeah,
when I
the camera's
turn
in a
this
wrong,
video,
really
holy
bad
fuck.
angle. He's
And when he
squished in a
starts-
car.
when
In
he
a
starts
seat
moving
that's
his head
not
around,
designed for his
it
body type.
doesn't look real.
Like,
Yeah.
come on. Sean has like
all
a
right,
dozen
and then the
things
other
going
guy is
against him.
Pisco. Pisco is this weirdo lawyer. I think he's a lawyer now. He was a law student when he was first started going on Destiny's show. I've debated Pisco. He's a good spirited guy who's nice. I don't have anything bad to say about Pisco, except I just think most of his opinions are garbage. But I, like, he is who he is. But I don't really know him or anything. I don't have anything bad to say about him. Like I said, I disagree with his positions. I disagree with his legal analysis. In the past, I haven't watched him or heard from him in a long time. My debate with him was fun. I
noticed he's watching Elb's clip.
But yeah. So, and
was that an Elb
here we go.
clip?
So here, this is a little clip.
I know because I watched it this
All
morning.
right, to shift to another topic,
okay.
I saw in the chat, everybody's commented. I can't ignore it. Yes, Nick Rekieta was sentenced to 30 days in jail. I think 5 years probation.
Wow, aggressive.
Yeah,
that's been tough. Wow, they went
Hey,
for the wall. Damn.
I mean,
Nice.
it
Nate's
So-
loving it.
Again, there are two reactions on here that, like, again, okay. All right. That's good. Everybody else's reactions are
Great analysis.
rather acceptable to me. I mean, I not that I'm the arbiter of a reaction or not, but two of those were, it's like, come on. No class. Also, they're wrong, which makes it funnier.
is what it is. I wish him nothing but the best.
It
if
isn't
he
what
is
it
not currently sober, maybe when he spends the time, it'll help him.
Now, okay, to be very clear, guys, I have been sober because I had to since early June.
That's rather telling. It's not sober because he wants to get clean for his
There was
kids.
a brief period of time.
He's
Or his
sober.
marriage.
He's sober because he has to
I
be.
guess it's not that.
I'm
period.
sober
From
because I have
November
to be.
April.
Yeah.
Not because I want
and
to
he
be.
will have to be for the next 5 years.
In which technically I was under
Or
no
did I read the
restrictions in my
probation
testing.
wrong?
And so I was able to partake in an alcoholic beverage from time to time.
Which is
what
what
I
you
found was that after 5 months of not drinking, most alcohol tasted like utter fucking garbage.
Because your taste buds grew back? They weren't burnt to shit?
It just didn't
Yeah, that's
taste
right.
good.
The Stabby says, "Lol, we know this is a lie too." Even Vito
But I
ratted him
can't
out for how
express to you
drunk he
guys enough,
was.
like, there were
Dick's
people
wedding.
specifically between June and November saying that I was either
but he was
using
out of state,
drugs
so it doesn't
or
count.
drinking. If I had done either of
Did he
those
get
things,
permission to
they'd
travel out of
take my
state?
children, maybe
Yes.
forever. Guys, I was stone sober the fucking day that they said you cannot have drugs or alcohol or you will lose your children. There's no question. You don't need a treatment program. You don't need anything. If you give a shit at all about your family, you just do it, and you do it fast.
Well, some would
And
say
you
if
do it
you gave a
without
shit about him, you'd
complaining,
do that
you do it without
before.
arguing.
You've done it in the
you
first place,
just
yeah.
The
do
government
it.
fucking told
That's
you
life.
you had to.
That's how living works. And I don't understand.
It's 2
where
a.m. in
people
St. Paul and he's
came up
still
with this
going. So.
concept that like I was somehow beating the system. You will not beat the system. Like you might fool a test or two. I guess I've heard of it.
Hang on, let's enough of him bloviating. There we go. There was some movement there.
Whatever
It'll be interesting to check Playboard tomorrow to see how much he made in the YouTube super chats.
Very simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, Pisco says
I'm sure an
he
A-log
doesn't
will
think
go
it's
through
jail
and
time.
catalog the amount.
Which again,
it'll be on.
I will not serve any
it'll
jail
be
time
on
unless I
Kiwi
violate
Farms
probation
at the end of the stream.
which I will not. But again, you don't have a choice at some point because you have to.
Speaking of super chats,
have to live.
Support the
All
chat.
this stuff is really fun when there's not quote unquote no consequences. It gets unfun really fucking fast when the government comes to help.
Successful conclusion of a bunch of hoops and probation. And that's what it looks like, but I don't understand Minnesota orders. Mine in Michigan would say specifically that. This one says possible deferral pursuant to probation. So who knows?
I haven't seen it, but I still think even putting 30 days on them.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't even. Sean's mic is terrible.
Sounds like he's calling in with a CB.
He is calling in from a phone.
I don't even want, like, I actually feel bad being an asshole. And in solidarity with Sean, I got a special tool that he would use. But his head, I'm not trying to be a dick. I just cannot stop laughing at how he looks in the frame. It's doubly funny, and I hope he did this on purpose. But like, I always thought it was weird but hilarious how he sat in his chair because he's so low in the frame. But this is like his phone in his car. He doesn't have to have it this way. And he is still, it's like gravity will not let him come up the frame. It's like, God damn it. John, what are you doing? How can you not figure this out? You look like a piece of furniture gains.
So I think he watched the short clip of. There it is. No, maybe it wasn't that one. I thought it might have been just before.
Maybe there isn't. Let's see. Okay, here.
So he waited
all
3
right.
hours to go into his stuff. just to trigger the A-logs to get him to go to sleep.
The guy who's replying, his name is
Huh?
Kayla's boyfriend, and it's using
Yo.
Aaron's
All right, we have
Aaron's mugshot.
we have Kurt here, and he is going to go through the letters of support. So this is it starts right here with Megan Fox. So look, with further ado.
Oh, these are the letters that the judge thinks.
Here's the
Nick wrote.
letter in support. Dear Judge Wenzel, I've known Nick Rekieta professionally and personally since 2022.
Let's not watch this now because I guarantee El will clip all these and we'll go through them next week. So
Yeah, we'll be able to
it's more of a
screen
next
through
week thing.
I don't want to repeat all the same stuff next week. So anyway, Trump administration refers New York AG Letitia James for possible prosecution over allegations of mortgage fraud.
Wow, no!
I very
let's
much hope
there's
this
like
happens.
37 of them, or 34 of them.
She listed Virginia as her primary residence and her father as her husband on mortgage applications.
Sorry, her
So-
father as her husband.
Yes. So she committed mortgage fraud. That's a federal crime. Yeah. So let's see how that goes. Dart apologizes for asking Boyson to put on deodorant. British number 4 Harriet Dart has apologized for asking the umpire to tell her French opponent to put on deodorant during a first round loss at Rouen Open. Dart lost 6-0, 6-3.
If you stink at that point, deodorant's not going to help.
Yes.
Like, I'm sorry, deodorant's not going to help at that point.
Can you please ask her to put on deodorant? She smells really bad.
How can she
That's
smell her from that
fucking
far away?
hilarious.
Was she she's a Frenchie, right?
The Frenchie was the one who needed to put on deodorant. Yeah.
Of course. It was. But how bad do you have to smell when you're that far apart?
That has to be pretty fucking bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I know I'm going to get in trouble for this one. So here goes.
Is that a filter?
Imagine that either Elon Musk or Donald Trump has ever had sex that was consensual on the part of the woman or sex that they did not have to pay money for.
I'm sure Elon's
Or
paid
gifts.
for plenty of sex
Ever.
afterwards.
Have a great day.
A lot of projection.
Whatever.
Lot of projection.
The IRS is making plans to rescind Harvard's tax exempt status. So that'll be hilarious.
Yes.
Trump apparently waved off the Israeli strike after divisions emerged in his administration. So Israel had developed a plan to attack the Iranian nuclear facilities that would have required U.S. assistance, but some people in the administration didn't want to do that. So Trump said, "No, we're not going to do that, baby. You got to put the thing away.
Put the little rocket away.
Speaking of putting the things away, I got to put away the cats. Back you go, cats. Back in the pound." Officials update threat level of massive volcano due to erupt as 30,000 Americans brace.
300,000.
300,000, yes. Thank you, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
Remain on alert as Mount Spur continues to show signs of volcanic unrest that began earlier this year. This is in Alaska.
Oh, Elb.
No, Elb is from Alaska. She doesn't live in Alaska.
You see might have family there.
Well, yeah.
Hmm.
So here it is. Yellow alert. That's what a scientist wait to provide update. There it is. Apparently, the likelihood of it exploding has decreased slightly.
Okay.
So,
blow up already.
Trump names Fox News host Mark Levin to Homeland Security Advisory Council. So Mark Levin is now a member of the Homeland Security Advisory Council, which comprised of top experts in their field who are highly respected by their peers.
Whenever anyone says top experts like that, all I can think of is Ali G. When he sends in his top experts.
We've got top men. We've got top men.
We is
working
top
on it.
experts.
I mean, Levin used to work for the Reagan admin as a secretary in one of the
they're-
departments.
they're-
Like he's been in one of those positions before. Like it's not new.
Ex-NYPD sergeant gets 18 months for helping China stalk expats.
Bitch.
So China operates like secret police departments in many, many Western countries to keep track of
expats,
citizens, and expats who are living in the West, to make sure, and basically to intimidate them as well. Into returning back. They gotta go back to China.
Reminder
But when
that
they go back to China,
not
they're gonna
free.
pay the tariffs.
Yes.
A federal appeals court has blocked activist Judge Boasberg's attempt to hold Trump officials in contempt of criminal contempt.
What is he holding them in criminal contempt for?
They arrested a dude. They arrested a guy. This is from a couple of weeks ago. They arrested the guy in court. They picked up a guy.
No.
Is
That's not that one.
This is different. Is it? Okay.
No, this is the return the person. This is the return the person one.
Which
because Judge Boasberg ordered all the MS-13 people, yeah.
And they're like,
because the plane was in the air. Because they said, "Oh, the plane was in the air."
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, because that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
That's Judge Boasberg.
Yeah, he tried to hold them in contempt for not obeying the order.
Wait, so when was the order given? Were they already off the ground?
They were in international waters when
allegedly
the verbal. Yeah.
Allegedly, the verbal order, like he gave a verbal order before the plane took off, but hadn't given a written order yet. And the administration is like, well, it's not legal until it's a written order. So they just said plane should take off. And by the time the written order got through, the plane was already in the air. So,
so
they were a bit sneaky.
That is a bit sneaky.
So,
Federal Appeals Court has blocked activist judge from holding.
Yeah.
So appeals.
So, as a result of it, he held them in criminal contempt for not returning the MS-13 people, and the appeals court has said no, you can't hold them in criminal contempt.
Okay.
Trump, Rubio warned U.S. will quote unquote move on from trying to broker Russia-Ukraine peace deal unless progress is made. We're just going to take a pass. Now, I don't know what this fucking means. I don't know if this means
the Ukraine war is a terrible thing, but it's not our war. We didn't start it. The United States has been helping Ukraine for over the last 3 years, and we want it to end. But it's not our war. I want everyone to understand that. And the reason why I make that point is the president has spent 87 days at the highest level of his government repeatedly taking efforts to bring this war to an end. We are now reaching a point where we need to decide and determine whether this is even possible or not, which is why we're engaging both sides. As you know, Ambassador Witkoff has had not one, not two, but 3 meetings with Vladimir Putin to determine the Russian perspective on this and understand what it will take for them to end it. We, General Kellogg, myself, and others have had repeated engagements with the Ukrainians. So we came here yesterday to sort of begin to talk about more specific outlines of what it might take to end the war, to try to figure out very soon, and I'm talking about a matter of days, not a matter of weeks, whether or not this is the war that can be ended. If it can, we're prepared to do whatever we can to facilitate that and make sure that it happens, that it ends in a durable and just way. If it's not possible, if we're so far apart that this is not going to happen, then I think the president is probably at a point where he's going to say, well, we're done. You know, we'll do what we can on the margins. We'll be ready to help whenever you're ready to have peace. But we're not going to continue with this endeavor for weeks and months on end. So we need to determine very quickly now, and I'm talking about a matter of days, whether or not this is doable in over the next few weeks. If it is, we're in. If it's not, then we have other priorities to focus on as well.
Cool. I like that.
Yeah. What happened to day one?
Yeah, what happened to day one?
Yeah,
Trump fails to deliver on his promises.
Look,
yeah, but no, I get it.
Then you might as well move on now.
Yeah, I would prefer to move on now.
This kind of talk,
yeah.
This kind of talk is essentially saying that it's essentially saying to the Russians, well, if you're intransigent, then we're just going to stop. Like, we're just going to give up.
So, yeah, but it's not. I think it's because the Ukrainians are the ones who aren't moving on, who aren't moving forward. It's because the Russians are at the table. At least that's my interpretation.
The Russians aren't at the table. The Russians will not agree to anything. There was a ceasefire on the table. The Russians said no.
I thought it was the
Russians
Ukrainians
said, yeah, we'll
agree.
agree. The Russians said, yeah, the Ukrainians proposed it.
Oh, okay.
And the Russians said, yeah, we'll agree to it, but only if you do this, and this, Americans. And the Americans are like, no, we're not doing that. Well, then we're not going to agree to the ceasefire.
Yeah.
And the way he's talking is essentially, well, we're just going to we're just going to walk away from the whole thing and not even do anything. Like, we're just going to give up. If Russia doesn't negotiate a settlement. But that's what Russia. Why the fuck would Russia negotiate anything if the end result is America walks away and Russia gets exactly what it wants?
Well, that's the thing, though. What they should be saying is, whoever
what
doesn't
Trump
come to the
said
table.
In the fucking first place was if this is the fucking problem. Trump had a plan to solve this and then went like a limp fucking noodle on day one. Playing like this, Ukraine shouldn't have started it, and sucking Putin's balls the entire time instead of going, Putin better come to the fucking table, or I'm gonna give Ukraine nukes. I'll do it. I'll fucking crazy man. Putin, you better come to the fucking table now, or you're fucked. Instead, it was like, oh please, Mr. Putin, I love you so much. Ukraine shouldn't have started the bad war against you. Putin's not going to negotiate. It's clear Trump's on his side. So why the fuck would you negotiate? All you have to do is hold down until Trump gets bored and moves on. If Trump had actually come in hard, he might have actually had it fucking done. But he didn't.
Yeah.
Like before the election, he's like, yeah, well, if one of the sides doesn't want peace, I'm gonna I'm going to give the Ukrainians whatever they need. If Russia doesn't come to the table, I'm going to give Ukraine so many weapons. It's going to be unbelievable, which is actually a threat to the Russians.
Mm-hmm.
To be like, I'm going to let Ukraine off the chain. I'm going to give them all this tech. They're going to blow the fuck out of you Russians. If that's your strategy, fucking say that
and stick to it.
But if your strategy is, if you don't agree to peace, we're going to walk away. Okay, well, the Russians aren't going to agree to peace then because they want you to walk away. So you've
Also,
got nothing to offer.
Yeah.
So much for out of the deal.
They've got what they wanted.
That's exactly right. They've got what they wanted right now. So Russia's deal is Ukraine just accepts that everything is lost. And that's America's deal as well. Steve Witkoff's walking around talking about how, oh yeah, any peace deal means that Russia keeps what it's got. I mean, what? So Russia doesn't have to sacrifice, Russia doesn't have to give up anything to end the war. Well, no, that's not how it works. If they win, they don't have to give up anything. The winner in a war doesn't have to give up anything. But a negotiated settlement, they haven't won the war. It's not over.
No.
So, and all Trump keeps going, it would have never have happened if I was president at the time. Would never have happened. That's irrelevant. You are president now.
Yeah, that only works when you're opposing the person who was in at the time.
Like, it's all well and good to say that, but you aren't running for anything anymore.
Yeah.
You don't need to win an election. There's no more election in your future.
You're the one in power.
Unless you're talking to Steve Bannon, then Bannon's saying he's going to run again.
Bannon's insane.
I know. That's funny.
Anyway, moving on. Nearly 100 days after the fires in Los Angeles, and it's going about how you'd expect from LA leadership, only 4 permits for homeowners to rebuild their properties have been issued by the city of LA by the end of March, which was 4 more than LA County issued in the aftermath of the Eaton fire.
Oh, so
nothing. There's been no.
So she lied to the president's face when she said, "We're going to get it done. We're going to get it done today."
Yeah.
Yep. We'll get all these permits done. Yep. They have them. Cool. They want permission. They have it. That's a fucking lie. Of course. Well, it's California.
Yeah.
It's LA. What do you
Georgia man charged with threatening to kill Tulsi Gabbard.
You leave her
Quote,
alone.
Death to America means death to America literally. I'm sorry. Is America a literal person you can murder? I guess America Ferrera is.
America the company?
America the company, the corporation. He's a sovereign citizen. Tulsi is living on borrowed time. Apparently, Tulsi is the embodiment of America, I guess.
Well, she could be the statue.
Damn right.
And
She's
finally, Democrats or lefties have decided that dogs, that man's best friend, are environmental villains.
I mean,
so,
in a certain way, they dig up
guess,
everything.
but,
But you leave the dogs alone.
I mean, that's any domestic pets that we have.
That is certainly a choice.
Mm-hmm.
That is certainly a choice to argue that dogs are a villain. So that's it.
They're all cat ladies, so don't wonder why.
Yeah.
That is it for the show this week at 4 hours and 47 minutes. Yeah, I'm not pro.
Did I hit my nigger quota?
Abby says I'm not pro Russia, but after everything has happened, I'm totally anti Ukraine. Yeah, see, I'm not any. I don't know how you can come to the conclusion that Ukraine bad.
Well, I'm anti both sides, actually. To be honest,
Ukraine's corrupt as fuck.
Let them fight.
I don't give a shit how corrupt they are. Many countries are corrupt. I'm anti invading other countries.
They're a level above the rest of the usual corruption.
So I'm anti invading other countries.
Weren't they?
Simple as that.
Yeah.
And the argument that these areas are full of Russian speakers. Okay, Mexico would like half of Texas, please,
and half of California, and half of Arizona.
Mexico is already conquering Texas, though.
So
yeah, they are.
Again.
They're reconquering it. They're reconquering it through peaceful means.
Chinatown because there's a lot of Chinese speakers. That's not how
Mexico
that
also wants Dearborn.
Texas is like what, a third Hispanic? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. They're reconquering it. Like it's yeah.
But anyway. So yes, that's the show for this week.
Hmm.
So everyone have a great week.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there will be way more Ricada news next week.
Oh, plenty. We'll drown in it.
And we will review all the lies that I'm sure he told on the stream and anything else that I'm sure is released by Minnesota Public Records. So yeah, have a great week. We'll see you next week.
Later all.
All they did was refuse annexation. What do you mean? Refused the annexation vote.
You mean Ukraine refusing the
You mean
annexation? Refusing
Ukraine
to
refusing to respect the annexation vote.
Yeah.
So the annexation vote happened after the invasion.
Yeah, the invasion
How
happened
do you-
in 2014.
How the fuck do you like the Crimea one? Okay, you're never getting Crimea back. Whatever.
Who's not getting it back? Russia or
Ukraine?
Ukraine's not getting Crimea back. That's never happening. I've never said it should happen. Hey, I've had an idea for a negotiated settlement this entire time. The Donetsk and Luhansk, they become their independent places as Russia wants, and the other two oblasts in their entirety are handed back to Ukraine. That's it. And Russia doesn't get everything they want, and Ukraine doesn't get everything it wants. That's what a fucking settlement looks like. So Ukraine cut off the main freshwater Crimea for years leading up to this invasion. Last I checked, they cut off. Yes, if I remember the timeline correctly, the Ukraine cut off the water after the Russian invasion, and then the Russians blew up the dam, and also crying about the freshwater flow to the Crimea, when the Russians blew up the Zaporizhia dam, they made that freshwater that spur useless because it required the dam to operate. So, okay, that's like a moot point. So, and does that make so? Trump wants to redirect the flow, like some of the flow of one of the rivers that goes into Mexico. I don't know if I can't remember if it's Colorado or not. Does that mean Mexico can invade the US? That's fine. So if you got a problem with it, there are tools to settle this stuff. So
I believe they're called AK-47s.
So, and the Russians didn't have let's be real. The Russians fucking invaded Crimea in 2014 and then held a sham referendum to legitimize their conquering of their invasion of Crimea.
Yeah.
So it was never legitimate in the first place. We all just accepted it because Obama accepted it. Because Obama was a fucking coward. Because he's like, we need to pivot. We need to pivot to China, and then didn't pivot to China. So, keep having to pivot to China. I don't understand this. We do nothing. Like America does nothing in Europe, but then keeps having to pivot to China. What are you pivoting from? You were never there in the first. You weren't doing anything there in the first place.
We've done nothing, and we're out of ideas.
Yeah, we've done nothing for a lot of ideas. Anyway, that's it. Yeah.
Let them fight. Stay out of it.
So,
declared
like I said, if you really wanted the war to end, if America really wanted the war to end, and Biden's just as much responsible for this bullshit too, with his cuckoldry and doing it escalate.
Administration made it worse.
So if on day one, Biden was, if when the Russians were building up on the border, Biden went, Jack, if you invade Ukraine, we're going to give them everything they need to defend themselves. Everything. Nothing will be off the table.
And it'll be there within 48 hours.
And it'll be there within 48. We're already staging stuff in Poland. Like it would have. Yeah, that doesn't fucking matter. That doesn't matter, Stabby. The Texas and California used to be part of fucking Mexico up until the 1880s. Who gives a shit? The world changes. And no, it was never a part of Russia. Russia was separate. It was part of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union doesn't exist. Russia is the successor state to the Soviet Union because this is the same fucking argument the Russians could use to say, oh, well, we can take all of the Baltic. That was all part of, that used to be part of Russia up to the 80s.
Yeah.
So it's a bullshit argument. The world changed.
So was Latvia.
The Soviet Union collapsed. It ain't coming back. And the sooner Putin fucking comes to terms with that, the sooner the world becomes Europe becomes a lot more fucking peaceful. So let's not pretend the Ukrainians have dragged Europe to the brink of fucking war.
I don't know if that's going to work.
Biden and Obama's lack of fucking scruples.
The issue you're going to have Kiev and Moscow are very much entwined in history. So that's going to be a hard one to kind of separate them out.
It's not. It's already separate. It's already
separate. You say it's not, but look at what's happening right now.
Because Russia fucking invaded.
Yes. They don't agree.
The president of the country is a Russian-speaking Ukrainian from the east.
Sorry, say that again.
President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is a native Russian speaker. He's a native Russian speaker from the east of Ukraine.
Yep.
This idea that the east of Ukraine is so oppressed and they're pushed down and they're not part, they're ignored. Bro, your president is from there. You think Volodymyr Zelensky was repressing native Russian speakers? He is a native Russian speaker.
The comedian president
the problem is the Russian narrative is so powerful online, it has taken over. It has been let to run fucking rampant, and the complete lack of trust and legitimacy of the mainstream press and the American government has meant that nobody believes anything except the lies coming out of the Kremlin.
Yeah.
It's all bullshit. People just repeat the fucking Maidan coup bullshit all the fucking time. All because that fat fucking retard, Victoria Nuland, had a phone call with a fucking other moron who works at State talking about who they would want, wish casting about who they would want to run the new government. And it didn't actually materialize. Why didn't it materialize? I thought the fucking CIA organized the whole goddamn thing. It didn't because they didn't. Not everything. It's the same. It's the same as Jew. It's the same as the Jews did it. That same thinking, where everything is because of the Jews. It's just another form of everything is the CIA.
You're saying the Jews?
The CIA organized it. The CIA.
The Jews did it.
The
Thermo
Jews
confirmed.
Did it, yeah. That's right. Thermo confirmed. The Jews did it. We'll see you next week.
Wait,